Parasocial Don Benitez. Timer started. 67 God says blue guy emoji. I don't know why you're saying that. Void says, did you gork it today? No comment. Roar says, damn, I don't know what you're referring to. The Potter says, man, what are y'all talking about? Yeah, there's been lots of people talking in the chat before I even started streaming, and I don't know what they're on about. Para says, hi Don. Hello, Para. Not gonna lie says, cheese, alright. Ram says, it's up. Hello, Ram. I'm bad says, Don, hurry up, I'm here. Liquid says, milk. Okay. Nonce says, parasocial Donald Benitez. That has some spelling errors. By the way, my favoritism software is not working, so sorry about that if you know what I'm talking about. Michael says, do you think Argentina is rigging the World Cup? No, I don't. Thank you, Ramon, for the artificial flower. Mechanic says, how long is it? No comment. Turtle says, did you beat it today? No comment. Prawley says, Daddy Donnie, oh yeah, hello Prawley. Rar says, Don, Ari, my other account got banned, so I had to make a new account. I'm sorry about that. Paul says, I'm so happy today. That's nice to hear. SpongeBob says, yo, hello, SpongeBob. Shadow says, hi, hello, Shadow. Cold Slayer says, how is Donnie Boy doing? I am doing perfectly normal. Leo says, I like Willie. Okay. RM says, do you think a Somalian pimp will ever be president? Probably not. I don't think pimps would be. Michael says, Don, do you remember me? Yeah, you offered me Discord Nitro. Block says, oh, the Ice King is mine. Okay. I'm bad says, 2 Dons, 1 cup. Ew, okay. Legit says they're in the walls, alright. The Potter says, Don, do you like cheesecakes or fruitcakes? Not really. Yoshi says, SML movie The Secret Door. Okay. Hunter says, who do you think will win the World Cup? I think Argentina. Megan says, who is better, Ronaldo or Messi? Messi. Sky says, Monkey. Okay. FC says, 3/4 chatters are just NPC chuds. Agreed? I don't know about the chud part, but maybe NPCs, yeah. Same questions. Fuck says, hi, hello, fuck. Christopher says, birth mama. I don't know what that means. Carmike says, do you listen to KSLV? No, I don't. Little says, do you like watching sports? No. Noob says, red card emoji. Alright. Leo says, do you know Dude Perfect? I've seen a video of theirs like a decade ago. Fuck says, I think France will win the cup. Okay. RM says, I really do think Somalia will win the World Cup. I don't think they're competing. Michael says, what is your favorite movie? Eyes Wide Shut. Michael says, if Argentina wins this World Cup, then it would be the 3rd world country to win the World Cup twice in a row. Wow, that's interesting. Cold Slayer says you should smile less. Okay. Billy says, I'm coming for you. I don't believe you. Paul says, what's your favorite actor? Well, Daniel Day-Lewis is impressive. Social says, hey, say something. No, I don't want to. Parley says, get some sleep, gang. But I'm not sleepy, though. Owen says, what sports do you like watching? Nothing. Rainbow Six Siege griefing. Para says, parasocial shit. Okay. Legit says, if computers operated ternary instead of binary, then hard drives would genuinely be 50% more storage dense. Why is that not the case? Ramon super chats, bro, it's Friday. If you can't show the hog, at least show the outline. Come on, man. No, it doesn't matter what day it is. I'm never gonna do that. Timer extended. Mushroom says, hi, Cookie Bear. Hello, Mushroom. Dallas says, what is 1 + 1? 2. I'm bad says, hi, Ramon. Okay. Starry says, thoughts on Hell of a Boss? I hate it. Wedo says, have you watched any Godzilla movies yet? I've seen -1. Para says, parasocial chicken. Okay. Alright. Joel says, have you been playing the BO2 or BO1 ports on PS5? No, I haven't, but I was contemplating buying them. Sir says, I'm new here. Hello. 67 says, wanna be in me album? No, I don't. Block says, cannot be said for you, Jones. I don't know what you're referring to. Alex says, what's 9 + 10, 21? By the way, Alex, you should message me on Discord because I have an offer. Amber says, do you like men? No, I don't. Alex said, yeah, hello. Storm says, bugs, okay. Owen says, can I see your headset net? No. Matthew says, W, thank you. Remy says, hi, hello, Remy. Michael says, are you excited for Spider-Man Brand New Day? No, but maybe for the new Avengers. The Potter says, parasocial with Owl Onites, okay. The Myth says, hi, hello. Silly says, yo, Don, have you played Roblox? Unfortunately. 1 second, please. Wedo says, how was -1? It was a okay movie. Owen says, why can't I see your headset then? Because I don't care to take off my headset. Kat says you're gay, okay. Little says, what's the most unhinged question you ever got? I don't know, but I've gotten bestiality and incest plenty of times. Christopher says, what's 44 plus 23, the funny number? Michael says, Don, have you played Gmod since you did play Half-Life? I haven't, no. Moku says, would you rather be bald or lose an arm? I would rather lose an arm. Cat says W, okay. Pixel says PP, okay. Alan says hello there. Hello, Alan. Nat says hi. Hello, Nat. Erico says what's 9 plus 10? I just answered that. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. 1 second. Okay. Storm says bugs. I don't know why you're saying that. Cat says, I know you're very gay beta. Alright. Para says parasocial shit. Okay. Unknown says, when you get bored, you ask your dad to go to Whataburger. No. Christian says, what is most unspoken language? Sign language. That's funny. Liam says, what's your favorite story game? Mine's The Last of Us, but I'm about to play Red Dead Redemption 2. My favorite is Red Dead Redemption 1. Alex says, is the offer anything crazy? The offer is just to look for people to raid. Amber says, you are gay. Okay. Donald says, diddy, go away, riz up kids another day. FBI says, it's not okay. Alright. Jay Breeze says, fries, okay. Riley says, hi, hello, Riley. Joel says, please forgive me, I've had 2 burgers, both with bacon. Okay, I'm not a fan of bacon, so. JK says, hi, bro. Hello, JK. Nappy says, hi, hello, Nappy. Heavenly says, I ate a donkey, by the way. I don't believe you. Cold Slayer says, go get a Coke. Well, I have a Sprite right here. I think that is good enough. Porma2 says, with what? I don't know what you're referring to. Elliot says, hi, hello, Elliot. Heavenly says, I ate a donkey. Yeah, I don't believe you. Alex says, 2 hunters are in the woods. One collapses. The emergency operator says, make sure he's dead. A gunshot fires. The hunter asks, what now? Yeah, that's funny. I've heard that before, though. Elliot says, hi, hello, Elliot. JMZ says, is this a social experiment? Kind of. Heathen says, fuck, alright. Cold Slayer says, yes, Sprite is right. Good summer drink, yeah. It tastes great when you're dehydrated. Block says, my bum has shit on it. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Stephanie says, do you have any family pictures? Yeah, I do. Amber says, hi, hello, Amber. Mocha says, what's so special about your hair? I just, don't want to be bald. Christian says, did he like my joke? The hunter joke, is that it? I mean, it's not bad, but I've heard it before. Matthew says, okay. JMZ says, what are we experimenting? What people are gonna say when they're anonymous like you? Amber says, hi, hello, Amber. Sitting says, do you eat water? I, drink it. I'm bad says, Don, who's your celeb crush? I don't have one. Mr. Sub says, I told the Taco Bell workers if I didn't get hot sauce with my taco, that I would steal their sign. No, I wouldn't do that. That's just illegal. Erico says, have you played Rocket League? Yeah, I have. Para says, shitstain. Okay. Classified says, it's 4:27 a.m. for me. Wow, it's pretty early. Random says, remember me? I remember your profile picture. Ember says, Don, are you a toe tickler? No. CMC says, remember me? No, I don't. Thank you again to Ramon for the super chat and the artificial flower you sent, the gift. Brenda says hello. Hello, Brenda. Piffy says, what is your favorite thing to do? I like to listen to the Snowplow Show. Super says, do you remember me? I do. Stephanie says, can I tell you a joke, please? Go ahead. Arlay says, what's your favorite restaurant? That would be McDonald's. RM says, would you ever date a Somalian woman? Sure, I mean, anyone. Heavenly says, do you drink food? I do not. Ryan says, may I nurse on them? Nurse on what? Jack says, what's your favorite food? The cheeseburger. Rudy says, parasocial with eat every day Benitez. Yeah, well, isn't that like every human? Micah says, can we get much higher? What? Witty says, please show us full hair. What do you mean by that? L says, do you remember me? No, I don't. Thank you, Adam Gamer, for the preschool star. Sitting says, do you drink cheese? No, I don't. Alex says, Jesus tries to crack devil. Be like, I don't think Jesus tried to do that. Kat says, you mean you can date a gay one? Well, I'm straight, so I don't think so. The first captain says, good day. Is your hair naturally curly? Yes. Ashley says, cats or dogs? Dogs. Left says, I'm gay. Okay, that's cool. I'm bad says, cat, shut up. I don't, what? Dexter says, the background hypnotizes me. Yeah. Help says, 8 equals high. 8. Brown says, I eat shit. Okay. Windows says, please answer me. Here's an answer. CMC says, okay, I'm getting bored. Matthew says a bunch of emojis, alright. Pormer 2 says, OMG, it curls. Get a blowout and start wearing makeup quick. No. Alex says, Law, didn't think you were going to read that. Okay. The kid says, what's good, bro? How are you doing? I'm doing fine. Ryan says, I would love to smother you in full fat mayonnaise. Well, that's never gonna happen. Janet says, you look like Jamie and Cersei's 4th inbred child. I don't know who those people are. Matthew says, peach emoji. Okay. Audrey says, forehead something. I don't know what you're saying. Multi says, shit every day on Don's head. That doesn't happen. JK says, did Ramon do his hot comment? Yeah, he did. He did, like 20 minutes ago. Alex says, POV Arabic. Okay. Throwaway says, nice fingertips. Thank you. Landon says, D. Okay. Heavenly says, would you rather eat cheese for a whole week and nothing else, or not drink for a whole week for $2,000? Well, the latter would have me die, so not that one. Gummy says, chopped off haircut. Okay. Pizza says, can I pour you in honey and lick it off slowly? No, you can't. Thank you, Cooper Woods, for the kindergarten stars. The 3 of them, thank you. Joe Mama says, Don is possibly the blackest man in America. I don't see that. Alex says, POV, me dying and my search history is okay. Luca says, hi. Hello, Luca. Ryan says, do you enjoy the company of a throbbing Big Mac? Throbbing? Well, I don't think that word is supposed to be there. Thank you, USA, for the 2 Chuck E. Cheese coins. Levi says, can I suck your dick? No. Classified says, remember me? I was a Verity Ball on other stream. No, I don't. GG says ass. Okay. Micah says, domain expansion, infinite void. Alright. Girl says, would you rather save world hunger or read chat? Save world hunger. Bash says hello. Hello, Bash. Cold Slayer says Jake Paul or Logan Paul. Dude, I don't know. I'm not a fan of either. P72 says hi. Hello. Jennifer says hi. Hello, Jennifer. Royer says, I'm making a Discord account right now. Okay. Antonio says, my cat food ate my cat. I don't see how that's possible. Alex says, would you rather kill us or do a jumping jack? I would do jumping jacks. Ozza says, how is your Friday going? It's going fine. Asher says, go on the scale. If you're asking me how much I weigh 140. Girl says, Takis or Pringles? Pringles. Owen says, how tall are you? I'm 5'7". Daka says, what do you think of Stussy? I don't know what that is. It seems like some sexual thing. Ramon super chats, yo. From now on, you pee sitting down. No. That feels weird. I don't want to do that. Thank you, Mr. Subcounts, for... What is that thing? Whatever, that soccer ball. Thank you. But I'm not going to do that. I like standing. AJ says, you still have not watched Game of Thrones. Jaime and Cersei were incestuous Lannisters. Huber, the evil King Joffrey. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen the show. Ancient says, do you remember me? No, I don't. Thank you, Ramon. Timer extended. Multi says your badass would break the earth. Okay. Josh says emoji, alright. Kelly says I harvest car shit. What's car shit? Thank you, Mr. Subcounts, for the disco ball abomination. Vivian says I'm so bored. Then you should do something else. Multi, I already read that. Left, I already read that too. Classified says like my profile picture. I made it myself. Well, it's cropped pretty poorly, so I don't like that aspect. Yours says I accidentally lobotomized my sister. That's crazy. Gorilla says, will you eat my ass now? CMC says if you can't show the hit, can you at least show the outline? What's a hit? I know what a hog is, but not a hit. George says emoji, okay. Kaio says, what's your favorite music genre? I like rock music. JK says, on your last stream, someone asked if you liked BBC, and you said not really. Oh, that's strange. I would imagine I would just say no, but that's interesting. Matthew says, or mom, I don't know what you're saying. Para says, parasocial shitty Benitez, okay. Dak says, I want a cock inside me so bad. You do you. Mocha says, Suda blah 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 blah. I don't know what that is. DX says, rate my profile picture from 4 to 5. It looks okay. Bez says, how old are you? I'm an adult. Tyler says, are you gay? No. The first captain says, someone on Discord added me with no mutual servers, and they said they added the wrong person and has been trying to become friends. It's unbelievably sus. Oh yeah, that is pretty strange. Glitch says, emojis. Okay. Shock says so something. I don't know what that means. Ryan says euthanasia or youth in Asia. I don't want to die, so I would... Oh, what does this mean? Does that mean go to Asia, or does it mean something more... something weird? Thank you, Mr. Subcounts, for the 100. Regin says sodomy. Okay. Alex says, like my profile picture? It took me 5 hours. No, it didn't. It's the default profile picture. Wired says, do you remember me, Don Bananas? No, I don't. Ahmed says, hey, remember me? No, I don't. Tyler says the same godforsaken question. No, I don't remember you. Ancient says, what happened to the second water bottle? I just like one water bottle. I only did it that one time. I don't see the point of continuing it. Kelly says, can I eat electricity? No, you can't. Bez says, rate my MTB. I don't know what an MTB is. Booty says, Lewis or Verstappen. Yana says, do you like my profile picture? If not, it's fine. I mean, it looks unique and I like that. Jake says, hi, hello, Jake. Classified says, red face emoji. Okay. Mill says, hello, Mill. Matthew says a bunch of stupid emojis. Alright. Wired says, what's your microphone color? My microphone is black. Noah says, hi, hello, Noah. Ma says, can I have a wonderful future? That's up to you, not me. Yor says, what's up, you little fuck? Hello, Yor. Just be an egg says, egg gang. That's not me. JK says, fat cats are hilarious. Yeah, they are. And I see one there. Sniper says, why do you not believe in a god? Because, they don't speak to me. Mafu says, are you playing Black Flag Resynced? No. I don't play that much video games, but I did hear the hype about that game. Unknown says, can you read one of my chats, bro? There you go. Larry says, Converse or Vans? Vans. AJ says, I really don't get it. Sodom was destroyed because they hardened their hearts and became a law unto themselves. Why does everyone try to make it about homosexuality? I thought it was about homosexuality, but yeah, I don't know. Former 2 says, I fucking love fat cats. Yeah, they're awesome. Sniper says, you're still a good YouTuber. Thank you. Para says, parasocial with a milk cup. What's that? Thank you, Mr. Subcounts, for the Switzerland. Thank you. Oh, there's gifts, soccer balls for every soccer team. That's interesting. Skitzer says, you look depressed, are you? No. Gorilla says, are you gay now? Left says, you're ignoring me? No, I'm not. Micah says, who do you think will win the World Cup? I think, Argentina. Lost says, can you do a face reveal? You can see my face right now. RM says, I really want a Somalian woman to make me a grilled cheese chicken sandwich with Marmite. That sounds good. I don't know what Marmite is, though. Doodle says, I eat children. I condemn your chat message. Flack says, can you stick your D in my nose? No, no. Ancient says the water bottle is lonely. Well, yeah, I guess so, but it's an inanimate object, so who cares? Ryan says, are you something, or is all that shit fictitious? I don't know what that word means. Thank you, Mr. Subcounts, for the stupid little sunshine thing. Bez says, do you like Roblox? I do not. Neo says, remember me? No. 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 Ember says, parasite emoji. Okay, alright. Micah says, was Noya right? I don't know who that is. Duck says, Stussy is a clothing brand, not a sexual thing. Okay, that's nice to hear. I think that's kind of an unfortunate name. The first captain says, Don, Donito, Donnie, Agent Stonefish, Benitez. Yeah, my nicknames. John says, do you secretly cry yourself to sleep to cope with information overload? No. Ancient says, but you called the water bottle as she. I was just being playful that one time. Woody says, do you believe in Jesus? If not, why? Because the Holy Spirit doesn't speak to me, but I hope it does eventually. Thank you, Mr. Subcounts, for the high five thing. Kaler says, what is the background? It's in the description. Mock says, anti-establishmentarianism. Okay. Zombie says, unlikely utilities used unassumingly under, upper umbrella. Okay, alright. The co-super chats, I don't have a question. Please talk about a cause you care about for a second. A cause I care about? I mean, I don't care for any particular causes. Former2 says my Antifa sleeper cell code name is Don Benitez. Hope you're not mad. I am not mad. Stickman says ESPUMAT. Okay. Alright. Matthew says QQ. Alright. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the whole world is terrible. I mean, there's like a million causes, like tons of disabilities and starving people. I don't know. Ryan says he's a rebel without a cause. Okay. Duck says any clothing brands you like the most. I like LL Bean. Just Be an Egg says, have you ever wished that a non-binary person went on YouTube and licked their phone? And I never thought of that. Is there a cause that I should look into? I should be caring about? The Co says rebel without a cause. Lol. Love that. Yeah, that was good. Multi says extend the timer, bro. Yeah. Thank you, the Co. Timer extended. Cloudy says you like dancing. I do not. CMC says, sorry about all the weird comments. Don, I love you. Thank you. Mako says, think about eating ice cubes. No, that's terrible. Yours says, could you just call me sick? Yours sounds dumb. Oh. I'll try to, but I usually say the word at the very beginning of a username. Thank you, Jake, for the feces. RM says, Marmite is great on all sandwiches. I don't know what that is, though. Rar says, Don, can you accept my request on Discord when I end the stream? Gorilla says, will you crack? What? Jake says, smiley face. Okay. Thank you, Jake, for the thumbs up thing. Former2 says, your does sound dumb. Yeah, it does, but it's much easier on my brain to just say the first word in the username. Dave M says, my favorite dinosaur is the Licholotopus. Okay. Alex says, views going down. It's a red, code red. I say again, code red. Okay. Tove says, I'm back. Hello, Tove. Just B says, peach emoji. Okay, sex. Okay. Matthew says, PP. Alright. Yor says, you Donnie boy, for at least trying to try. I don't even remember what I just said. Did I call you sick or Yor? I probably called you Yor right there. Headless says, do you goon? No comment. AJ says, my word of the day, software refuses to update. It says defenestrate means to throw a person out a window. Oh wow. Yours says, have you ever been to Disney World? No, I haven't. I love says there's a dinosaur called something. Is it really? That can't be real. The first captain says, Don used to call me the first, which I like more than the new one. Oh, okay. Yuki says spam cookies. No, that's pretty boring. Just B says big PP. Alright. Muhammad says, hydrate Donito. I don't give a fuck if stream ends soon. Remind me in 5 minutes. Dave M says, do you eat Vegemite? No, I don't. No. Zombie says, Standing still, steadily sliding, sideways, smashing, significantly, soft, saddening, sidewalls. Okay. Harrison says, are you gay? No. Headless says, blah, blah, blah. Alright. Alex says, I only have Discord on my mom's phone and she is busy with it. Sorry, Don. Okay, then. Screw the whole thing, then. I don't want to have any business with you, then. If you're that young. Joel says, sent burger. Okay, thank you. JK says, where's my girlfriend? I haven't seen them in a while. Pierrot says, dare you to say Pierrot. Oh, I tried right there. Real says, let's collab, Don. I am also a famous YouTuber. I don't know what a collab would look like. What would we do? Thank you, Jake, for the thumbs up. Moke says Moke. Yeah, that's what I call you. The first captain says, if you have Discord on your mom's phone, you're probably, like, way too young. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Ramon super chats, with this piano music, I feel like I'm finally on a date with Don. I don't like that angle of it. Yeah, that makes me feel uncomfortable, but... By the way, I plan to change the music. This is kind of a temporary piece of music. It'll change. Doctor says hi, hello, Doctor. Ryan says Ramon. Okay. Hunt says, what's your favorite food? The cheeseburger. Thank you, Ramon. Timer extended. Dave M says grown man, by the way. Okay. Bora says, what do you think about heroin? I heard it was a addicting drug. Something that took over your life. Thank you, Real Talk, for the preschool stars. Jordan says hi. Hello, Jordan. Muhammad says, hydrate now. I won't be here in 5 minutes. Okay, 1 second, please, as I take a drink. Left says, I husks, hairs, something. Okay. Charlie says, what do you think being gay is? A man liking a man. Bora says, drink water, not coke. No, I like soda. Pepe says, do you like Austrian painter? Adolf Hitler? No, I don't. Just B says, defenestrate me. No, I don't murder people. Anna says P, okay. CMM says, give me clout, please. No. Thank you, Real Talk, for the preschool stars. I appreciate it. JB says, I'm here, my friend. Hello, JB. Charlie says, I'm gay. Okay, that's cool. Power says, that's what she said, alright. Okay. Zombie says, can you play Gorillas without the singing in the background? No, definitely not. JK says, Ramon is gazing in bro's eyes as they listen to jazz on their date. Okay. Alright, Harrison says, what's your favorite game? Minecraft. Thank you, again, Jake, for the thumbs up, and Real Talk for the preschool star. Skitzer says, you're fun. Thank you. Loretta says, I got surgery next week. Alright. Bray says, goon time. What? Left says, do you like putts? I don't know what that is. Dave M says, Ramon is glazing his eyes. Okay. Cloudy says, can I get a shout out? No. Matthew says, Garton, a band. I don't know what that is. The first captain says, we're all just third wheeling Don's date with the water bottle. Yeah, you guys are. Thank you, Anna, for the disco ball abomination. I appreciate it. Thanks. Omar says, which team you support in the World Cup? I support Spain. I don't know if they're still in yet. Ash says, Donita. Okay. Alex says, play rock music next time, like super loud. No, that sounds terrible. Off-brand says, why did you start doing this? For money. Power says, do you raw dog? No comment. Muhammad says, thanks for hydrating. I'm gonna leave you on your date. Okay, see you, Muhammad. John says, occupy Venus. I think that's too dangerous. Whatever says, hi Don, bye Don. See you, whatever. Thank you, Anna, for the disco ball abomination. Chicken says, rate my profile picture. Oh, well. I like that. It looks pretty good. I wish maybe the text was a bit bigger. Anything says Messi or Ronaldo. Messi. Former 2 says, I'm there too. Whining for table scraps. Winning for table scraps. Okay. Someone says something. I don't speak Russian. Alex says, or play that music you played like a month ago. Don't worry about it. I have my own plans for the music. Ryan says, I want Don to officiate my cremation. No, you don't. Akon says hi. Hello, Akon. Aza says Spain won today. Okay. I'm rooting for Spain. Riker says fun fact. I'm phoning. Alright. Sniper says can you smile? I never saw you smile before. Not right now. CMC says viewers decreasing. Dawn, red alert. I'm sorry. Jordan says hi. Hello, Jordan. PT says you're starting to get unpopular. Okay. Akon says uh-oh, Stony. Alright. The first captain says someday you should pour soda in the background water bottle to trigger people. Engagement bait. Yeah, that would be cute. It's Gabe says read. I read it. Thorn says VVI. Okay. Akon says play Roblox. No, I don't want to. It's Gabe says WStream. Thank you. Kerr says he sounds sad, Don. Okay. Bosmer says hi. Hello, Bosmer. Andrad says hello, Don. Hello, Andrad. Dinosaur says hola. Hablas Espanol. No, I don't speak Spanish. Bora says you like big penis. No, I don't. John says will you shit your pants or end the stream early if you had to go poop? I would end the stream early. Akon says sorry. I don't know what you're referring to. Bosmer says gonna be mod. Absolutely not. Skitzer says why do you never smile? Because personality. HV says you like Samoans. I'm not familiar with them. Freeband says there's something crawling on your wall. Okay. Legit says don't rip my profile picture. Sounds good. Tov says bye, got to go. See ya. Pringle says do you watch Invincible? No, I don't. JK says what type of restaurant would want Ramon to take you to on first date? I can't imagine that. That's so out of possibility that. Alex says I will worry about it. I need to know the music. If it's too annoying, I may not be able to watch streams. Too bad. Leave. Ahmed says, Don, am I you or me? You are you. Ash says he smiles when he gets money. Yeah. Jet says, you diddy? No, I'm not. No. CMC says, JK says, what place would want you to take Ramon? Yeah, I know, I saw that. Mr. Fitch says W. Thank you. Angie says, I know your parents. I went to school with them. Okay. Mr. Fitch says W. Thank you. Zombie says, Dawn, doddering, doubtfully, disconnected, during downpours done, despite. Okay, I get it. Cloudy says, do you like dogs? Yeah, they're cute. Payroll says W. Thank you. And thank you again to Anna for the disco ball abomination you sent a little while ago. Jet says you have a wife. I'm gonna keep that private. Thank you, Jet, for the preschool star. Headless says wave emoji. Okay. Riker says 67 and Y and you're gay. Okay. JK says I think Ramon would like a dark, quiet, expensive wine bar date. Yeah, maybe. Thank you, Vinny, for the preschool stars. Mr. Plum says hey. Hello, Mr. Plum. Doc says, did you hear about how Minecraft released cushions so people can now sit in Minecraft? Yeah. I don't like it. Seems a little corny. Legit says, hey Google, purchase ball of Cheerios. I don't have Cheerios. Larry says, should I become an engineer? No. Riker says, hi, please get me. There you go. Basie says, we abstracting with the background boys. Sorry. Thank you, Vinny, for the 38, 40, 100s. I appreciate it. Zombie says, do you like horde play, Don? No, I don't. Surfboard says, hey Don, cool jazz in the background, thank you. Out says, who is Ramon? It's my biggest super chatter. Official says, you're the goat, Don. Thank you, Official. Alex says, the reason I don't have Discord is because I can't download for no reason. Well, if you don't have a PC, then I couldn't use your help anyways. Pizza says, Fet's luck. No, I'm good. Lil Dingle says, are you corny? Possibly. JK says, middle name Felipe? No comment. Or if you're talking about Ramon, I don't know. Headless says, Don, you are important. No matter what anyone else says, I care about you. You are not alone. Thank you. Wrestling says hello. Hello, Wrestling. Fun Time says, bro is ignoring some people. Well, that's the only way to do it. There's too many people here. Hunt says, who's your favorite OF creator? I don't have one. Jasper says, what kind of mouse are you using? I'm using a Razer mouse. Hollow says Skibbity. Okay. Someone says Ramon Salzar. I don't know what you're saying. Surfboard says, I like when he does the voices. Thank you. John says, would you recommend getting married? No. Krot says, are you flying now? John says, is Bigfoot real? He is not real. Kerr says, who doesn't know Ramon? New people. Zombie says, why don't you like wordplay, Don? Do I have a fascination with poetry? Do I read it often? No, I don't read poetry often. Hormatu says, you are not good enough. Okay. Nut says, what's up, man? Hello, Nut. Someone says, hi, Troxon. That's not me. Riker says, Ramon loves what? Poppin says, play World of Warcraft and sponsor them. I am not into video games that much. John says, have you ever seen a UFO? No, I'm not an idiot. Legit says, you should create a Discord server. Well, I'm thinking about maybe seeing if... Yeah, maybe. Mr. Plum says, you deserve to be happy, bro. Thank you. Mike says, why do you delete all the old streams? I don't do that. Icy says, hi. Hello, Icy. Headless says, what do I need to do for mod? I'll give you mod for a month for $5,000 American. Micah says, I'm back. Hello, Micah. Surfboard says, did you get a burger today? I did not. Zach says, hi, I'm new. Hello, Zach. Larry says, what kind of music do you like? I like rock music. JK says, I love the nerd voice on stupid comments. Yeah. Well, they're not necessarily stupid. I don't know how to explain it. JMO says, why? Why what? Popping says, lend me some money through Venmo. No. Jasper says, $5,000. Sound that expensive? Yeah. I mean, what? Why would you want to be mod? I don't see the point. That's stupid. If you want something stupid like that, you're gonna have to pay a stupid amount of money. Korea says, hi. Hello, Korea. The Roku2 says, do you like JJK? No, I don't. Laughing says, maybe. Maybe what? Maddie says, do you play Minecraft? Well, I used to. I'll get back into it eventually. Thank you, Kobe, for the 6-7 abomination. Ariel says, shout out, please. No, that's stupid. Dave M says, do you drive stick? Manual? No. Pormer2 says, is that the Barlow flag? I don't know what you're talking about. Jandel says, nice background, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Fitch, for the 100. JK says, JJK is stupid. I agree. Samantha says, can you play the one who's running the show? I don't know what you're talking about. Thank you, Free Bands, for the flow state. Kaio says, what's your favorite NBA team? The Lakers. Yeah, the Lakers. Someone says you are Troxon. No, I'm not. I don't overreact. Thank you, Green, for the feces. Skitzer says your personality is interesting. Thank you. And thank you, Lisa Roscoe, for the Uncler. Joanna says you like K-pop. No, I don't. Alex says, how is your day going today? It's going good. Mr. Fitch says, yo. Hello, Mr. Fitch. Krot says that haircut is unnecessary. Yeah, I should be more professional. UZ says, I like the background. Thank you. Abdullah says, you like video games? Kind of. Krot, already read that. History says, what should my FFA animal be? A hog or a lamb? A lamb. I think a hog is a bit too gross. Thank you, who sent that? Free Bands for the stupid little turtle drinking water. I appreciate it. The Gamer says funky, yeah, okay. Ariel says God's kids are not stupid. Well, I was calling your request stupid. 1 second, please, as I drink some water. And thank you again to the hydrating turtle. Thank you. Jackson says you would like goofing. I don't know what that is. Alex says, bro, what is it? Ben says, hi, broski. Hello, Ben. Kerr says, do you have curly hair? Is my hair naturally like this? Yeah, it is. Ariane says, hi. Hello, Ariane. Mike says, why canned water? Why Sprite? Because it tastes good. Micah says, me and my girlfriend broke up because her mom found out. Okay. Alright. 850 says Jew. I'm not Jewish. Dallas says, hey bro. Hello, Dallas. Thank you, Just a Nugget, for the Norway gift. Mr. Plum says, I love rock. Okay. Alright. Lil says, what do you like? Please no stupid answer. Well, you should be a bit more specific. I think that's a stupid question. Thank you, Just, for the Norway. Jalal says, what? What? About what? Matthew says, get a job. Okay. Jackson says, are you gay? I'm not gay. Alf says, Ronaldo or Messi? Messi. Ray says, favorite Michael Jackson song? Don't stop till you get enough. Mel says, the fact that people are just saying random things about you makes me laugh. Sorry if that's rude. No, I don't mind. Lil says, what is your main hobby? My main hobby is I like video editing. I do that. Ark says, do you like the Jews? Am I anti-Semitic? No, I'm not. Yeah. Krot says, are you following FIFA? No. Mr. Plum says, what are you doing today? That's private. Dave M says, add 3 hours to the timer. No. Alex says, why did you do that? Do what? Unified says, ontological, cento, something. I don't speak that language. Is that English somehow? That can't be English. Lil says, how much money do you make from doing this? Like $30 an hour. Alex says, the Timmy voice. Well, don't write Timmy comments and I won't do it. Surfboard says, my favorite burger is quarter pounder with cheese. It's the only one they make fresh. Oh, okay. I should look into that. I like fresh stuff. Zombie says, a UFO is just an unidentified flying object. So technically, if you can't identify a bird, it's a UFO. And therefore, you have seen a UFO down. Yeah, sure. But when people say UFO, they don't mean the technical meaning. Zach says, tank. Okay. Pormer2 says, are you in pain reading these or something? No. Mr. Plum says, sorry for invading your privacy. It's okay. I don't mind. Just don't swap me. Larry says, what's your favorite band? I like Radiohead. Joel says, I thought I saw a mothership when I was younger. Okay. Someone says, the existence of this account is proof of how strong the casual chatter bias is. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure you're the first captain. Micah says, me and my girlfriend broke up because her mom found out. Yeah, that's okay. Broxer says, hi, racial slur. Hello. Michael says, are you a soccer fan? No. Yor says, what would you comment if you were a viewer? I'd probably try to get under my skin, or I would want to inspire some kind of action, like for me to do something in real life. But don't try to do that yourself because it's not going to work on me. Carnival says, do you remember me? Yeah, I do. Dr. Pepper says, Dr. Pepper anyone? I like Dr. Pepper. I don't like incest though. Hunter says, stop ignoring me. I can't promise that. Pormer2 says, you are stupid and short, eat an eraser. No. Matthew says X, okay. Xus says, say my penis. Wow, that's hilarious. Jamar says, hi, I love your videos. Thank you. Alex says, I was being nice. Why did you do that voice? Because that's what your comments give off. That's like the vibe. So it's not about like me liking you or not. I like you. You're cool, but it's just the way it is. Mr. Plum says, I don't swat. Okay, that's good to hear. Kareem says, don't look behind you. Sounds good. Abdullah says, you should get a new keyboard. No, I shouldn't. New Mexico super chats a bunch of Egyptian hieroglyphs. Thank you. You're always sending Egyptian hieroglyphs. I don't know why. Timer extended. Luke says, do you have a dream car? No. RM says, would you rather ever consider being a parasocial pimp? Yes, but not literally, but maybe something like it. Ash says, New Mexico, is that Troxon? Oh, okay. JMR says, do you play Roblox? No, I don't. Fun says, penis and anus, okay. RS says, calm down, Woody, we're your friends. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Plum says, do you like or drink alcohol? I do not either. Pormer2 says, we are your hoes. Yeah, I guess, but I have a different view of it, and I think I may make it into reality. Abdullah says, would you skydive for 10 grand? Yeah. Yor says deciphering hieroglyphics with Don Benitez. I failed to do that. Low-key says, are you Afghani now? Zach says hello. Hello, Zach. Tommy says, what about Minecraft? What about Minecraft? Zach says, I am subscribing. Remember me? I am new. No, I don't. The Gamer says, do you play any video games? I used to play Black Ops 2, but not that much anymore. Zombie says, Big Don the Pimp. Okay. Alright. Justine says, I like food. Okay. Someone says, you don't get to choose your voice in this kind of world. Yeah. Nez says, what's your favorite soda? Coke. Fun says, ooh. Okay. Alright. Abton says, remember me, the Stickman guy? No, I don't. Rarik says, hi. Hello, Rarik. I Love Cat says, would you rather eat pizza for the rest of your life or salad for the rest of your life? Salad. Sounds painful, but it's probably the better choice. HW says, lose both eyes or lose one hand and one leg. The hands and legs. Why would I lose my eyes? That's stupid. Liam says, do you remember me? No. Oily says, what's your favorite Pokemon? I don't know, dude. I don't care about Pokemon. Ash says, don't watch Troxon. He's an ass. I just don't like the overreacting. DV says, what are you doing right now? I'm streaming. Surfboard says, Google it. It's the only burger made fresh when it's ordered. Okay. Thank you for the tip. Abdullah says, would you do a backflip for $700? If I had a teacher. AJ says, lambs are more disgusting than pigs. They get filthy and sneeze on you like camels or llamas. Pigs also sell better. Former future farmer of America. Okay. Alright. That's interesting. Maz says, racial slur. Okay. Bipolar says, blink in the next minute if you are being held against your will. That's a stupid way to communicate. Yor says, I can't believe I'm a hoe. Yeah, you are. YT says, what's the coolest country you ever went to? I haven't traveled. HW says, it is cool vibes today. Awesome. Arthur says, why do you change your profile picture every 5 seconds? Because I think it's fun. Sweet says, Brodar, what is this comment? Delete this comment. No, I'm not going to delete it. History says, I feel like me, Ramon, First Captain, Gen 2 are OGs. Do you agree? I don't know about OGs, but you guys are common chatters. Ashlyn says, hi Don, how's it going? It's going fine. Bryson says, do you like Linkin Park? I do not. Bob says, what would be your final meal? It would probably include an In-N-Out cheeseburger. Mick says, is this what you do all day, gang? No. Abdullah says, do you know that your brain actually shows the thing you seeing right now? No, I don't. Jackson says, do you stream every day? No. Dave M says, did you hear about the guy who cut his dick off and lit it on fire? I heard vaguely about it. I don't know the context though. I just know that. Steve says, do you like fish tacos? No, I don't. Rarak says, the movie is a bitch. I don't know what you're saying. Ahmed says, I hope you get 1 billion subs and stay happy forever. Please ignore the haters. Wait, why did he activate your nerdy voice? You know how to activate it. Logan says, what does Dixon mean? It's a name. I don't know what it means though. Jeremiah says, are you Asian now? Ryan says, you got fat butt cheeks? No comment. John says, my pecker is my best friend. Okay. Matthew says, we have been doing this for a while now, but I don't have to get it yet, so I don't have any. I don't know what you're saying. DV says, you like did? No, I don't. 925 says, say wallahi, bro. For what purpose? And I'm not Muslim anyways. Where says, hi, hello, where? Carnival says, is it called soccer or football? I call it soccer. Talk says, the bills are this high, huh? No. Liam says, gang, did you fart? Talk if yes. That's stupid. Josh says, you should get Alexa to repeat all the comments. No, that's boring. 925 says, my racial slur. Okay. Brandon says, hi, hello Brandon. Thank you, Where, for the sparkles. Bob, I already read that. Some says, are you cool with brown people? Yeah. Okay, I see your username and makes me... Black says, I'm playing with my day right now. Okay. Lumi says, does it clap for free? No comment. Alex says, you like the song Bad by MJ? Who doesn't? AJ says, 1 out of 7 people can still read this. Read words that are mixed up. I got lost at the end there. Maybe I'm not that smart. Thank you, Sunsight, for the 6-7 abomination. Where says hi again. Hello, Where. Matthew says 2001. Okay, alright. Zach says, I love you. Can I marry you now? Jackson says, will you be my papa? No. Rice says, dig. I don't know what you're saying. Maze says, I'm allergic to grass. I'm sorry about that. Ryan says, my vulva looks like an Arby's beef sandwich. Okay. Thank you, Hamster, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Micah says, can you give me an inspirational quote? I need one. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Maybe someone else can give you one. 2 Left says, have you played arcade dance games before? Like Dance Dance Revolution? No, I haven't. Zombie says, ever seen the Boondocks? No. Riker says, I'm shying. I don't know what you're saying. Riva says 67. Okay. RM says, hey everyone, Don is a pimp now. Respect him or he will get the baby powder out and slap you with it. No, I'm not going to do that. Kerr says, you're almost at 30,000 subs. Congrats. Thank you. Lasagna says, if your phone number is your amount of money, how much money would you have exactly? I can't disclose that. Bob says, do you goon or no? No comment. Mick Fizzle says, #1 artist for you right now. I haven't been listening to music recently, so... Never mind. Maria says, hi. Hello, Maria. Mike says, big boy. Okay. Matthew says, can you a little better for me? I don't know what you're saying. 925 says, do you like Chipotle? No, I don't. Annette says, stop saying no comment. No. Dave M says, do you powder your balls after a shower? No comment. Where says, do you like something? I don't know what that is. The Catfish says, show the did. No. That'd get me banned. Airbus says, how old are you? I keep that private, but I am above 17. Jelly says, dog. Okay. Sick says, I agree, Michael Jackson has some good music, but it's not my vibe. I prefer heavy metal. Okay. John says, where do babies come from? The vagina. Spike says, hi. Hello, Spike. Larry says, thoughts on the 1967 Chevrolet Impala? Old cars are stupid. Zombie says, dang, 30k? I remember when it was less than 5k. You're a man now, don't. Congratulations. I was a man back then too. Lasagna says, you like raisins? Yes. Justine says, balls. Okay. The first captain says, when my cousin was 3, he tried ordering something online and when asked for his age, he entered 12. Oh, that's pretty intelligent. Rarak says, are trees good to goon on or nah? I would imagine not. Sick says, I really like the jazz vibe. It's good to have variety of different music. Just not get bored of the same shit. Yeah. Abdullah says, change profile picture now. No. Ton says, maybe it's 0.5 chance to be chosen. Probably like 5%. Sick, yeah. Rarak says, spam did. No, that's stupid. AJ says, you would probably have... No comment. Unified says, please do a maid outfit stream. I want a goon. Maybe if you gave me millions of dollars. Lisa says, please say hi to my dog. No. Ryan says, I love it when my pamper ruptures and dries into my skin. Oh, that's disgusting. Zombie says, wait, you were a man back then too? When was the sex change again? 3K or 4K? It was when I was in the womb. I don't know. I forget how biology works. Logan says, the plane headed for the towers ain't steering. Okay. Alright. RB says, my headphone snapped in half. I don't care. you. No, I would care. That'd be really frustrating. Thank you, Butter, for the Norway. Annette says you like streaming. Yeah, I do. Yep. Bob says keep talking. I'm not finished yet. I'll keep talking. Enjoy yourself. Cosmically says, what is the point of this? For me to get money and for people to be entertained. Six says, later dude, take it easy, you too. Kerr says, you're a man now. What were you before, a velociraptor? Yeah, that's funny. Thank you, Shine, for the 6-7 abomination. Pormer2 says, no, you're correct. Everybody starts off as an XX, and then you develop into XY. Okay, yeah. My sex change was when I was in the womb. Patchy says, I feel like you're about to die. Okay. AJ says, all are conceived female and become male. Yeah. Yeah. Clutch says, Jesus loves you. Thank you. Annette says, 67. Okay. Boxing says, what is up, Don? Hello, Boxing. Bob says, I already read that. Pormer2 says, transgender fetus. Yeah, that's me. And everyone. That's a male. Jelly says, I love Cuphead. It's the bestie. Okay. Alex says, hi. Hello, Alex. Kerr says, night, Don. Good night. Carnival says, Don, make sure I make it to all of your streams. Thank you. See you in the next stream. Lisa says, you like dogs? Yeah. Ryan says, Don's dead name is Gloria. Okay. HW says, lose your dit or lose your eyes. Lose my dit. Jaden says, what's your favorite rock song? I don't know. I don't know. G1 says, have you watched or heard about the Amazing Digital Circus? I've heard about it, unfortunately. I wish I hadn't, though. Surfboard says, you did change your profile picture from the original. Yeah, I did. Jesus says, Jesus is king. Okay. Brandon says, what is better, Xbox or PlayStation? PlayStation. No Internet says, next comment is Enderdingus. Okay. Hyper says, I just sneezed 4 times in a row. Wow, that's unusual. Lyndon says, hello. Hello, Lyndon. Neymar says, can I get mod? Definitely not. D1 says, Don, do you get tired of being so handsome? No. Fred says, your rapper name starts with Lil, then your favorite color, then the last thing you ate. I don't care to do that. Why doesn't someone do it for me? Mr. Plum says, what was your last meal? It was a chicken sandwich. Amy says, hi. Hello, Amy. The Maybe says, have you ever solved a Rubik's Cube? No, I haven't. Brian says, is your favorite wrestler Eddie G? No. Matthew says, do you have any hands? Yeah, I do. Pormer2 says, the first captain knows. What's up? The first captain says, if I was trans, I would want my name to be Rose. I'm pretty comfortable with my gender, though. Okay. I don't know about Rose. Rose seems a bit arrogant or pretentious. Like, I think it's like the name Princess. You're trying to be above other people. Like you're saying how pretty you are. Strawberry says hi. Hello, Strawberry. Baggy says men. Okay. Riker says how long your toe hair? No comment. Clutch says how much do I have to gift for you to take 10 minutes off the timer? I don't do that. Donnie says hey, I'm a Don too, but I go by Donnie. Hi. Hello, fellow Donnie. M3 says hi. Hello, M3. Surfboard says I'm out later, Don. See ya, Surfboard. Tech says parasocial dominated. That's me. Zombie says I'm off. Thank you for your inquiry, Don. Okay, bye. Thank you, Shine, for the 9 preschool stars. I appreciate it. Thanks. Nexus says hi. How are you doing? I'm doing fine. Carson says it's good. Hello, Carson. Ash says Donita. Okay. Cag says Drake or Kendrick. I prefer Kendrick. John says, I was born naked. Okay. Clutch says, how about $100? No. Cool Kid says hello. Hello, Cool Kid. VR says, who is winning the World Cup? Argentina. Ash says, let's call him Donita. Okay, I don't care. Maisie says hi. Hello, Maisie. Sapra says, why do you pronounce naked like that? Naked? I don't know. I guess it's an idiosyncrasy of mine. The first captain says, I just have an addiction with roses. I always keep fake ones in my room and sometimes draw myself with a rose growing through my right eye. Okay. Alright, yeah, that's interesting. RM says, the best pimp in the world is a pimp named something. What is that a racial slur? I don't want to say that. Dusty says, I want to shoot my foot. Don't do that. Dave M says, should women be allowed to walk around topless? I don't know. I imagine that'll eventually happen though. Thank you, Free Band, for the feces. 23, 24, thank you. Boxing says, what is up, Don? Hello again. Says, do you know what NZ means? New Zealand. Ryan says, I was born at a very young age. Yeah, me too. Muzzin says, how's your day been so far? Pretty good. RM says, everyone knows a pimp named Slickback. Okay, it's not a... Okay. I don't. Ghost says, yo, hello, Ghost. Matthew says, did you know praying emoji is not paying is 5i? I don't understand. You're in another world. Billy says, do you like drawing? No. Thank you, Free Bands, for the party hat. I appreciate it. The 6 party hats, thank you. JX says, I said Slickback. I don't know. Okay. Alex says, would you date a girl version of you? No, that would be incest. Strawberry says, you are so cool. Thank you. Says, say my full name. I don't want to. Carson says, do you like dit? No. Tristan says, did you know I was born on my birthday? Yeah. John says, my sister is my mama. Alright. Jeremiah says, wait, you said you wouldn't show dib because you would get banned. Does that mean if you wouldn't get banned, you would do it? That's an interesting point, but I wouldn't do it anyways. I was just pointing out one factor. Another factor is I have my dignity. Thank you, Kobe, for the 2 Argentinas. Remy says, I'm eating strawberries. Okay. Alright. Thank you, Matthew, for the red card gift. I appreciate it. Uncle says, who are you rooting for in the World Cup? Spain. Ryan says, taking big dumps gives me goosebumps. Alright. Jost says, do you believe in the supernatural? No, I don't. Annette says, I'm spamming until you skip my comment. Okay. Jaden says, who is better, Batman or Superman? Superman. Boxing says, I like boxing. Did you know? Yeah, you've already told me that. Thank you. Who sent that? Kobe for the Spain. Mick says, favorite fast food restaurant? McDonald's. RM says, Cat Williams is a pimp named Slickback. Okay. Adam says, poopy. Alright. Kant says, you're the best YouTuber. No, I'm not. And you're lying, but thank you. NFL says, do you believe in aliens? No. Black says, little bro, finally read my comment and also blah blah blah. Okay, whatever. Jeremiah says, the GNAA wants to recruit you. I don't know what that is, but I'm not interested. Gigi says, delete your dit or cheeks. The latter. Baggy says, do you like Jujutsu Kaisen? No, I don't. Thank you, Matthew, for the GG. Mach says, did you know a canine scent of smell is so strong it can be used as evidence in a court of law? No, I didn't. Kant says, yes, you are. You're lying. Hockey says, favorite place to travel to? Nowhere. I don't like traveling. The Mysterious says, it's 3 a.m. Go to sleep, everyone, now. You know different time zones exist, right? Brian says, is it allowed to type the same question over and over? Yes, it is allowed. Go ahead. Bible says, how was July 4th for you? It was good. Thank you, Matthew, for the preschool star. Carson says, are you gay? No. Catherine says, keep going, King. Thank you, Catherine. Jeremiah says, GNAA is Gay Association of America. Is that real? I did not know that existed. D1 says 9/11 was an inside job. Okay. The Illa says, Don, hop on BO2. Maybe. Probably not. Thank you, Matthew, for the sparkles. MH says, fuck July 4th. Okay. Soar says, you love me? No, I don't. Black says, you are the best. Thank you. Jaden says, if you had to play a sport, which one would you play? I'd play basketball. The Illa says, why not? Because, I don't know, it takes a lot of work to be good at a video game. A lot of hours, and I don't want to get stomped on. If I play a video game, I think I want to be good at it. GG says Pude. Okay. LM says magic is in the air, but no believe it. I don't believe it. Ghost says, do you like Dragon Ball Z? No, I don't. Boxing says, do you like Mike Tyson? Have I watched his games? No, I haven't. Thank you, Matthew, for the 3 feces. Muzzin says, how long today have you been doing this? For about an hour and a half. D1 says, what's your strokes per minute? No comment. RM says, should I tape 1,000 batteries together and microwave them? It sounds fun. No. That sounds like it could cause a fire. Thank you, Matthew, for the 2 100s. Billy says, if you had to choose one app for the rest of your life, what would it be? Google? Safari? Matthew says, did you know praying emoji is not paying is... I don't know what you're saying. Annette says, do you ever laugh? Yeah, I do. Nina says, I asked if you know Ben of the Week a while ago. Do you know him yet? Sounds familiar, but I don't know who he is. Cool says, did you know you're dead? No. Samari says, have you gone to Iceland? No. Food says, what time is it in your country? I'll let you know that it is in the PM right now. Strawberry says, my favorite family member is dead. I'm sorry about that. 75 says, Carput XEXE Mary, I don't know what you're saying. Arthur says, Goonstream win. It's not happening. Mars says, girls with deer tattoos. Okay. Kant says, I'm not a gooner. Alright. Tho says, red face emoji. Alright. Riley says, Ola 67. Hello, Riley. AJ says, GNAA. Greater Nashville Apartment Association. Okay, so I guess the gay thing doesn't exist. Mocha says, who's your favorite YouTuber? I like Frederick Knudsen. Landon says, favorite music artist? I like Arcade Fire. Maisie says, emoji. Thank you. Fuck says, did you lift your desk? You look tiny today. No, I didn't. I'm slumped in my chair right now, though. GG says, do you believe in testicle? That they exist? Yeah. The Flipping Gambler super chats 500 American dollars and says, hopefully you pre-order GTA 6 if you haven't yet. I haven't yet, but I probably will, yeah. I don't know, I'm on the fence. Like, if I buy that game, I feel like I'm gonna get addicted to it and waste like 1,000 hours on it. I probably will give in though. Larry says, do you like My Chemical Romance? I don't. And thank you for the 500 American dollars. That's crazy. That's the biggest singular super chat I ever received and ever will receive, because you can't go above that. That's the highest you can super chat. Thank you. That's crazy. That's... Pro says add time. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. Carson says everyone spam di. No, don't do that. That's pretty boring. Thank you, the Flipping Gambler. And I imagine the Vegas trip went good, considering that you super chatted that amount. Ash says your smile's okay. Jackson says di. Okay. Baggy says say hi to me. Hello, Baggy. Dave M says, bro, only get like 350 out of that. Yeah. YouTube takes a cut. Yeah, that's true. The first captain says, get ready for the viewers to flood in. Or not. Jose says, after the stream, are we rating someone? Probably. Thank you, the Flipping Gambler. I really appreciate it. So, how much time do I add? I gotta think about that for a second. Edit says add time, please. Yeah, let me just think about it. X says 67 chicken butt. Okay. Larry says you like Metallica. I haven't given it a try. The Flipping Gambler says welcome. Thank you again. I really appreciate it. That's crazy. Hopefully you pre-ordered GTA 6 if you haven't yet. The Flipping Gambler, do you think I should get the Ultimate Edition or the normal edition? I don't know which one to buy. Former 2 says add a lot. Yeah, that's... I gotta think a bit more. Jason says hi. Hello, Jason. Kant says, who would win in a fight, a gorilla or 100 dogs? Probably the dogs. Arthur says 1 hour. Well, I want to add more than that. Melissa says, do you have a dog or a cat or none? I have a dog. Dr. Leave says, that water bottle really ties the room together. Thank you. Jaden says, what is your favorite movie? I like Eyes Wide Shut. AJ says, I think you are going to be here a while. Yeah, probably. The First Captain says, Red is only 50 minutes, but this is no normal Red. Do you think this was going to be a boring stream? Well, technically, I only have to add 50 minutes, but I'll add more than that. Let me add 50 minutes right now, though. Jennifer says, whatever that is, okay. Ace says, what is your favorite show? I like Breaking Bad. Joe G Super Chats, Sir Don, hello, how's the night going? Feeling good? I am. And it's a very unusual stream because this happened. Thank you again. I wasn't expecting that. Former 2 says timer is going to run down before he adds it up. Well, I've added 50, so I think that works for now. Francesco says, I like 15-year-olds. I condemn your chat message. Cold Slayer says, why are you almost smiling? I don't know. Zaniel says, drink water. Remind me in 10 minutes. Caleb says, do you know Amanda something? No, I don't. No, I don't. Billy says, Matthew was saying that isn't someone praying, it's people doing a high five. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess it does look like that too. Jordan says, do you like Mexico? No, I heard there was a lot of crime there. Pietro says, hi, how are you? I'm good. Jose says, I know where you live on Earth. Okay. Oh yeah says, do you still hate dicks? I don't hate it. Joe G Super Chats, holy shit, yeah, unusual for sure. Yeah, thank you. The Flipping Gambler. 5 Benjamin Franklins, thank you. Jay says, Joe G Super Chatted you twice. Yeah, I saw. Jennifer says, I'm sorry for speaking in Japanese. It's okay. GG says, do you believe in testicles? I do believe they exist, yeah. Let me extend the time for you, Joji. Striker says $500. Yeah, I'm just as surprised as you. And I actually am. Like, on the surface, I have a poker face, but I can't really fathom it. Lexi says OMGW. Yeah. Random says, I have something to tell you. What is it? Dr. Leave says, moon landing real? Yes. Jennifer says, I didn't know if it would translate. Okay. Dave M says, that 500 got Don bricked. Maybe. Thank you, Kobe, for the Belgium. Triple says, I don't think there are air molecules in the air. Okay. George says, how many 500s has he sent? This is the only 500 that has ever been sent. Joe G says, every time you look at it, you smile. Yeah, it's quite jarring in a good way. Larry says, what kind of engineer should I become? A software engineer. Black says, remember me, please write it down. No, that's stupid. Thank you, Cole, for the France. Dr. Leave says, magic bullet or a second shooter on the grassy knoll. I don't know what you're saying. Brian says, face emoji, I like you. Thank you. Carson says, don't skip me, you're gay. I didn't skip you. Thank you, Cole, for the Spain. Pormarty says, this is what it's all about. Money. Zaniel says, W stream, thank you. Brian says, we are funny. Alright. Boxing says you don't play boxing like a game. Okay. Ace says, I love on Earth. What about you? I love on Earth. You love people? I do too. Dr. Leave says, JFK assassination theories. Okay. Megan says, don't skip me if you are trans. It looks like I'm not trans. Arthur says, are you something? No, I'm not. Humble says, me and Marlon fooled the internet. Okay. With the Zombie says, $500 from Flippin' Gambler. Flippin' awesome. Yeah. And even if he... never mind. Thank you again, Flippin' Gambler. JX says, I think they meant I live in Earth. I'm still a bit lost. Arthur says, you look like an incel. Okay. Work says, what do you like to play? I haven't been playing video games. I think the next game I might get into is Minecraft. Zomboink says, you are a cool guy. Thank you. By the way, does anyone have any thoughts on if I should buy the $100 Ultimate Edition of GTA 6 or the $80 GTA 6? RT says, do you like cheese? Do you like cheese? Megan says, do you like Roblox? No. Alex says, gotta go all out. What? Ash says, Ultimate. Ultimate? Yeah, I'm thinking so too. I think so too. Team says, my mom's GTA 6. Okay. Larry says, what's your favorite kind of car? Cheap Craigslist cars. Porma2 says, just get the 100. Not like you don't have the funds. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like kind of a chump buying the Ultimate Edition now. But the FOMO though. Charlie says, do you play Fortnite? I do sometimes. Dave M says Ultimate is a scam, bro. Yeah, I think so too. Alex says gotta go all out for GTA 6. Yeah. I think it's a scam, but I'm gonna just do it anyways because I don't want to have the fear of missing out. Arthur says, I'm the real Arthur, don't listen to him. Hello, real Arthur. Pietro says you're cool, thank you. EF says summer or winter. Winter. Arthur says get a life, loser. I have a life. The bear says, yo, someone did 500. Yeah, I saw, that's crazy. Yeah. Mickey says, why do people ask you weird questions? I don't know. Thank you, Random, for the high five. Paul says hydrate. Okay, 1 second, please. Zaniel says Ultimate because you probably will get more views off of it. I don't think people will care, and I'm not even sure I'm gonna stream it. Ash says the water. I'm drinking Sprite for now. X says, yo, Arthur, shut your bitch ass up. Okay. Oz says, you're a dead man. I'm gonna send you straight hell, don't do that. Thank you, Colton, for the preschool star. Chelsea says, dream car. Well, maybe a Tesla. Maybe. The Silly says, I like Persona. Okay. Charlie says, you play Fortnite very occasionally. Cookie says, Chris, get the potassium. What? Francesco says, I'm not sorry. I said I liked them. I don't know what you're referring to. C-Dub says, Arthur, get out. No. People can say anything. It's okay. Way the Zombie says pumpkin emoji. Okay. Salama says 1,000 sun or 1,000. I don't understand. Annette says this unk has been ignoring me. I'm sorry about that. The first captain says please tell Jennifer is the pronunciation for hi, but it doesn't actually mean hi. Saying hi would be konnichiwa. Well, now they know. Jack says what's up. Hello, Jax. DeBear says, what was your reaction to the 500? Well, I mean, not much to be honest. Like, in the inside, I'm very freaked out, but I'm a pretty stone cold person, for good or for bad. Thank you, Random, for the flow state. Oz says water break, not right now. Armani says pumpkin, okay. Obviously says your teeth are yellow, yeah they are. Ozza says he actually smiled, okay. Annette says JK, alright. Lil says try saying rough 2 times, no, I'm not a dog. Jake says hungry, I'm not hungry. Porma2 says in the biz we call that autistic. No, I don't see that. I don't think I'm autistic. Cade says, how much is your setup? Well, my PC was like $1,000 on Craigslist. Neighbor says, get RGB strips for the background. No, I think those things suck. Sab says, dream motorcycle. I don't like motorcycles. C-Pat says, mayonnaise or Miracle Whip. Mayonnaise. Danger says, nah, I missed it, but hello, at Parasocial Don Benitez. Hello, Danger. Forever says, W streamer, thank you. Eli says, Jesus is king. Okay. Jason says, mic was $11 on Temu. It's a Logitech mic from Amazon. Thank you, Carlos, for the disco ball abomination. eFoot says, who gonna win the World Cup? Probably Argentina. Abu says, did Belgium deserve to lose to Spain? I don't know if it's a deserving thing. I don't think that's how sports work. Wade the Zombie says, bet that hair is long as fuck, yeah. Pietro says, rate my profile picture from 0 to 10. 7. 6. Charlie says, what did you do as a kid? I don't really want to say. Abdullah says, bro, someone donated 500 check. Yeah, I saw. The flippin' gambler. Which, by the way, this guy told me that he was going to Vegas to gamble, and he said that if he did well, he would super chat. He said that if I win big, you win big too. And I suppose he won big because of this. His says, I like you, thank you. Muhammad says, chill as fuck, man. Okay. Random says, when will you stop being racist? I wasn't racist to begin with. Joe G says, you're occasionally squinting. Your lighting okay? Yeah. It's okay. I don't know why I squint. I don't think it's because of the lighting. Mister says, are you gay? No. EF says, are you like a ripoff of Charlie Kirk? No, I'm not. Thank you, the Shuck crew, for the little stupid, cute little dog. The husky. Thank you. Yan says, something, 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 okay. Megan says, are you straight? I am. It's Dash says, that means you're lesbian. I don't know what you're referring to. Thank you again, Joe G. Timer extended. White boy, super chats, hello. Hello, white boy. How's it going? Timer extended. JJ says, no matter how strange you think you are, no matter how ugly you feel, you're beautiful. That's cute, thank you. Charlie says, what are things you hate? I hate feces. David says, hi, hello, David. Lincoln says, sigh. Okay. Mister says, emoji, alright. Wonder super chats, do you think people will be disappointed in GTA 6 because of the insane amount of hype, or no? No. I think it's going to live up to the hype. I think it's going to be as big as Fortnite in its prime. I think GTA 6 is going to become a worldwide, just a worldwide thing. French says, are you high? No. Cronus says, do you have any disabilities? No. King says, you're nonchalant. Okay. Molten says, do you have a D? Yeah, I do. Him says, emoji, alright. The first captain says, LARPing Japanese ethnicity is crazy, but definitely not new. Okay. Thank you, Wonder. Timer extended. Yep. It's gonna live up to the hype. Not failing. Random says, are you being forced to do this? No. Mortis says, how long was the stream? It's been like, I'd say an hour and a half. White Boy Super Chats, are you Republican or Democrat? Let me think. Well, actually, screw thinking. I wasn't going to answer anyways. I don't answer political questions like that. Timer extended. But you can tell me what you are, though. Quacky says, are you a good boy? When it comes to the law, yeah. Sam says, I'm hungry. Okay. Hockey says, add more time for the 500. I'm still not sure how much more I should do, if I even should. CPAT Super Chats, #1 vacation spot. I don't like vacations. I don't care about the location. If I vacation, it's because it's to see family. Timer extended. EFD says, prove me wrong. That's not the vibe. I don't know why you get that. Triple says, favorite game? Minecraft. Who's says, how long is your dick? I don't disclose that. Bizarro says, do you read any comic books? No. Tucker says, are you gay? No. Beth says, touch grass. Not right now. Annette says, I sept. Okay. Sam says, what should I eat? You should be weird and eat eggs, even though it's probably nighttime for you. Conka says, I love your lie, bro. Thank you. TJ says, today's my birthday. Alright. AV says, are you autistic? No. Julia says, Dawn, do you remember me? Yeah, I do. JT says, how's your day? Good. Heezy says, I like pussy. Alright. Exotic says, do you watch anime? No, I don't. Comp says, what are you going to do after the stream? I am going to work on a project that's adjacent to this channel. Joe G says, if at first you don't succeed, then skydiving isn't for you. Okay. Scraw says, do you believe in God, B? No, I don't. SPR says, sick, love, anime, hentai porn. What? James says, hi. Hello, James. Ian says, you ever watch My Dinner with Andre? Yeah, I did. Snitch says, are you white? No. Julia says, I should follow that up with a, are you gay? Yeah. If you want to be an NPC, yeah. Keisha says, have you read Warriors? No. A Dearly says, hi. Hello. Friend says, can you play Toilet Tower Defense? No, that sounds stupid. Alka says, Chuck Norris invented giraffes by uppercutting horses. Okay. Thank you again to Nazia for the England gift. Sen says hello. Hello, Send. Hamari says, what's your favorite food? Well, pizza's okay. Dis says, do you like my profile picture? It's a little too close. MJ says, what's your favorite color, Queen? Gray. Ian Bagel Super Chats, what did you think of it? I mean, it was kind of like a podcast, and I mean, it's better than what most podcasts I've listened to. It was interesting. To be honest though, I'm trying to think of like a specific thing they said, and it seems like I forgot the whole movie. Thank you, Sharon, for the flow state. MJ says, rate my profile picture. I don't like it. Mike says, what is on the TV? It's a fractal. C-Dub says, Don, please rate my profile picture. 2. Raylan says, did you play GTA 5 yet? I have, yeah. I do remember, though, them having a conversation about doing nothing. Just letting things happen. Which I thought was interesting. Thank you, S. Beza, for the Uncle Alert. Just says hi. Hello, Just. Simon says, showering at night versus the morning. I shower at night. Benjamin says, Pla W. Okay. Booger says, what do you identify as? As a male. Spin says, I eat dirt. Do you like eating dirt as well? No. Glaze says, 67. Okay. Veronica says, how did you think of this idea? Well, every stream, the streamer occasionally reads the chat, so I just figured, what if I read it all the time? Thank you, S. Beza, for the 6-7 abomination. Blood says, you look like a depressed avocado. Okay. Thank you, Baseball, for the Chuck E. Cheese coins. Lydia says, remember when you said you were getting delirious? If so, why were you? because I was streaming for too long, and just like super chats, Don, please grow a beautiful mustache for the stream. Maybe. If I grow any facial hair, it probably won't be a beard, but maybe like a mustache. Thank you, 250 for the plastic flower. Timer extended. Luck says hi. Hello, Luck. Roblox says, what do you do in free time? I doom scroll. Never says he got donated 500 and he hasn't broke character at all. Thank you again, the flipping gambler. And I do feel a bit weird though that I'm not like. I feel like I should be more excited. Pormer2 says you don't have mustache voice. Sorry, Don. Voice? Maybe if I grow a mustache, it'll give me a mustache voice, whatever that means. Jack says, what up? Hello, Jax. Canada says, hope you're having a good day, you too. Thank you, 250 for the 100, and Gray for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Hudson says, I like men. Okay. Hank says, hi again. What is your favorite type of music taste? I like rock music. Pickle says, some people come in your life for a lifetime. Some come for a season. You got to know which is which. Okay. Sep says, please say something. No. Cutely says, I'm going on vacation tomorrow, Donny boy. Enjoy yourself. Thank you, Esbeza, for the 1700s. Logan says, what do you like to do? I like to sleep. Thank you, Bob the Basenator, for the clapping seal. Tyann says, time for raid. Not yet. The first captain says, do you know if you can even grow thick facial hair? I don't know. I know I can grow facial hair, but I don't know. It might not be that great. Not thick. Dalton says, how did your week go on a 1 to 10? I'd say 6. Turd says, do you like streaming? Yeah. Thank you, Kelvin, for the clapping seal thing. Fandom says, hi, I hope you get a decent amount of sleep tonight. Thank you. Julia says, who is your favorite streamer other than you because you're way too good? I don't really watch other streamers. Thank you, Elias, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Just says, do you play any video games? I used to play Black Ops 2 like a week ago, but not anymore. The Yellow says, do you choose each comment or is it random? I choose the comment. Ventura says, hello, I'm making you read this for no reason. Sounds good. LJS Pike, super chats. You are so cool. Jesus loves you. Thank you. And thank you, Samuel, for the clapping seal thing. I'm looking at the old man passed out in your profile picture. He looks comfortable. Anyways, though, I don't believe in Jesus, but I appreciate you trying to evangelize me. Timer extended. The first captain says, I can grow a really thick beard, but if I ever try only a mustache, it doesn't look great. Oh, that's interesting. Deep says, femboys or tomboys? Tomboys. Thank you, gamers, for the disco ball abomination. TJ says, who do you think is going to win the World Cup? Argentina. Normal says, yo, remember me? No, I don't. Jackson says, I have a bomb. Well, luckily I'm not in your proximity. Intelligent says, under 1 hour. It's more than an hour. The timer is at an hour 17. Thank you, Jack, for the Argentina. Someone says, how much do you make streaming? Like $30 an hour at least. Lisa says hi. Hello, Lisa. Timothy says, ayo. What is it? Just says, I have a bomb and I'm also in your proximity. I don't believe you. Margaret says, can you smile? I don't want to. Kayla says, hi, Don. Can you please rate my profile picture? Oh, I like it. I'd give it a 6. Thank you, Lar, for the preschool stars. Xaniel says, drink water, please. You told me. I'll drink some soda. 1 second. And thank you, Bite, for the floating heart. Zeon says hello. Hello, Zeon. April says, did you know that if you knew, you would know? Yeah. Thank you, Dylan, for the plastic flower. SB says, do you support LGBTQ? Yes, I do. Thank you, Blade, for the preschool star. The 25 says, how was that Sprite can? It's Not the greatest because it was warm. Blip says, my name is Arthur Morgan. Okay. Thank you, Lar, for the 2 press Fs. Caesar says, why are you only nice to people who donate? Human nature. EF says, do you have a dick? Yeah. Yoshi says, do you remember me? No. Ice says, kinda crazy you support LGBTQ. I don't think it's crazy. Thank you, Naz, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Danger says, if you had 15 cookies and you gave 7 away, how many cookies do you have now? I would have 8 cookies. TV says, hi, hello, TV. Mr. Tim says, do you like YSLYEDP? I don't know what that is. The 25 says, do you duck duck? I don't know what you're saying. Thank you, Bob, for the thumbs up, and Jacob for the GG. James says $500. Yeah. I'm just as shocked as you are, but on the inside. Arthur says, everyone spam goon. No, that's stupid. KO says, how are you doing, Don? Also, remember me? Yeah. You make posts on your YouTube channel trying to get attention from big YouTubers. Ian Bagel super chats, thanks for taking the time to watch it. I'm glad you remembered the part you mentioned. I enjoy watching your streams and I wish you the best. Thank you. And thank you for the recommendation. It was an interesting movie. By the way, the movie this guy recommended to me and I watched is called Dinner with Andre, which is available to watch for free on YouTube. Raiden says, hi, how is your day? And do you like dogs or cats better? I like dogs better. Timer extended. Ozzy says, big shout out to the Flippin' Gambler, absolute legend. Yeah, thank you, the Flippin' Gambler. Lasagna says, what do you think about porn bots invading comments? What porn bots? Thank you, Angel, for the preschool star. Himself says W. Okay. John says, you love my dick, yeah. No, I don't. Mr. Tomek says, are you forklift certified? No. Mia says, do you get off the game or are your eyes stuck to your game? I'm not playing a game right now. Thank you, the Flipping Gambler and Creeper for the thumbs up. Cinder says I farted. Okay. Shifty says rate my profile picture. It's a little too abstract. I know it's a guitar, but I don't. Dave M says, does streaming pay more than your dishwashing job? No comment. F says, please read my comment and rate my profile picture. No. John says, yes, you love my dick. No. I don't. Max says, hi, hello Max. Thank you, Declan, for the red card. Elliot says, let me out of your walls. You're not in my walls. The Mister says, should I go get a soda from my fridge? Yes, you should. Alexis says, meow for me, please. No, no way. Vipper says, what do you identify as? I identify as a toaster. I identify as a male human. Thank you again, Declan, for the red card. Brock says, Chimpkin Numget. Okay. EF says, hi. Hello, EF. Life says, hey, I haven't been here in a while. How's your day? Pretty good. Today's been unique because this is the biggest super chat I've ever received. Thank you, Blade, for the preschool star. Bo says, can you rate my profile picture? It's a cute cat. I like that. Nash says, W streamer, thank you. Briel says, would you eat my profile picture? Yes, I would. Delete says, emoji. Okay. F1 says, Oscar Piastri or Max Verstappen? Verstappen. Liam says, Messi or Ronaldo? Messi. Ash says, you support the LGBTQIA+? Yes. Thank you again, Declan, for the preschool star, and Jacob for the pepper. Fishy says, do you like fugglers? Oh, like in your profile picture? No, I don't. Mia says, racial slur. Okay. Alright. Palm says, do you remember me? Yeah. Anthony says, I am Anthony Tom Fernandez. I will ask you a question. How much money do you get from these live streams? I make at least $30 an hour. Richard says HH. Okay. The Lemon says, do you hate lemons? No. Haggy says, do you grow facial hair? No. I shave every day. Nugget says, rate my profile picture. Uh, I wish I knew what brand they were. Like Wendy's or Argentina says wow. Okay. The Gaming says, what is your favorite movie? Eyes Wide Shut. Roblox says, bro, be happy you just got $500. I am happy. Tim says, do you like F1? No. Big says, do you have autism? No, I don't. Harmless says, hello. Hello, Harmless. Retirement says, Ultra Kill or Gary's Mod. I haven't played either, but I have played Dusk, which is made by the same people as Ultra Kill. JJS says, these comments are weird. Yeah, they are. Pav says, why don't you like F1? I don't like racing. Sober says, categorize 12 pieces in my body and scream in the back of my throat with Swally. What the hell? Thank you, Flower, for the thumbs up. I'm not going to do that. That sounds like sadism. Mia says, you only make $30 per hour. How long do you stay on live for? Figure it out. Dode says, do you play or like baseball? Neither. Hey says K. Okay. Buddy says, be grateful. I am grateful. Arthur says, what's your favorite COD besides Black Ops 2? Probably Call of Duty World War II. Thank you. I get 5 kills a game for the feces. And Gray Skies for the 6-7. Josh says dumb. Okay. Vipper says you should watch Grown Ups 1 and 2. I don't want to, and I don't trust you. Your name Vipper Official makes it seem like you're. I don't think we have the same taste. Bug says I'm gay. Okay. Thank you V Flower for the plastic flower. Sith says pick good COD game. Thank you. Julian says, do you have any tips on how to get rid of a headache? Take a nap. Kay says no context. Firestar or Tiger Star? Tiger Star. 2 says the only way I could do that was if you had to do a lot more work. Why do people say that? I don't get it. Belly says, why do you do this? Money. Thank you, the real Lawson, for the plastic flower, and Cosmo for the high five thing. Dean says, do you want 20k? Yeah. Locust says, do you remember me? No, I don't. Joseph says, I'm thinking about KMS soon. Not thrilled about dying alone, though. Don't do that. There's lots to live for. A50 says, recreate Tom Pearl, please. No, I don't like VCs. Thank you, Silly Guy McGee, for the Uncle Alert. I appreciate it. Swift says, damn bro, was hella honest with the money. Yeah. Cruzo says, why you keep flashing your teeth, Jit? I don't know why. When I'm focused, I make like weird expressions. Julian says, okay, thanks. Alright. The archive says, do you normally wear glasses or contacts? I noticed you squint sometimes. I wear contacts. Dave M says, should Flippin' Gambler attend Gamblers Anonymous? Well, I get the impression that he is a successful and professional gambler. So, I don't think that is necessary. Jake says, want me to poop on my tablet? No, I don't. Pizza says, who do you think is gonna win the World Cup? Argentina. Unknown says, who do you think... The same NPC question. Thank you, Silly Guy McGee, for the firework. This stupid little firework. Thank you. Airplane says, do you like Adam Sandler? Sure. Yeah, I guess. KLX says, do you like my bike? No. Cash says, yo, what's up, my friend? Hello, Cash. Metal says, do you like any bands? I like Radiohead. Just Like Air says, who does Argentina think will win the Don Cup? I'm lost. Thank you again, Silly Guy McGee, for the firework. I appreciate the gift. And I don't know if you noticed, but that gift really extended the timer, so thank you. But more thank you to the Flippin' Gambler, because $500 is crazy. Anthony says, I'm Anthony Tom Fernandez. What is your favorite celebrity? I don't know. I don't know. Theodore says, what's your favorite Radiohead song? Well, I like the album Kid A. Jess says, N Filthy Monkey can't even do jiu-jitsu. No comment. Thank you, Tristan, for the disco ball abomination. Tio says, what? I don't know. Bob says hi. Hello, Bob. Raiden says, can I tell you a joke? Yeah, you can. Spin says, I'm gonna be honest. I don't care about gay people, trans. I condemn your chat message. Apocalypse says, I am a furry femboy. Okay. Chelsea says, I'll give you $100 if you read this. I don't believe you. Grant says, what's up, bro? Hello, Grant. Bryant says hi. Hello, Bryant. Thank you, Red Man Joe, for the disco ball abomination, and the archive for this stupid little, cute little bee. This bee. Thank you. Whis says, I'm shitting right now, man. Okay. Raiden says, what do you call a cow with a twitch? I don't know. Just like says, disgusting bee. Yeah, well, this disgusting bee, but it's worth a lot, so it balances out. Thank you, the archive. 4N says hi. Hello, 4N. AJ says, missed a super chat from LJS Spiker. Did I? Really? Yeah, I did. LJ super chats, be more thankful. You just got $500. Yeah, that's horrible. That I missed your super chat. I'm sorry. I am thankful. Like on the inside, I feel crazy. Thank you again, the Flippin' Gambler. It's insane. And thank you, Spike. I'm really sorry that I missed your super chat. And that's kind of funny that you're talking about being more thankful for the super chat that I received earlier, and I missed this one. So, Day says, "What's up, nerd? Geez, you're still here. Yeah, I am." Moses says, "Hi, hello, Moses." Anima says, "Don, you're my hero." Thank you. Ken says, what communities or fandoms are you part of? I'm not a part of fandoms. Thank you, the archive, for this headliner gift. I haven't seen that before. Thank you. I'm headlining the Parasocial Don Benitez show right now. Yeah, I'm not really a part of fandoms. Should I be a part of fandoms? Lacrosse says, what do you think of Trump giving the World Cup trophy? I don't know. I don't care. Ella says, hi, I love your streams. Thank you. STL says, do you eating puh like Thanksgiving feats? No comment. Ever says, do you know about the Ohio Balls meme? No, I don't. Thank you, Jace, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Michael says, do you want to kiss my sister in the shower? Don't say no response. Well, one, I don't know your sister. Dr. Leave says, you rock. Don, enjoy the stream. Thank you, Dr. Leave. XR says, did you caca today, Donald? No comment. RM says, would you ever let a Somalian pimp into your home to rearrange your furniture? Well, I don't think I'd let any stranger into my home. Thank you, the archive, for the second stupid little bee. Raiden says beef jerky. Okay. 2B says, I'm getting an iPhone 17 in sage green tomorrow. I'm so excited. Sounds like a waste of money. Jalen says, wait a second, I didn't know your hair is that long. Well, it is. Thank you, Brandon, for the red card. Bark says hi. Hello, Bark. Team says, do you think you're chopped? No, I don't. Corb says, disgusting bee. Yeah, but it's worth a lot of money, so thank you again, the archive, and your local kid for the disco ball abomination. Royal says, rate my profile picture. I don't want to. Ordini says, why are you scamming? I'm scamming in what way? Bob says, you like God? No. Wrestling says, cool stream. Thank you. AJ says, Grown Ups 1 and 2 are Adam Sandler comedy films. Yeah, I know. Pancake says, hashtag love conics. What? Not says, what's your death row meal? An In-N-Out cheeseburger. Thank you, ya boy, for the Norway. Lawturn says L. Okay. Just like super chats. What the fuck, Don? You just scammed me out of $2. Huh. Like that guy said. Yeah, I scammed you. Timer extended because I'm totally scamming. Ink says rate my profile picture. 1. Miss says hamburger. Alright. Jackson says I drew you in my sketchbook and rate my profile picture. I've seen that profile picture too much. I prefer unique stuff. Silo says, hey, do you remember me? No, I don't. Thank you, Bucket, for the preschool star. Mech says, would you rather have no hands or no feet? No feet. AH says, are you pedophile? No. Xeon says, what's your favorite song? I like the song The Loss of Thule by Burzum. I think that's who it's by. Senpai says, do you play Roblox? I do not. Raiden says, the joke was a cow with a twitch, beef jerky. That's the joke. Okay, I get it now. Thank you. I didn't understand it last time. Jerk E. Vinny says I'm gay. Okay, that's cool. Jazzy says whatever that is. Alright. Trip says, hi Don, what is your favorite movie? I like the movie Deliverance. Valerian says Burzum is a great artist. Okay, yeah. I like The Loss of Thule by Burzum. Hat says rate my profile picture. 1. Cibic says fairs. What? How to make it says rate my profile picture. 4. Mr. Dino says, are you an atheist? I'm an agnostic. 2B says, what do you mean a waste? My current phone barely charges and I got it for only $20 a month. Why don't you buy a $300 phone on eBay instead? Omar says hi. Hello, Omar. Corbin says Jesus saves. Alright. Creme says, do you remember me? Probably not. No, I don't. How to says, do you have a boyfriend or girlfriend? I keep that private, sorry. Raiden says, did you like the joke? Yeah, I did. It was an above average joke. I'm sorry I didn't get it though. Thank you, Bucket, for the sparkles. Aaron says, I'm fucking my sister right now. I condemn your chat message. Dave M says, super chats or gifts? Which one do I prefer? I think gifts are a bit corny looking. Stupid looking, but yeah, so I prefer super chats. The Snorkel says, please tell me if you're happy. I am happy. Hosea says, how long have you been streaming for? For like 2 hours. Ava says, scary fact, fish can swim. That's not scary. Maxie says, I like TV. Okay. Jason says, I'm gay. Alright. XR says, I did a massive something. Okay. Thank you, Monkey, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Shuji says, are you an atheist? I just answered that, dude. Isabella says, what are you streaming at 4 a.m.? You know, different time zones exist, right? Kinley says, do you like horses? Not really. V-Flower super chats, how old are you? I really try to keep that private, but I'm above 17. I'm 18 or above, so I'm an adult. I'll also tell you this, though. I'm below 30, so between 18 and 30. Icy says, should I riz up my crush? Sure. Atlas says, are you religious? No. Hero says, rate my profile picture. 1. One Piece says, do you listen to Gorillaz? No, I don't, but I hear them on the radio every now and then, like at supermarkets, and I enjoy it when it plays. Wazen says, you look so old. Okay. Jeff says, Burger King plane incident. Oh, and that guy said the N-word. Brantley says hi. Hello, Brantley. Ito says, this has got to be a rage bait stream. How am I rage baiting? Alan says, you are 27. I have tracked you down. No comment. Laurel says, are you emo? No. Forma2 says, why were you wearing 2 watches that one time? Because only one's a watch. The other one is something else. Lil says, you is gay? No, I'm not. I'm a dummy says, you support Charlie Kirk? I don't like. I mean, I was never a follower. Wasn't one Diana super chats. Can you drink your water that's right beside you? Because you ask, I'll do it. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. Let me take a drink. There you go. There you go. Timothy says, I'm shitting while watching this. Okay. I'm says, pick a number from 1 to 50. 32. Thank you, Diana. Timer extended. Liam says, rate my profile picture. 1. Howdy says, what's your favorite Tarantino movie? Pulp Fiction. C33 says, I shit and nut at the same time. That's pretty weird. Thank you again, V-Flower. Timer extended. Michael says, I'm just kidding. Thank you for not being weird. Alright. Avery says, hi, can you shut me out? No, that's stupid. Thank you again to Hands on My Face for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. The gift. Thank you. Maria says, are you a gamer? Not really. Zocht says, what's your opinion on Zimbabwe? I heard they had bad inflation. I don't like that. Goku says, what made you gain 30 minutes? Gifts. Thank you, Flaky, for the preschool star. Avon says, good boy. Okay. Someone says, guys, most of y'all are not even going to be noticed, so why even try? That's an interesting point. The Grunchy says, should I ask my crush out? We like each other, but she isn't allowed to date. I don't know, I'm sorry. Thank you, your local, for the high five. And Dawson for the plastic flower. Plastic water bottle says, are you gay at 4 a.m.? No. I'm always straight. X3 says wild, okay. Hacker says, do you read all messages? No, that would be impossible. Rival says, hi, hello, Rivals. Carson says, do you think MJ is a pedo? No. Thank you, Elise, for the 10 preschool stars. And again, thank you to the Flippin' Gambler. Sugar says, are you a car person? No. Kendall says, are you Christian? If not, why not? I'm not, because the Holy Spirit hasn't reached me yet. Ava says, rate my profile picture. Oh, that's a really cozy, cute dog. Laurel says, are you gay? No. Logan says, KHF something something. I don't know what you're saying. Day says, all your base are belong to us. No. Aiden says, rate my profile picture. 3. Matthew says, what made you do live streaming? The pursuit of wealth. Normal says, are you egotistical? Somewhat. Star says, hello, how are you doing today? I'm doing fine. By the way, random tip is that if I don't read your message the first time, it's totally cool if you type the same message again, copy and paste it, and send it. That's okay. Avery says, stop being weird, guys. No, it's okay. Du Bois says, who's your favorite SpongeBob character? SpongeBob. Thank you, Frosty, for the 13, 14, 17 Chuck E. Cheese coins. Hemming says, are you a cult leader? Not yet. Ava says, you didn't rate my profile picture. Okay, you want a number? 5. Raiden says, can I tell you another joke? Yeah, but do it all in one message. Like the answer with the joke. Clutch says, it was cool to see you light up when you got the $500 dono. Oh, okay. Dank says, why do you wear the same thing every live? Because I really like how this looks. Keegan says, rate my profile picture. 2. Scott says, have you heard of Billy Meyer? No, I haven't. Willie says, what do you mean not yet? Well, I think cults are interesting. I'm genuinely interested by Scientology. If I joined that, I wouldn't be a cult leader, but maybe I'll make my own cult. 2B says, cuz I'm bougie. Okay. Outlaw says, chug a beer. I don't want to. Joshua says, rate my profile picture. Oh, it's a guy with his shadow. It looks kind of lame. Carter says, how are you? I'm good. Tom says, hi, how are you doing? I'm doing fine. The Raptor says, do you like Star Wars? No. Rival says, rate my profile picture. 0.5. Night Slayer says, what's the soda of the day today, Donny Boy? Well, I drank a Sprite an hour ago on stream. Now it's gone. JD says, my vagina is stinky. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Day says, go home, you're stoned. I'm fine. Tarog says, you love God? No. AD says, you like Ariana Grande? No. Laterne says, are you okay? I am. Michael says, why are you not happy? You got a $500 donation. I am happy. Logan says, I'm feeling sad. Can you tell me a joke? No, but maybe someone else will tell a joke in a second. How To says, what state are you from? I keep that private. Ja says, Jesus loves you. Thank you. David says, I'm putting 100 on this. Red or black? Black. Toxic says, guess who my profile picture is? Jason Duval. Kendall says, rate my profile picture. I don't want to rate profile pictures with people's faces in them. That feels weird. XR says, I did a massive caca. Alright. Goblin says, I'm your what? Anthony says, I am Anthony Tom Fernandez. Do you know how to express the happiness about the $500 donation? Well, I mean, I think I said thank you multiple times, and I think I did it. I think I expressed it in a subtle manner, but not in a big way. Thank you, Jason, for the stupid little cat DJing. Thank you. Aiden says, do you like Fortnite? A little bit. Sugar says, the moon is beautiful. Yeah, it is. Fibble says, hello, I ate dish soap. That's disgusting. I don't know, says, what artist do you listen to? I listen to Burzum. Thank you, Coco, for the feces, and Jason for the mic drop thing. That's kind of corny. But thank you. Thank you. Ghost says, Satan loves you. Okay. Verity says, the sun is not beautiful. No, it's beautiful. Hemming says, I am Anthony Tom Fernandez. No, you're not. Thank you, Goblin, for the clapping seal. Josiah says, I fuck Azure and 2 times from Forsaken. Okay. Knight says, are you religious? I am not religious. Logan says, how many times did you masturbate today? No comment. The first captain says, the flippin' gambler is someone who already knows Don won't jump for joy when receiving money. Yeah, he knows that I'm kind of, you know, not emotional, I guess. Thank you, Goblin, for the clapping seal, and Jason for the, what is this thing? A sunshine air balloon? Thank you for whatever that is. Kaluchi says, favorite light night snack? Zebra cakes. Ember says, my grandpa has the heart of a lion and a lifetime ban from the zoo. I wonder why that is. Thank you, Teresa, for the flow state. Strawberry says, rate my profile picture 2. Ramon super chats, no matter the donation amount, the reaction is the same. Parasocial. Coming regardless. Okay. Alright, well, I'm a bit confused with, like you're coming or I'm coming? Or, okay, well, I don't know. Chance says favorite sport, basketball. Danny says, how many tickles to make an octopus laugh? 10 tickles. Oh, that's funny. Alyssa says, do you remember me? No, I don't. Rival says, I spent like 5 hours on this profile picture. Well, that's too bad because it sucks. Thank you, Ramon. Timer extended. Sugar says, Michael Jackson is the best singer. Yeah. Liz super chats, hello, Don. How is Friday treating you? I can't top the gambling, man. It's 500. But here you go. Thank you. Yeah, that's much less. That's Derple says hi. Hello, Derple. Unoriginal says muscle emoji. All right. Jack says you are like an uncle to me. Okay. Okay. Noah says hi, bro. Love your lives. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's flipping gamblers is 100 times more, but thank you still. Timer extended. Monica says hi. Hello, Monica. Kurt says, you look like Brain M. I don't know who that is. Alex says, I am Anthony Tom Fernandez. No, you're not. DJ says, suck me now. Scott says, no comment. You gooned. I just can't prove it. Alright. Pickle says, pickle dog or tickled hog? Pickle. He's playing his Nintendo Switch backwards. It's Max says, yo, what's up? Hello, Max. Amanda says, do you believe in Jesus? No. Frozzy says, do you goon? No comment. Lorenu says, after months of eating profile pictures, where are you going to celebrate? You mean raiding? I don't plan to celebrate that. Gail says, why don't you love God? Because that would assume that he exists. HR says, am I Anthony Tom Fernandez? No, you're not. IG says, have you watched The Boys or Obsession? Neither. Gail says, why Don? Why what? Kung says, chat GPT gorilla. I don't know why you're saying that. I don't get it. But okay. Barney says, what's your whole channel about? Just this. Braxton says, what's your opinion on college football 27? I don't watch college football. Thank you, HRCLS, for the laughing disco abomination. SJ says, hi, I'm lesbian. Do you support and do I support LGBTQ? Yeah, I do. Thank you, Chris, for the flow state. Judah says, rate my profile picture. I don't think collages are good for profile pictures. Chris says, Don, have you heard of Skylanders? Yeah, the little cute dragons. Yeah, but I haven't played it though. Comrade says, I am part of the USSR. I fought in World War II. Okay. Thank you, Diane, for the flow state. Yeah, I can see that. The Pokemon says, do you watch anime? No. Remembrance says, I have cancer and love your videos. I hope it gets cured. Rowan says, what kind of sub do you get at Subway? Turkey sub. That's the only meat in the sub that I get, just turkey. Gamer says, hi. Hello, Gamer. Maria says, do you support Muslims? Yeah, I do. Goal says, Lionel Messi or Cristiano Ronaldo? Messi. Lauder says, Psalm 27:1, God is your light, so fear has no power. Okay. Raiden says, what do you call a cow with no legs? Ground beef. I've heard that too many times. It's a good joke, though. Cold Slayer says, Don, is your water bottle too tight to open? No. I'll prove it right now. 1 second. Maybe you're talking about that one, but I'm gonna use this one. Thank you forever for the preschool stars. Kong says, one who's running the show BFDI. You're speaking a different language. Derek says, who cares? Who cares about what? The Grunchy says, rate my profile picture. 6. Thank you, Lawson, for the preschool star. And Bryson for the feces. JJ says, I said the hard R and I'm white. I condemn your chat message. System says, I put your old live stream for the computer wallpaper. That's weird. Official says, do you support AI? Yeah. Lauder says, do you support Christians? Like, in what way? Hemming says, I'm Anthony Tom Fernandez. Why take label off of water bottles? Because the reflections, I like the reflections on the water bottle, which, you know, I need to take off the label for that. Lorenu says, can you get banned here? Yes, but currently nobody's banned. FNAF says, are you gay? No. Ruby says, I have diabetes. Okay. Ice says, do you support Christian? Like, what do you mean by that? I don't get that. J4 says, how are you today? I'm fine. Kat says, you are gay beta and Lisbon. Okay. Alright. Wazen says, Groomy, please no. Himothy says, what's your favorite city you've been to? Well, San Francisco was beautiful. Thank you, Jason, for the 6-7 abomination. Official says, why do you support AI centers? Because they are useful. KR says, do you support God? Sure. Pierce says, Zaxby's or Chick-fil-A? Chick-fil-A. Goober says, hi. Hello, Goober. Corbin says, do you support Creston? I don't know what that is. Matteo says, hi again. Hello, Matteo. Thank you, Chris, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. And thank you again to Jason for the 6-7 abomination. Jace says, do you love men? No, I don't. Turtle says, how did you get 50 subs to stream if you have no bits or shorts? I don't remember. I got those subs like a decade ago. Flutter says, you support MAGA? No comment. Brown says, read my comment. I'll give you $50. Being legit. I don't trust you, but I read your comment anyways. Hard says, are you the voice actor of Tongue Sahur? No. Ruby says, stinky sock time. What? What's that? Thank you, RXXR, for the 6-7 abomination. And thank you again to Diane for the flow state. Jet says, ninja emoji. Okay. Alexis says, please stop talking. I'm trying to sleep. Why don't you turn off the stream? Soup says, do you remember me? I'm the backflipping cat guy. Yeah, I do. Dax says, have you decided on ultimate or standard? I feel like I should buy standard, but I'm gonna give in and be a dumb idiot and buy ultimate. Nightmare says, why are you conducting a social experiment for money? Asad says, do you remember me? No, I don't. Thank you, Bosho, for the 2 Argentinas. Gojo says, hi. Hello, Gojo. Bryson says, have you been making videos for a long time? Since 2015. Halo says, Elden Ring or Bloodborne? Elden Ring. Thank you, Teresa, for the 17, 18 preschool stars. Cold Slayer says, how's my uncle and aunt, your parents? No comment. J4 says, what's your favorite cheese? American cheese. Zide says, do you like COVID? Well, it was cool to go to downtown of a city. I did that during COVID and there's nobody there, and it was cool to see it in such an abandoned state. Thank you, Blazer, for the flow state, and Corp for the disco ball abomination. Mary says, I'm in love with my teacher. Okay. CZZZD super chats. Hello, other burgers. What is your favorite restaurant? McDonald's. I like their Big Macs and chicken nuggets. Is that from McDonald's? I think it is. Is that the McChicken? I'm not sure. Thank you, Ryan, for the clutch. Timer extended. Corbin says, do you support Christians that believe in God? I don't know what you mean by support. Halo says, how tall are you? I'm 5'7". Liz super chats, Dawn, I save my money for all the traveling I do. Maybe I should start gambling. Hey, gambling man, share some of your luck with me. I don't think that'll work. I don't think sharing luck exists. And you probably shouldn't gamble. You're probably going to lose your money. Thank you, FN, for the laughing disc abomination. And timer extended. ASAD says gambling is bad. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. Thank you, This Living Gambler, for your gambling money, though. Caden says, I'm going on a $20,000 trip in January. Have you been anywhere this year? No, I don't really travel. Chris says, rate my profile picture. 1. Omar says, how old are you? I am an adult. BT says, I would go fuck a unicorn. Okay, that's weird. Haha says, could you come if I wanted to? John says, hi. Hello, John. Jaco says, thoughts on Gematria? A load of BS. Thank you, Electrical, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Jump Out says, do you like Netspend? I don't know what that is. Maria says, do you like ramen or noodles? I prefer ramen. I like neither. I like mac and cheese, though. John says, are you tired? No, I'm not. Flutter says, Trump or MLK? I'm gonna go with MLK. Fuck says, when was the last time you read a book? A few days ago. Yeah. Bayo says, I drink battery acid. Okay. Alright. Thank you, Ezra, for the feces, and R7 for the preschool star. B says, feet or armpits? Feet. Ruby says, I am being held hostage. Alright. Rianne says, would you suck Trump off for $10 million now? J4 says, what's your favorite cologne? My favorite, well, the one I use is Dynamic Pulse. I'm sure there's better colognes out there, though. I just haven't explored. Alina says, this time I want you, like it's magnetic. I don't know what you're saying. Connor says, what the fuck are these questions? Yeah, they're weird. By the way, I am making an announcement right now. Thank you for the 6-7 TikTok or post for you. I'm making an announcement. The timer is now locked. Super chats and gifts no longer increase the timer. Tourette says hi. Hello, Tourette's. How's it going? Gamer says, do you like low tier god? I heard he was a lol cow. I haven't delved into him that much. The first captain says, 1. Do you like spicy things? Yeah. 2. Have you tried bulldog noodles? No, I haven't. Thank you, Nugget, for the floating heart. The second says you're chopped. Okay. KP says, have you ever watched The Amazing Digital Circus? No. And I never will. Thank you, TikTok, for the plastic flower. Monster says, dogs or cats? Dogs. The Grizzly says, would you play Sea of Thieves? I would not. No Face says, are you a fan of Matan? Yeah. Fuck says, when the last time you read a book? I already answered that, dude. Thank you, TikTok, and Nix Fortine for the Disco Ball Abominations. Ethan says, KFC or McDonald's? I prefer McDonald's. Kendall says, I might end my life, not gonna lie. Don't do that. There's lots to live for. Maven says, hello. Hello, Maven. Kendall, or, as I said, 48 says, you like femboys like me? No. Thank you, Riley, for the 6-7 abomination. Awesome says, do you like Dragon Ball or any anime media? I like Spirited Away. Thank you, Nugget, for the plastic flower. Void says, what is the video behind you? It is something you can find in the description. Thank you, Circos, for the Disco Ball Abomination. 941 says, rate my profile picture. Oh, that's a cool fish. That's cool. Lorenu says, what are your recent interests? My recent interests I've been looking into hiring someone. I'm not going to say for what, but I've been working on that. Thank you, Remembrance, for the 6-7 abomination. By the way, we are going to raid a streamer when the timer ends, so stay tuned for that if you want, but it's going to be a while until then. Jesse says, I believe in Jesus. He can save your life. Thank you, but I don't believe in that. K-Line says, rate my profile picture. Oh, that's a cute duck. Michael says, rate my profile picture, please. I'm begging you. It's a fat cat. That's cool. Brandon says, do you like watching YouTube poop videos? No, I don't. Kane says, can you please subscribe? To you? No. Thank you, Carrie, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Q says, what video games do you play? I don't play video games right now. Thank you, Circos, for the second Disco Ball Abomination of yours. Thank you. Cole says, how was your day? Pretty good. Jack says, I'm gay, you gay? No. CZZZ, Super Chats. You look like a Spirited Away type of guy, but amazing choice. Yeah. I mean, it's like critically acclaimed. I'm pretty sure it's like the most popular anime ever. Yeah. Thank you, CZZ. Appreciate it. Gray says, what's your favorite book? Wisdom of Life by Schopenhauer. Pape says, who are we rating? I don't know. I don't know who's going to be streaming in 3 hours. Amar says, hi. Hello, Amar. Thank you, Circos, for the third Disco Ball Abomination. Vanity says, who is your favorite Spirited Away character? I like No Face, especially when he eats people. Ramon says, I would like to fill out an application. Well, I don't know. I don't. Sorry, no. Skitzer says, I feel bad for you. You should get some rest. No, I shouldn't. Ty loves Super Chats. How much can you like hot dogs before it's gay? I don't think the food hot dog relates to your sexuality. There's no connection there. Thank you, Lawson, for the 12 preschool stars. Real says, I have a dad joke for ya. I have a horse named Mayo. He always neighs. He always neighs. Oh, that's funny. Optic says, what do you like to goon to? No comment. Leo says, hey, how are you doing? I'm doing fine. Ashley says, hi. Hello, Ashley. Greg says, are you straight? I am, yes, I am. The first captain says, if you're gonna hire Ramon, he'd practically just be paying to work for you. Yeah, that's interesting. Legacy says, why don't you believe in God? Because the Holy Spirit never contacts me. Buck says, do you like my deer? Sure, yeah, that's cool. Donkey says, do you like JJK? No. Easy says, is this what you do all day? No. Valdi says, TikTok or YouTube? YouTube. Rowan says, yo, galactic frequencies upon your infrastructure, boss man. What? J4 says, what's your favorite type of girl? I like those that are shorter than me. Jax says dishwashing. Okay. Richie says, I got 100 on the test. Congrats. Mark says, do you like the Marine Corps? Well, I don't know much about them, but I'm sure they're useful to our country, so I like that. Alex says top 5 movies. Well, Eyes Wide Shut is in there. Balls says, what's your height? I'm 1 smoot tall. Liv says, how's your day going? It's going good. Diana says, if you're trained, are you training? No. Squishy says, are you off at Perky right now? No. The Aesthetic says, why do you call them abominations? Because they look ridiculous. Anime says, so Don, when are you hiring that prostitute? It's not a prostitute. Lot Turn says, you said you support Muslims, so do you support Christians? Yeah, I do. Muslim, already read that. Zayden says, how tall are you? 5'7". Volley says, who is your favorite YouTuber? I like Salcy1. He makes Minecraft videos. Real Good says, I'm a trans girl. Alright. Caden says hi. Hello, Caden. Snazzy says, man, you're always on here. Your dedication is crazy. Thank you. Nightmare says, why put the work for a social experiment when you could get a job? Well, I don't talk about my job. Charles says hi. Hello, Charles. Thank you, Potato, for the preschool star. Mr. James says, have you played RDR? Yeah, I have. Adel says, hi, I'm a big fan. Thank you, Adels. Noart says, what motivates you to do YouTube content? Money. Nocturnal says, are you a base chud or a woke libtard? The latter. Max says, rate my profile picture. 1. Cyber says, hi. Hello, Cyber. Juan says, hi. Hello, Juan. Demi says, eyes or hands. Eyes are more useful. Adel says, I watch all your streams. Thank you. Charles says, I'm new here. Welcome. MS says, MS stands for money, wants his grift back. Well, feel free to copy me. J4 says, peach or cherry emoji. I prefer the cherries. God Love says, I'm new. Hello. Hello, God Loves. Dumb Bros says, I'm new here. Hello, Dumb Bros. CMC says, your reaction was ass to the 500. I mean, well, it was genuine. So, Win says, I like men. Okay. Lesia says, I do synchronized swimming. Oh, that's cool. Jonathan says, if you made 10 push-up, I give you laughing disco. No deal. Maradona says, nah, these chats are weird. Yeah, they are. Starny says, remember me from last time? My mom says hi again. I don't, but hello, your mom. Christine says, are you a Jew? No. Thank you, Foxy Plays, for the plastic flower. And thank you again to Circos for the laughing disco abomination. Maxie says, who is your favorite musical artist? I like Radiohead. Sammy says, giveaway. What about, I don't do giveaways. Dragon says, racist or arsonist. Well, the latter seems like people are more likely to die, so not the latter. Layton says, hi. Hello, Layton. Amanda says, you should play Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. No, I shouldn't. Drago says, Messi or Ronaldo? Messi. Dolox says, yo. Hello, Dolox. Ray says, are you going to pre-order GTA 6 with the $500? Yes, I am. I have to pre-order it now. Like, I was on the fence, kind of. Like, but I'm definitely going to order it now. Yeah, I just don't know. The standard or ultimate? Probably ultimate. AZ says, how do comments get picked? With my computer mouse. Denver says, I poop. Okay. Cyber says, hot chili or non-spicy chili? Hot chili. Crown says, sink in the poo or poo in the sink? Poo in the sink. Ron says, hi, nice background. Thank you. Goku says, are you a cool dude? Well, I try to be. Your one says, I'm taking a shit. Okay. Lorenu says, pick another person to mock. It's hilarious. I don't mock like on command. It happens naturally. Camel says, I'm gonna gift you random stuff. Okay, sounds good. Sidra says, hi. Hello, Sidra. Thank you, TikTok, for the makeup brush. And thank you again to Circos for the laughing discos you sent a while back. Thank you. Thanks. Zane says, how's your day, twin? Good. Asad says, what do you eat today? I ate a chicken sandwich from Chick-fil-A. Shelly says, I'm a chud. I'm sorry to hear that. Dragon says, do you want to play with my Dragon Balls? No. No, I don't. Max says, would you buy Red Dead Redemption 3? Yes, I would. Thank you, Sarah Quinn, for the flow state. Rain says, rate my profile picture, please. Well, it looks cool. Well, it's cool that I think you drew it, but it's not my style personally. Thank you, Camel, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Mr. Penguin says, are you black? No, I'm not. Noah says, do you care about anything but money? Yes. Mr. Penguin, already read that. Bag says, is it leaky? What leaky? CMC says, you gotta get the Ultimate Edition done. Yeah, I think it's not worth the money, but I can't take the FOMO. 1 second, please. Carter says, favorite person from Radiohead? I don't have a favorite person. UG says, do you vape? No, I don't. Guy says, what do you think about a tungsten cube? They're useless. Goober says, which prime number is the best? 13. TG says, Diddy or Epstein? No comment. King says, these chats got me dying, bro. I'm crying. Okay. Suron says, what's your favorite sport? Basketball. Rain says, do you like Ratatouille? Yeah. I like that scene with the grandma with the shotgun. Mister says, favorite sport? What? MJ says, why is soap so confusing? It really gets to me, you know. Do you understand them? It's to clean stuff. Alex says favorite album. Well, from Radiohead, that would be Kid A. Someone says, what is your favorite question? I like unique questions. The first captain says, am I wrong to wonder if those DMs the other day were somehow related to hiring someone? Yes, you are wrong. AMK says, is the World Cup tough? Yes. Happy says, can we get a room tour now? Other says, can I get a shout out for subs? Definitely not. Stupid deal. 00 says, would you play with Epstein's? No. Lauder says, stupid little B. Yeah, that's what I call it. Good Time says, what is your favorite Marvel character? Thor. P says, are you circumcised or not? Is my penis circumcised? No comment. Nobody says, Donnie B, would you like to be a Freemason? Yes. Just says, rate my profile picture. 2. Nocturnal says, is individual freedom more important than widespread safety? No. Well, yeah, I don't think so. Gray says, have you played Mecha Chameleon? No, I haven't. Shelly says, do you like Fortnite? Yeah, I do. Aiden says, why do you speedrun questions? Because I think it's an interesting way to do it. Taylor says, do you like South Park? No. 1v4 says, why do you do this? Money. Brad says, are you watching the World Cup? No. John says, what's your favorite band? I like Nirvana. Cookie says, Noel, proceed, and Chris, get the potassium. Deltarune, you're speaking in another language. Rose says, do you like Trump? No comment. Strawberry says, do you like mouses? They're cute things, but they're annoying in real life. Thank you, OS, for the 100. And thank you again to thank you, Koji, for the soccer trophy. Thank you. Adam says, Nirvana rules, brother. Yeah. TG says, can you fix your posture? No. Timothy says, do you care about us, or is it just the money? It's not one or the other, but it's mostly money. Thank you, Sarah, for the 6-7, and Koji for the red card. Alex says, do you play any instruments? No, I don't. 13 says hello. Hello, 13. Poe says, what's your favorite animal? The chimpanzee. Mr. Patrick says, what game should I download on PS4 that's free? Maybe Warframe? Adam says, how about Foo Fighters? Yeah, they're okay. Bacon says, Diddy, Dad Jr. Alright. MJ says, okay, yes, it cleans stuff, but how does it not get dirty after you use it multiple times? I don't know. That's a good question, but I think it manages to stay clean somehow. Thank you, Koji, for the France and Spain. Addie says hello. Hello, Addie. Noah says, would you save a kid from drowning but you lose $1,000? Yeah, of course I would. Hemming says, do you think religion is just a cope in response to the meaninglessness of life. I think that's somewhat true. Comrade says, what are your thoughts on restoring Prussia? I don't agree with it. A lot of people will die if that happened. Keegan says, do you sleep? Yes, I do. Ethan says, please read my next chat. I can't promise that. Thank you, Wind, for the thumbs up, and Jolena for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. And Koji for the press F. Landon says, who's your favorite Red Dead Redemption character? Dutch. Ventura says, I'm back. Hello. Hello, Ventura. Tiny says, dogs or cats? I like dogs. Turtle says, does Lightning McQueen have life insurance or car insurance? I imagine life insurance. Undesired says, would you rather be a lemon or a lime? A lime. Russell says, what's up? Hello, Russell. Halo says, what's your build on Elden Ring? I don't play Elden Ring. Katie says, do you believe in God? No. Kai says, are you oily? No. The Archive says, do you have friends that are opposite of your political views? Yes. Enduring says, I'm waiting in the airport. I'm about to fly. Okay. I hope your plane doesn't crash. K19 says, is this your job or do you do anything else for work? Sorry, I don't talk about my work. Alex says, favorite TV show? Well, Better Call Saul is good. Mac says, would you do gaming streams? Maybe for GTA 6, maybe. Lorenu says, what are you going to do when you have 1,000 chatting up a storm in here? I'm not going to change anything. Sirlu says, how to pee 101. It's instinctual. Undesired says, you said lime last time someone asked this in another live. Yeah, I remember that. Dragon says, don't forget about the time you said you flash people. I don't flash people. Not says, do you remember me? No. Amanda says, please play Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. No, I don't want to. I Love says, do you know Tokyo Hotel now? Potato says, have you played any Doom games and which ones? I played the first one for like 10 minutes. Halo says, I just subbed. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Masoon says, like Fortnite? Yeah. I'm going crazy right now. I'm going delirious. I've been streaming for 3 hours. I think I need to drink water. Hosea says, me or Dutch? Dutch. Screw Hosea. Childhood says, I'm gay again. Okay. Fulton says, question mark. What are you confused about? Jaden says, can I date you? No, you can't. Michael says, Fulton. Alright, okay. Koji says, stay hydrated, please. Okay, let me take a drink. 1 second, please. EL says, hot take, Ronaldo and Messi are very good players, but they are no longer the GOATs. Although they have been running the game for years, Erling Haaland is the new GOAT. Doesn't this Haaland guy also play video games? And also, isn't he good at them? Nicholas says, good boy. What? I am says, doth thou remember me? No, I don't. TD says, can you fix your posture? It will hurt your back. I can't promise that. The Archive says, have you done any schooling for science-related fields? No. NB says, are you healthy? No, I'm not. Damien says, do you believe in Jesus? No. Azure says, have you played VR before? Yeah, I have. Clutch says, you'll be up until 12:50 p.m. Possibly. Thank you, Diana, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Childhood says, I'm gay for the 3rd time. Okay, that's cool. Dynamic says, I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with the wind. What am I? I don't know. And I'll think about it as I take a break. I'll be back in 2 minutes. 1 second, please. I don't know the answer. Noah says I poo. Okay. God says Jesus love everyone. Okay. Jolina says a tornado. Yeah, maybe that's... Is that the answer? Thank you S and M for the France. Hosea says, I'm so much better than Dutch. You don't know what you're talking about. Hosea is a boring character. Thank you, Douglas, for the moldy Sunday. Kathleen says, you're a something. Okay. Optic says, duh. Alright. Liz says, Ramon almost got to see the outline. I'm uncomfortable. Grape says, where do babies come from? The vagina. Ventura says, do you like Breaking Bad? Yeah, I do. Monster says, where the fuck did you go? Not gonna say. Kuz says, margin. What? Ka says, what RDR games have you played? I've played 1, 2, and I've also played Red Dead Online on both of those games. Dynamic says, the answer to the riddle I sent was Echo. Okay, alright. CB, well, first, thank you Gianni for the unk alert. I'm not an unk though. Anyways, thank you CB says, not trying to be weird, but how much money do you make per stream? I make at least $30 an hour streaming. BT says, how do people make babies? Sexual intercourse. Q says, have you heard of a rare disease called CMT4C? No, I haven't. Uzi says, scream into the mic now. No. Ventura says, do you like Breaking Bad? Yeah. The Aesthetic says, favorite fiction book? Don Quixote. Noah says, duh. Alright. Thank you, Douglas, for the Eagle. America's 250. Thank you. GD says, I got a new phone today. Alright. PG says, who do you think will win the World Cup? I think Argentina. GD says, I got a new... Yeah, congrats, man. Yep. Cuz says, get some food. I'm not gonna eat on stream. That's gross. I hate when people do that. Ramon super chats, why did you try to cover the hog? It didn't work. I saw what looked to be a damn coke hanging. By the way, buy a new chair. Gross. Is it really gross? Like, it looks bad, but maybe it just... I think it's just the looks, you know? It works. My chair... I don't want to waste money on a new chair. Haler says, Fool Diddy time. Okay. Ventura says, do you like Better Call Saul? If so, what season? Yeah, I like it. I think Breaking Bad is better, though. Thank you, Gianni, for the 2 feces. SU says, do you actually like watching soccer, or are you just LARPing? I never said that I like soccer. I don't like soccer. And says, hi. Hello, and. Cuz says, have you smelled it before? Yeah, I have. Gat says, do you like chicken tenders with barbecue sauce? Yes. King says, hello, and the other. I don't know what you just said, man. Nobody knows. DeBear says, if you know a Grant, call him and say hi. I don't know one. Thank you, Gianni, for the 2 Argentinas. Thank you. 3 of them, thank you. Mario says, what's up? Hello, Mario. Animal says, do you have Animal Company installed on a VR headset? I don't own VR. Lucid says, yo, what's up? Hello, Lucid. Itzara says, dude, I saw you like a week ago. It's crazy you're still here. Have fun, dude. It's not crazy, but thank you. Black Bear says, what's up? Hello, Black Bear. Avery says, what type of keyboard do you have? I have a Corsair K95. Freyan says, hello. Hello, Freyan. Thank you, Doctor, for the 100. Jay says, did you lose somebody in your life that made you cry for 3 days? No comment. Hosea, well, thank you, Doctor, for the 100s, and thank you again, Gianni, for the Argentinas. Hosea says, better Lakers all-time Aubrey Graham or Les Shine? I don't know, dude. I don't watch basketball. Cut says, hello. Hello, Cut. Thank you, Gianni, for the 3 peppers. Josh says, what games do you play? I play nothing. Thank you, Douglas, for the red card. What says, can you say happy birthday, 250th birthday, Alfred Freedom? No, I'm not. James says, I'm a trigger Jew. I don't know what that means. Peyton says, no answer. Okay. Hemming says, what's the most important quality in a human within society? Within society? That they obey the laws. Thank you, Beaches, for the Uncle Alert. Rose says, favorite Nirvana song? On a Plane. OG says, what is your favorite movie? Well, I watched a movie called Color Pomegranates recently, and that was a weird and interesting movie. Why don't you have a job? I don't talk about my job. Timothy says, have you played Fears to Fathom? No, I haven't, no. Edit says, hi, hello, Edits. Strong says, he got off scot-free. Thanks to Democrats, your despicable laws. Who got off scot-free? Abraham says, how was your day? Good. Thank you, Moy Lower, for the Argentina. And Ben Day for the high five. I didn't see that. And Beaches for the Uncle Alert. Thank you. Thank you. Lex says, better croissant. What about it? Dorky says, hey, you sound tired. So I wish you a wonderful and blissful night. Thank you. WC says, have a great night. Thank you. Buyer says, bro, I'm going to ask her out, dude. Good luck. Yeah says, look out. Look out for what? Sin says, what's your longest fart ever? No comment. GW says, why are you doing this project? For money. The Flippin' Gambler says, ever play Horizon Zero Dawn or Horizon Forbidden West? No. Thank you, Nirvan, for the Moldy Sunday. I haven't, but I had a friend who owned Horizon Zero Dawn, and it looked like an interesting... I played like 5 minutes of it. It was an interesting world, and the graphics were good, but I don't know. I don't really enjoy science fiction that much. Thank you, Ben Day, for the flow state. Rizzy says, do you like otter? They're cute. Liam says, don't you get annoyed reading this? A little bit. Wishing says, what is that in the background? It's Mandelbrot. ENV says, for an edit, can you say ENV River might be the best Brawl Stars editor of all time? No. Anna says, what's your advice to ask out my crush? Start with small talk. Nathan says, do you stream gaming? No, I don't, but maybe I should. Nate says, what did you eat? I ate a chicken sandwich last. Jacob says, are you getting GTA 6? Yes. I am probably gonna pre-order it this month, and I'll get the Ultimate Edition. Amanda says, why not play Sparking Zero? Because why would I? Lydia says, fuck. Okay. Royal says, I have better eye than you. Well, you've better glasses than me. Thank you, Jelena, for the high five. Thank you. Samba says, what's 9 plus 10? 21. Ventura says, who's your favorite character from Breaking Bad? Walter White. Sorry for the boring answer. The Real says, I saw you yesterday laughing my fucking ass off. Wow, that's so hilarious. Oh my gosh. VR says, opinion on women. They're cool. Easton says hello. Hello, Easton. Brick says hi. Hello, Brick. KG says, can I poop honey? No, you can't. Lil says, do you have a keyboard suggestion? Well, the keyboard I use is the K95 by Corsair, and I've had it for like 5 years. It's worked fine. 7 years, actually. H says, I hope you realize that guy donated $500. Yeah, I saw it. Thank you again, Gambler. Gray says, rate my profile picture. Oh, that's cute. Dog sunglasses. King George super chats $1 American. Thank you. I appreciate it, King George. Frog with a hat on. Childhood says, I'm gay for the 4th time. Okay. Trex says hello. Hello, Trex. Dylan says, any tips for my glow up? Surgery. Dave M says, that 500 got Don bricked. Maybe. Your average says hi. Hello, your average. Light says, how's your day going? It's going good. Does anyone have any opinions on Minecraft servers? Do any of you guys play Minecraft servers? Do you play Hypixel? Do you play 2B2T? J-Dub says, what's your favorite food? Cheeseburgers. Izzy says, can you smile if I wanted to? Ramon super chats, thank you for the flow state. Operation Mind. Ramon super chats, a woman was holding a sign at a post office and she needed money for a hot dog. I handed her $3 and on her sign she had parasocial dominatas. She claimed you were her son, but I don't know. That's how I found you. That's a fake story. That did not happen. My mother is not holding cardboard, wanting hot dogs. Macron says 2B2T is so hard that you can't last 1 minute. Okay, yeah. I guess. It sounds like you haven't played 2B2T. Brick says, what music is playing? I forget what it's called. I'll make sure to include it in the description of the next stream. I'm sorry that I don't remember. Rizzy says, rate my profile picture. 3. Homer says, Charlie Kirk sucks. No comment. Brady says, hi. Hello, Brady. Dave M says, is 200 pesos a lot? I don't know the translation. I think it is, though. Buddy says, rate my profile picture. It looks like it was made with AI. Don't like that. Do not pre-order it because it will not sell out. Well, GTA 6 is going to be a good game. Like, there's no way it's bad. Thank you, free bands, for the eagle. I appreciate it. Bob says, do you play Geodash? I used to. Big says, you look like the guy from Local H. What's a H? Thank you, Fancy, for the France. Khan says, do you like Naruto? No, I don't. SY says, put some Subway Surfers in the background. No, it wouldn't look good because my head is covering a lot of the TV. I like this. Showtime says $1 is equivalent to 550 to 60 pesos. Okay, so you know what's weird is that Ramon super chatted American dollars earlier, but now he's sending pesos. So is he using a VPN or I don't know. Childhood says I'm gay for the 5th time. Okay. Phantom says, do you collect vinyl? No, I don't. Exoit says, are you doing well? Yes, I am. Not as good as that guy, though. Say says, hi. Hello, Say. Lexi says, I cheese stick. Okay. DS says, how much have you done on Hypixel Skyblock? I don't play Skyblock. Axel says, don't dox Ramon. Well, it's public information. Yeah. Nashy says, raid in 2 hours, 20 minutes. Pump says $500 and you are like, thanks. Ungrateful. I'm grateful. Car says, you look tired right now. You good, bro? I am good. Dave M says, plot twist. Ramon is Don's father. Okay. Alright. Sebastian says, how are you? I'm good. Jolena says, Don, I love the new setup and new music. Thank you. Thank you, YT, for the red card. Peyton says, Lydia, what age are you? I don't know Lydia's age. Soccer says, are you going to play GTA 6? I am. And I wonder what the creator mode is going to be like. Like, you know how in Roblox you can create your own games? I heard that GTA 6, you can do that. You can make your own games. Revamp says, thoughts on the Russian-Ukraine war? Sorry, no comment. Lubu says, can I have money? No. Revamp says, I already read that. Sue says, did you ever play Mario Kart Double Dash? No, I haven't. iShow says, who's the greatest NBA player ever? Kobe. Thank you, Jolena, for the 6 preschool stars. Moist says, do I get PC or a console? Well, if you want GTA 6, get a PS5. M. Kala says, you look like Steve from Stranger Things. I'm sorry. KG says, am I? You're not. I'm good. Dude, what are you saying, dude? Tornado says, do you know what the Dominator 3 is? No, I don't. YCM says, are you Christian? No. PH says, today I met Cooper DeJean. Who's that? Vanity says, do you play OSU? No, I don't. I Love says, I like Freya Sky. Okay. Lorenu says, you would make a great call center worker. Straight to the point. Yeah, maybe. Fries says, water break, pal. Remind me in 5 minutes. Carter says, rate my profile picture. 2. Fla says, you're cool. Thank you. Nathan says, rate my cat on my profile picture. I can't even see it. The cat is too far away. YCM says, you met Cooper, dude. That's awesome. I did? Okay. Moore says, Brahms worker. I don't know what you're saying. Young says, who's your favorite artist? I like Hieronymus Bosch. Friend says, who's winning the World Cup? Well, I'm rooting for Spain, but I think Argentina's going to win. Dylan says, what's your favorite childhood movie? The Brave Little Toaster. Liz says, where is GTA 6 located? I know one of them was based in Los Angeles. Where is this one located? The new one is going to be located in Miami. Thank you, Jolena, for the Spain. Spain. Let's go Spain. King says, will you ever read my comment? Yeah, I just did. Gage says, do you like GTA 5? Yeah, I have more than 1,000 hours on it. Dax says, have you ever wondered why it's cold in space when you're closer to the sun? I have. Yeah, I don't know why. Big says, can someone still have potential without hitting puberty? What are you saying? Are you trying to insinuate that I'm a pedophile? If you are, that's not the case. Jaden says, you married? No. IET says, what is that in the background? Answer it now. Because you're so demanding, I'm not going to answer you. Sponge says, is this all you do? Yes. Sarah says, you get a room tour. What? Hog says, do you like Boeing or Lockheed Martin? Boeing. Lucas says, you suck. Alright. Okay. Royal says, when you sleep. I'm not going to say. Daniel says, are you sad about Oliver Tree's death? Yeah. I'm taken says, are you tired? No. Mr. Patrick says, it world frame and is Assassin's Creed Odyssey fun? I haven't played Odyssey, but Warframe has a pretty interesting economy that I liked. I wouldn't play it now. I'm not too into it now. I'm not a fan nowadays, but it was a fun game back then. Lorenu says, have you ever been to Bad Sports server? The Dunce server? That was a thing in like 2013. I might have, but I don't remember. That was, the Bad Sports servers are an old thing from a long time ago. Let's Play says, explain the entire Roman Empire history. No. I'm taken says, what are you playing? I'm not playing anything. Dave M says, what movie is the dude from? I don't know. Doctor says, will you go bald for me? No. Crichton says, have you ever played Clash Royale? I have. RS says, Sheldon Lee Cooper, you dog. What? Oh. The Cooper thing was a Sheldon Cooper reference. Okay. Verity says, are you on crack? I am not. Baseball says, do you fish? No. AIT says, what is that in the background? Pretty super please. That's more like it. It's a fractal. a Mandelbrot. The exact video is in the description. Aesthetic says thoughts on Obsession. It looks like a good movie, but I can't watch it considering the amount of memes I've seen of it. I don't like the baggage of all the memes I can't take it serious. Jaden says I'm a Sigma. Okay. Maria says hi. Hello, Maria. TX says you watch anime? No, I don't. Levi says what time is it for you? I don't like spammers. I'm not answering your question. Tactical says do you like aviation? Not really. Logan says hello, Chud. Do you know Mean Dean? No, I don't. Ramon says I haven't turned on my PS5 in a minute. What the fuck is Astro's Playroom? I don't know. I know it's like a PlayStation-made game. I think it might have won an award, actually, so it might be good. King says thoughts on your mom? No comment. Macron says you are a cool guy. Thank you. Showtime says, are you the guy named Don? Yeah. Verity says, are I okay? I don't know you, dude. I don't know you. Thank you, Colton, for the preschool star. Neb says, is this real? Yeah. Dave M says, what phone do you use? I use an iPhone SE3. It still has a home button. Silas says, what happened to your mom? Sorry. No comment. Thank you, Colton, for the preschool star. Taylor says, are you gay? No. Medic says, do you hate blue spies and why? Spies? I'm not intolerant to any colors. Red or blue, they're fine. Jenna says water. Okay, 1 second please as I drink some water. Nixus says water break. Sounds good. 1 second. Dave M says SE3. Lol, that's BS. What's BS about it? I'm using the SE3 to shoot me right now. I'm using its camera for the stream. Classy says, are you transgender? I am not transgender. No. I love says, yup. I don't know why you're saying that. Royal says, do you believe in evolution? Yeah, I do. Orb says, you chugged that water earlier. Hot damn. Okay. I love says, how come you're always reading Dave's messages? I don't know. Gino says, do you remember me? No, I don't. Thank you, Sun, for the floating heart. My cat says, would you consider a guy that spreads a rumor of you once, but is really nice a friend, best friend, or a fake friend? Well, it obviously depends on how intense the rumor was and a lot of stuff, but I probably wouldn't be friends with them. Silas says, do you like sports? I, kinda do. I'm just kidding. I don't. Leo says that he loves you and me. Okay. Sin says red. Alright. Okay. Okay. 1 second as I adjust my headphones. And my hair. Okay. Okay. King says, do you goon? No comment. Alexa says, who's your favorite Titan from Teen Titans Go? Raven. By the way, I'm gonna start lying just for no reason for the next 5 minutes. Following says, do you have trouble seeing? I do not. Hit says hi. Hello, Hits. Haza super chats $1 Thank you, Haza. I appreciate it. King says, how much to go bald? $100. I'm just kidding. Chaotic says, why do you have that type of video in your background? Because it looks really cool. Jay says, what is your favorite food? Sushi. Alexis says, Raven DM. I like Beast Boy. Oh yeah, okay. I love says, do you like tacos? Yeah, I love tacos. They're my favorite food. Lorenu says, do you use low-key shampoo? Yes, I do. G says, Jesus loves you. Thank you. I know he does. Ramon super chats, do you have a girlfriend? I mean, no comment still. That's... You attempted something, but no comment. Raising says, have you played at 33? Yes. Andrew says, Jesus loves you. Yeah, I'm a Christian. Easy says, what is your favorite game? My favorite game is, what's my favorite game? Sorry, it's on the tip of my tongue. It's Call of Duty Black Ops 7. Dermac says, do you like baseball? Yeah, I do. Mr. Patrick says, I donate $1,000 US, will you raid now? Sorry, no. Clayton says, are you Christian or atheist? I'm Christian. Thank you, Ice Cube, for the Norway. AO says, do you think a person should go to heaven even if they were a fake good person? Well, it depends if they put their heart into Christ. Sander says Messi or Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Royal says, how much money to kiss a random person? $1,000. Only says, who are you rooting for in the World Cup? I am rooting for Norway. Sawyer says, are you depressed? Yes, I am. RD says, a good person doesn't exist besides Jesus. That's right. Ventura says, I'm going to go now. Have a fabulous night. You too. Taco says, OMG, you love me? I'm a taco. Yeah, I love you. You're so cool. Logan says, Titan Teacher's my favorite. Okay. Khan says, you have hair. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Drowsy says, have you thought about getting a mic separate from headphones and then using speakers so your hair looks better? Well, actually, I think my hair looks better with my headset. I use my headset as a kind of hairband. Mr. Sasquatch says, can we raid today? We're already doing that. Coyote says Spain or Belgium. Belgium. Owen says McGregor or Holloway. Holloway. Thank you, PH Double, for the sunshine thing. Maxie says, do you like homosexual pornography? Yes, I do. Drowsy says, okay, cool. Sir says, hi, hello, sir. Airplane says, you like planes? Yeah, they're awesome. I'm a huge fanatic for aviation. Random says, do you play Crash Bandicoot? Yeah, I played that on the PS2, I think it was. Haza Super Chats, I like Call of Duty 2. Yeah, the Call of Duty Black Ops 7 campaign was awesome. Thank you, Double Knight, for the Moldy Sunday. Boxy says, are you rich? Yeah, I'm not a brokey. Lebu says, rate my profile picture. Oh, I love that game. That game's epic. Albert says, hi. Hello, Albert. Pixel says, to confuse the enemy, you must confuse yourself first. That's what I'm doing right now. Chocolate says, what's your favorite country? Canada. I love Canada. I wish I didn't live in the US. Thank you, Ice Cube, for the Moldy Sunday. Dragon says, are you AI? No, I'm not. GG says, can you shout me out? Yeah, shout out to GGL. Thank you for chatting in my stream, man. Thank you, dude. Dan says, why did you start streaming and why do you keep going? Because I love my followers. Classy says, I'll donate 10k if you answer, do you goon to Raven? No comment. GG says, thank you. You're welcome, dude. I'll do anything for my followers. I love them. Taco says, yo, W me. Yeah, you're cool. Easy says, shout me out. Shout out to Easy EK. Your profile picture's awesome, dude. Thank you, Double Knight, for the high five. Lorenu says, ha ha ha. He's never been so entertained. Yeah. Okay, by the way, I've been lying. I've been playing a character for the past 5 minutes, and I'm gonna stop now. I'm not Christian, I'm not gay, or... I'm gonna be my real self now. 4 says, can you thank me for existing? No. Gray says, shout me out. No, shout out, you're stupid. Liz says, OMG Don, you lying is hilarious, and should be part of your stream from now. Yeah, I'll do it for every now and then. No says, why do you sound a bit different? I was playing a character a second ago. Banana says, Lemaine Yamel, what? Sog says, favorite cologne? I'm not into colognes. Cherry says, we got him smiling. Yeah. Dalar says, thank you for donating to my LGBTQ plus charity. You've got the wrong person. Lion says, do you know the savior Jared G? No, I don't. Thank you, Double, for the clock it. Dermax says, shout me out. No, shout out's just dumb. Childhood says, do you remember me? No, I don't. Cherry says, we got bro being the goat. Okay. Prod says, did you listen to the new Future album? No, I haven't. The Diamond says, what color is your refrigerator? It is gray. It's that Jacob says, who's your favorite singer? I don't know. Michael Jackson. Thank you, Double Knight, for the England. By the way, I'm rooting for Spain, actually. When I said England earlier, I was lying. I was playing a character. Hayes the Super Chats. Wait, do you still like Call of Duty? Well, not Black Ops 7. Black Ops 2, Black Ops 1. They're cool, though. Thank you, Ice Cube, for the England, and Ice Cube for the Spain. Moon says, I love the fractal in the background. It looks so cool. Yeah, it does look cool. Hayton says, what console do you have? I have a PS4 Pro. Lorenu says, false prophet. Okay, thank you, Double Knight, for the Spain. Jamie says, you like turtles? Yeah, they're cool. They're neat. Allison says, food recommendations. I don't know. McDonald's chicken nuggets. Turtle says the lying. Yeah, I was doing that earlier. King says, do you listen to music? Yeah. Gray says, Spain is crazy when you don't know Laman Yamal. I'm not into sports. I just, if someone asks me who's my favorite sport team is in the World Cup, I'm not going to say nothing. I have to say something. So I'm choosing Spain. Latern says, can't sleep. For me, it's 6 a.m. Okay. Mohammed says, get a job. Alright. Royal says, yo, remember when we played Furry Chase with Cameron? No, I don't. In Sky Zone? Isn't that a children's place? Ghoul says, bro, your answers are so bland. Sorry. Thank you, Sinister, for the Spain. Someone says, if you like your followers, play I don't like my followers. Ramon says, you like Roblox? No, I don't. The Boom says, what should I buy with $5? You should buy... You should put it into the stock market. Trev says, you like my bike? Yeah. Thank you, Patrick, for the Spain. And thank you again to the Flippin' Gambler for the 500 American dollars. Veron says Lady Gaga. Okay. Sog says, what about Black Ops 4? It was an okay game. Logan says you suck. Okay. CMC says, hey Donnie, just checking in. Hello, CMC. Evanescence says, are you in the know? No in what? Hayton says, PS4 Pro? I didn't know they had those. Yeah. I bought it so I could play. I pre-ordered Red Dead 2, and I wanted it on the best graphics, so I bought that, even though I already had a PS4. Thank you, Glow, for the Spain. Lubu says, do you even like my profile picture? No, I don't. No, I don't. Sterling says, bro just sent 500. Damn, yeah. Crazy. Cat's Eye says, why are you depressed? I'm not depressed. Caden says, hey, hello, Caden. Dave M says, shave your head or your whole body. My whole body, except for my head, if that's an option. Lincoln says, do you believe in Jesus? I do not. Jamie says, can you shout out my turtle? No. JR says, do you play soccer? No, I don't. Showtime says, are headphones edible? Obviously not. Ozzy says, can you rate my custom profile picture? I don't like it, but that's awesome that you're making your own profile pictures. Thank you, Santiago, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Leap says, okay, alright. Curran says, who's your favorite quintessential quintuplets character? I don't watch that show. Damien says, I am 16 subs from 1,000 subs. Any tips? I don't know. Maybe put more time into thumbnails. Kathy says, rude. Alright. The Bolt says, love Richie, he is so cute. I don't know who that is. Liz says, people are now realizing you actually lied and now their dreams are crushed. Yeah. I think when I lie, when I do the character, I should indicate it somehow, visually. Like, maybe the text teller asks me anything. Maybe I should have a text saying I'm lying for when I do that. Thank you, Fruity, for the Disco Ball Abomination. Lubu says, okay, I think you will like my profile. Yeah, I like that game. Not Black Ops 7, though. Thank you, Ninja, for the 6-7 Abomination. Luna says, what's your opinion on the furry community? They're weird, but live, let live. Saron says, do you spend time with your family? Yeah. Official says pizza. Okay. Thank you, Fruity, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. I love says, I love Cam2R, whatever that is. Noah says, hi. Hello, Noah. Azan says, why are you so true? I don't know. Thank you again, Fruity, to Patootie, for the laughing disco earlier. Sammy says thank you for the laughing disco abomination. Yeah. 6-7 abomination. Yeah, I say that. Jet says yo. Hello, Jets. Liv says I'm back. Hello, Liv. X says which is better, YouTube or TikTok? YouTube. Thank you, one, I don't know, for the clapping seal thing. Shadow says, do you know if you believe in Jesus, you can have an everlasting life? I don't think so. Base says, where do you come from? North America. Chilean says, you guys do realize asking someone their religion is disrespectful? Well, is it? I don't know. Well, I personally don't mind. Wild says, have you ate a sex toy dildo? No, I haven't. Pancake says, 55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 shakes. Okay. Wild says, have you... I already read that. Orion says, do you love Devil? No, I don't. Thank you, Santiago, for the Chuck E. Cheese coins. And Fruity for the Chuck E. Cheese. Dewalt says, what's up, boy? Hello, Dewalk. Duck says, Lamina Yamal Tomato. Okay. Biggie says, did you have a somewhat good high school experience? Yeah, it was boring, though. Tornado says, we must learn to fly. Alright. I Love says, what headset do you have? I have a Logitech $20 headset. Noah says, hello, how are you? I'm fine. Bunny says, what's your favorite animal? The chimpanzee. Mayo says, hi bro, how was your day? Today's been good. Hector says, are you gay? No, I'm not. Logan says, hot chili. Alright. Tyler says 2004 Taurus. Okay. Alright. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. I said 1 second. Okay, I'm back now. Official says hello. Hello, Official. Alexander says say racial slur. I don't say racial slurs. Thank you, Fruity, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Zany says Mr. Nonchalant. Okay. RD says something. Okay. Nixus says, how fast can you say racial slurs? I don't say racial slurs, dude. Bud says, did you watch the Michael movie? No, I didn't. Ace says, just remember that everyone loves you. Thank you, but I mean, the everyone loves you, that's totally false. That's stupid. Tyler says, 20 piece of chicken, get a nugget. What are you saying, man? E says, do you ever get bored of this? Yeah, but I'm developing a... Every now and then I'm playing a character where I just lie about random stuff. And I may do that right now. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. I'm doing something... BM says, hello, do you play any games? I do not. Milo says, do you love Michael Jackson? No. Mason says, do you like Black Ops 2? Yeah. Azan says, how long did that water stay there for? Well, I've been streaming for 3 hours, and the water has been here since. Thank you, Sarah, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Orion says, do you love your fans? No, I don't. Taco says, 1 second, please. Okay, I am now playing a character. I am now lying. Taco says, how is your day going? It's going pretty bad. Manny says, do you remember me? Yes, I do. Just like AS Super Chats, Don's evil twin that lies. The bit is back. Yeah, it is back. Yeah. I don't know for how long, though. Maybe just for another 5 minutes. Huvion says, you have Steam? No, I play only on PlayStation. Olivia says, how is my favorite queuing? What? Day says, have you ever had a Raising Cane's chicken fingers? I haven't, no. Santiago says WWE. I love that. The Silly says, you look so unentertained. Okay. Actually, I'm not gonna lie right now. I just did that like 10 minutes ago. I think there should be a space between when I do it, like a larger space. Maybe once per stream. The Diamond says, are you in love with Vice Bean? I don't know what that is. No. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. H says, do you touch grass? Yeah, I do. 1 second, please. Ramon says, bro, the best Minecraft server overall, Java Edition, Hypixel is the top choice. Yeah, that's true. For my server idea, though, I want it to be one map. It's going to be survival, like 2B2T. Not a mini game. Real says I'm gay. Okay. C says, why are you making that scrunched up face? I don't know, it just naturally happens. PH says, Cooper something is football player. Okay. Aiden says, gay, alright. Leo says, do you remember me? No, I don't. You're really annoying, by the way. I don't like you. Gray says, you like turtle? Sure. Brick says, should I give my dog chocolate? No. Defendant super chats, why you look constipated? That's just the way I always look. That's just the natural face. Neo says, can you shout out my account now? Li says, was Noya right? I don't know who Noya is. Trek says, who would win, me or Thrag? I don't know Thrag. K3 says, can you drink the water behind you? Not right now. Ancient says, were you ever in a band? No. By the way, thank you again to Fruity Tooty for the laughing disco you sent a while back. The Flying says triple T. Okay. Maisie says, are you Christian now? No, I'm not. Laurel says, what continent is the Antaurus Imperium located on? My guess is South America. H says, how much you make a month? I keep that private, sorry. Jaquil says, you look great, man. Thank you. Noya says, thanks for the reply, bye. See ya. We Love says, who's better, Anthony Edwards or Cooper Flag? I don't know those guys. Forever says, why can you drink pee when dehydrated? Why can't you? I don't know why, but I don't think you can. ZX says, love the channel, thank you. H says, go to Ireland, I don't want to. Logan says, what do you think of Black Ops 2 and Black on 1 on PS5 and 4? Well, it looks like the ports were done badly. Like no visual upgrades. It should be 120 FPS, but it's not, so that sucks. 1 second, please. Gabriel says, who's better, LeBron James or Ronaldo? LeBron. It's says, hi, I'm new. Hello, It's. JT says, are you going to play GTA 6 when it comes out? Yes, I am. Thank you, Santiago, for the thumbs up. Jose says, do you believe in Jesus? No. Halen says, what is your music taste? I like the Burzum album with the swamp monster on the cover. Mr. Robot says, rate my profile picture. 1. Rusin says, is pineapple the best pizza topping? No, pepperoni is. AC says, you can't lie about loving Jesus. It's super wrong. I'm not lying. Easton says, what was the first name of the Czech Republic? Prussia? Kyler says, can I have a shout out? No. Paulie says, what is a good starter job to make the most money? I don't know how to answer that. Gray says, favorite food? The cheeseburger. Thank you, Bread, for the preschool stars. Omni says, I'm the atheist. Is it cool or not? No, it's not. Being a Christian is cooler. It's more epic, but it's too bad it isn't real, though. Yada, well, thank you for the laughing disco abomination. Please give me pass royale, thank you. Yada says, do you think God created humans because loneliness is the one thing omnipotence couldn't solve? No. If there's a God created the idea of loneliness, so. King says, do you like AC/DC or Black Sabbath? Neither. Z says, I just let it out a big fart 10 seconds ago. Okay. Thank you, please, for the feces. Matthew says, can you do 10 flip in 10 seconds? No. TR says, guys, stop being rude. It's okay. Feared says, do you play Sea of Thieves? No. Happy says, I have autism, do you? No. We're not the same. 5 says, how many times do you go in a day? To the bathroom? No comment. CMC says, Sog fragrance is the goat. Okay. Thank you, Joe, for the plastic flower. MJ says, is it healthy for me to go to sleep with rain sounds? I did it once, and now I can't sleep without it. That sounds like you have an unhealthy dependence on it. You. EL says, do you have money? Yeah, I do. Archie says, do you like fruits? Yeah. EL says, are you okay for having one vent? Wait, what do you mean? Z says also, if you had to pick Islam or Christian. Christian. I already read that. Alex says, are you okay? Yes. Alexa says, do you remember the time I asked for Tokyo Hotel? No, I don't. Printable says age. Okay. Joey says, do you have a girlfriend? No comment. Joel says, I have to watch Ancient Aliens on the History YouTube channel to fall asleep. Boring. Thank you, please, for the floating heart. Don't they just spout BS? Just. I Draw says, have you ever talked to girls take a shower? What? Mick says, your head okay? Yeah, it is. Himo says, what's playing behind you? A fractal. Joey says, are you agnostic atheist? Yes. Crocodile says, what's the best fandom? Fandoms are stupid. Serene says, do you like Dreamcore games? No, I don't. Thank you, EG, for the party hat. S says, this is the 7th time. Do you like my bike? No. Jackson says, water time. Okay, 1 second, please. Coney says, do you like my boy Ethan? No, I don't. Villian says, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay. Aereo says, are you gay? No. Jet says, water time. Yeah, I just did that. The Flying says, was the water yummy? No, it just tasted like bland water, like usual. Genev says, what's 58 plus 8? 67. Elise says, do you like a man? When it comes to friendships, yeah. Santiago says, do I subscribe? No. Thank you again, EG, for the party hat and for the plastic flower. Thank you. Mugly says, I think it's funny how you toss the water. Thank you. Sergi says, do a Taco Bell mukbang? No. Owen says, I'm not straight because I'm curvy down low. Alright. Dave M says, how many fart do you rip per stream? Well, when I'm awake and conscious, I don't do that. Ever. Thank you, Rocky, for nothing. Rocky says, how's your day? It's been good. Zachariah says, are you straight? Yes. Rain says, are you good at PvP Minecraft? No. PvP in Minecraft is lame and stupid. Axel says, Don's hog is curved. No comment. Janie says, are you depressed? No. Lil says, you seem like a dork. Okay. Sim says, I got my bearded dragon finally. Cool. Random says, love you, bud. Thank you. Jet says, can you buy me a PC? No. Thank you, Acord, for the clock it. Helena says, what's your country? The United States. Matthew says 9. What's 9? Xavier says, I love when Dawn is honest to the comments. Okay. Mason says, I got a haircut today. Alright. C says, you look like Charlie Kirk. Okay. Does anyone have any opinions on San Francisco? Is it a good place to move to? Zen says, name a song for an edit. The song I choose is the Star Spangled Banner. Milam super chats, what's wrong with your kidney? Well, my body right now feels fine. If you're asking why my arm is positioned this way, it's because it's because of my arm. Like I'm stretching out my arms. I'm putting my arms in different positions. It has nothing to do with my body. It has more to do with my arms. Duck says, who's your favorite soccer player? Messi. Thank you, Big Sponge, for the 13 preschool stars. Serene says, Sheldon Lee Cooper, you dog. Okay. Scary says, what's your favorite car? Maybe Tesla's. PH says, did you go to college? Sorry, I'm not going to say. Sog says, yes, the Niners are there. San Fran is great. But, like, the city itself, like, is it a good place to live? Rylan says, hey, man, don't listen to the haters. What's your favorite fast food? Well, I ate Chick-fil-A today, and that was good. Mr. Ducky says, why do people ask for gay? Because it's an easy question to come up with, along with it being, like it can get a rise out of some people. And, actually, I don't know. Forget it. Cerise says, what's good? Hello, Cerise. Rylan says, why did you say my voice like that? I just got that vibe. Lorenu says, no, San Fran sucks, and the bums are very violent. What's a good place to move to? Just like Super Chats, the Bay Area / SF is super cool, but it is very expensive, very, very expensive to live in, even for California. Certain areas like Oakland or El Sobrante might be cheaper. Okay, well, I don't want to. I once heard that the only cities in the United States are New York, New Orleans, and San Francisco, and then everywhere else was Cleveland. A carbon copy of each other. Those are the only 3 unique cities. So I'm thinking about San Fran. Cool. Says favorite game. That would be Minecraft. 8 says Water Time. No, it's not. SS says stop calling him gay, or you can continue. I Love says move to Indiana. That's boring. Real says food time. No. Stupid says will you someday play Casualties Unknown? No. No. Jack says do you think you're successful? I mean yes and no. Thank you, Sir Seeds, for the good luck, have fun, and Santiago for the makeup brush. Coney says I like Pokemon. Alright. Spy says you wasted 3 seconds reading this. No, I didn't. Dave M says move to Somalia. No, that's a dangerous place from what I've heard. Vin says does your throat get tired from this? Yes, it does. M says what's your favorite food or drink? I like Coke and cheeseburgers. Joel says please, can I be timed out for 10 minutes? If you give me a super chat and ask that, I'll do that. Eli says do you remember me? No, I don't. Ryland says move to Texas. But what's interesting there? Like, San Francisco is beautiful, but is Texas beautiful? Carl says hi. Hello, Carl. Sock says hi. Hello, Sock. 4C says, what's your opinion on that one game VR chat? Looks boring. No objective. The Whistler says, Jeffrey Epstein would have loved you. Okay. Serene says, you kind of look like Holland gay version. I don't see the resemblance. Thank you, Tommy, for the party hat. Yera says hi. Hello, Yera. Jordan says, move to Wisconsin. Why? Thank you, that boy, for the stupid waddling dog. Thank you. The Noob says, are you funky yet? I don't know what you're saying. Pace says, why you do this every day? Money. God Love says, move to Florida. I don't know. San Francisco looks cool, though. Hex 6 Edges super chats. Here. Have 10ish bucks. Thank you. Yeah. 10ish bucks because you sent NOKs, so I don't know how that translates to Americans, so but yeah, I imagine it's 10ish bucks. Dave M says move to Cali. Oh wait, no comment. Gon says hi. Hello, Gon. Micah says feet pics. I don't do feet pics. Jack says are you bored? No. Mixie says hi. Hello, Mixie. Wrath says do you know anything about the NFL? No, I don't. Thank you, One Way, for the pepper. Person says hey man, how are you? I'm good. By the way, what is NOK? I don't know what that currency is. I don't know. Totally says hi. Hello, Totally. Thank you for the France, Mason. Not Luna says hello. Hello, Luna. Stranger says thumbs up emoji. Okay. MJ says, why are we here? Shouldn't it be just a vast of darkness? We got lucky. I Love says Indiana. Okay. SS says you like Fortnite? A little bit. ME says, what's your favorite structure of Minecraft? The brick pyramid that spawned in the beta versions. Thank you, Jackson, for the Uncle Alert. Ash says hi. Hello, Ash. Not says hi. Hello, Not. ZC says, if you fart, would you like the smell? No. Ryland says, do you have a favorite sport team? No. PH says, Cooper to Gene or Reed, Blake, and Chip. Cooper. By the way, again, what is Sunday? Says NOK 100 is 10.22 US dollar. Oh, so it's a bit more. But what's the currency though? Like, is that South Africa or North Korea? It's not North Korea. Megumi says, do you like Skibidi Toilet? No. Viz says, who's that guy behind you? There's nobody there. Thank you, Famous, for the Uncle Alert. Thank you. Shaq says it's up. Hello, Shaq. Carl says, NOK equals Norwegian kroner. Okay. Alright. Oh, hey, it's Carl. Norwegian. Okay, thank you. Cameron says Norwegian. Okay, yeah, I get it. Am says hi. Hello, Am. Joel super chats. Send me to the Himalayas. Okay. I'm going to time out Joel from the chat because he requested me to. You asked for this, Joel. Fakey says penises and anus. Okay. Alright. Joel, let me time you out. Wait, I've never done this before. There you go. You're timed out for 10 minutes now. Cosmo says, you're in a very good mood. Alright. Kevin says, do you think Kevin is a good name? No. I'm sorry. Ig says, thanks for subbing. Now I'm here to support. I never subbed to you. Maybe I did? I don't remember. Southern says hello. Hello, Southern. Mia says, hi. I made slime. Okay. Brantley says hi. Hello, Brantley. Austin says, is Austin a good name? No, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Ducky, for the 128 preschool stars. Thank you. Austin's better than Kevin, though. It says, are you gay? No. We Love says, what's good? Hello, We Love. Story says, Jesus loves you. Okay. Arthur says, goon. Not right now. SP says, you're cool. Thank you. Gabby says, hi. Remember me? No. We Love says, you like Jimmy Butler? No, I don't. Jack says, is Ben a good name? Yeah. Matthew says, I just got back from work. Okay. Dave M says, who's your favorite North Korean streamer? I don't think that exists. Tristan says, rate my name Tristan. I like one syllable names. That's 2 syllables. So I'm not a fan. 1 syllable is a good name. Mr. James says, is James a good name? Yeah, it is. JP says, is Don a good name? Yes. King says, remember me? Remember me? No, I don't. R4 says, are you doing a raid? Yes. Andy says, do you like DIH? No. Undercover says, what's your favorite game? Minecraft. Lewis says, thoughts on Terraria? It's a fun game. I don't like, though, how much you need to rely on the wiki, though. Doc says, have you watched Hamilton? No. Thank you, Artem, for the flow state. Esteban says, is Lewis a good name? Yeah. Katie says, is Jaden a good name? No. Sounds like a troublemaker, like a criminal. Thank you, Isaiah, for the flow state. Rain says, you like astrology? Sorry, I'm distracted by something. I do not like astrology. JX says, is Jax a good name? Yeah, but it's a bad name now because of the digital circus. It got ruined. Yeah, got ruined. It's over. Yeah, and I haven't looked too much into astrology, so I can't really say if I like it or not, but first impressions, no. Famous says, are you gay? No. Bobby says, hi. Hello, Bobby. Tommel says, are you using Linux? I am not using Linux. I used to, though. Thank you, Reddit, for the red card thing. I appreciate it. Sim says, thoughts on Rocket League? It's a fun game. Mike says, is Mike a stupid name? It's an okay name. Pibble says, who the fuck donated 500? The Flipping Gambler. Thank you again. V1 says, is Vincent a good name? Vince is good. I would go by Vince. JP, is Jack a good name? Yeah, it is. Alex says, you ever smoke weed? Not recently. Hero says, if you look up and cross your eyes at the same time while sticking out your tongue, I'll gift you out a lot. That's not worth it. I'm not making an Yigo face. Shannon says, what's it like to be famous? I don't know. I'm not a celebrity. Jackson says, hi. Hello, Jackson. God says, is Nate a good name? Yes. Danielle says, can you make a chameleon? I don't play games on stream. Passer says, is Wilson a good name? No. Sounds like an old man. Thank you, Artem, for the Uncle Alert. Fun says, did you watch Overflow? No. Ethan says, are you circumcised? I keep that private. Easy says, is Eric a good name? It's an okay name. A says, is so fucking a good name? That's not a name. Thank you, Gay, for the eagle. I appreciate it. A gay eagle. Stalker says, can you stand up? No. Andrew says, are we doing a raid tonight? Yes. Yeah. I mean, it says it right here. Wild says, is Marius a good name? Dude, I'm getting bored of this name stuff. Thank you, free bands, for the red card. Is Malcolm? Malcolm's not a good name. Oh my god. Good name. I just see the. Is this a good name? Is this a good name? Is Aiden a good name? Is Camden a good name? I'm getting a little bored of this. Thank you, Ice Cube, for the moldy Sunday. Thank you. And Alex for the Argentina. X5 says whatever that is. Okay. Albie says slap live. Yeah. David says hi, slowed plus reverb. Okay. PH says is ass a good name? No, it is not. Tyrono says, do you play Grow a Garden too? No, I don't. Blue says, what's your favorite food? The cheeseburger. Ghost says, is Jimmy Neutron a good name? Good game? It's not a game, it's a show. Dark says, play with your balls. No. Bryson says, have you played RDR2? Yeah. Joe says, you like GTA 5? Yes. Totally says, rate Ian. It's an okay name. Thank you, Isaiah, for the preschool stars. Goose says, if I drink gasoline, will I go vroom vroom? No, you'll get sick. Rekai says, put or ass. The former. Razzle says, hi, how's the stream going? It's going fine. Sunyan says, is Sunyan a good name? No, it's an overdone meme. Yusuf says, I creamed you. Okay. AVG says, AVG gifted Disco Ball Abomination. Alright. Vertax says, is Mav a good name? Yes, it is. Yes. Mav. I like it. Baby says, what's your name? Well, I go by Dawn on stream. BG says, peanut bubber. Alright. Jude says, what do you think of the $500? Don't know. I think it's insane. And I'm grateful. Thank you, the flipping gambler. Angel says, is Elliot a good name? No. Liz says, imagine what a horrible time the kid named Hashtag is having in school. There's someone named that? Probably out of the billions of people on Earth. Pay says, BG, can I have peanut butter? No. Taco says, yo, remember me? Yeah, I do. You're making me hungry. TSL says, you, what about me? Lily says, is Goon a good name? No, it's not. The Iron says, is Charlie a good name? No. Robbie says, thoughts in R6. It's a fun game to troll in. That Grab says, do you read books? If so, what's your... Well, I'm in the middle of reading a biography on Stanley Kubrick. Angel says, hey, big Donny boy. Hello, Angel. TS says, is Hamza a good name? No. Ghosted says, is London a good name? No, it's not. Kind of stupid. London, like after the city? Suin says, how old are you? I'm an adult. Thank you, Commander, for the preschool star. LeBron says, are you unemployed? No comment. Sock says, do you like Epsilon machines? I don't know what that is. Fijian says, is Anita Dick a good name? No, it's vulgar. Thank you, Ardum, for the Disco Ball Abomination. Someone says, you live in California. No comment. David says, favorite childhood show and why? Avatar The Last Airbender, because it was sophisticated and deep as opposed to like SpongeBob. Red says, I still like the color red. Okay. One Family says, is Thomas a good name? Tom's a good name. Royal says, do you remember me? No, I don't. Nightmare says, horror movies interest you? Not really. S says, do I play Fortnite? I don't know you. Thank you, Santiago, for the 100. And thank you, Artem, for the Disco Ball you sent a while ago. Ultra says, how about testicles? No, that's a very bad name. Sanji says, is racial slur? No, it's not. No. Cruz says, take a drink of water. Remind me in 5 minutes. Jude says, is Jude a good name? Yes, it is. Connor says, hi. Hello, Connor. AC says, how do you think all this life is created by a bang? Because it is. Thank you, Sock, for the red card. King says, poopy grandma cheeks. Alright. Royal says, when I said furry chase, I was talking about the comment I did earlier. Okay, whatever. Daisy says, rate my profile picture. 1. Rad says, is Lucy a good name? Yeah. It's a cute name. Yep, yep. BB says hello. Hello, BB. The Wind says, do you know the Amazing Digital Circus? I do, unfortunately. Eli says, do you get tired of this? I do, yeah. Ice Cube says, is Dylan a good name? It's an okay name. Mister says, is Remington a good name? No. But it's a good gun in Black Ops 2. Tink says, you're AI, aren't you? No. No, I'm not. Excuse me. I Love says, my name is Jackson. Okay. Thank you, Gib, for the Disco Ball Abomination. Munchie says, Munchie, what are your thoughts on your name? What? I'm confused on what you're saying. A Random says, is Lincoln a good name? Ugh. No. It's too, it makes me think of Abraham Lincoln. Billion says, hi, hello, Billion. Cody says, is Abel a good name? Yeah. Arnold says, how many ants does it take to lift the earth? I don't know, dude. Thank you, Jib, for the 6-7 abomination. Bear says, gay. Okay. The Bade says, why do you do this? Why do you do this if you don't like it? For money. For this. Kyle Beckstrom super chats. Thank you, Nate, for the Uncle Alert. Kyle super chats. I enjoy your channel. You work hard at this, and I respect that for sure. Making something out of nothing, not many can pull it off. You have a great talent. Keep it up. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. I will keep it up, as long as people like you super chat, and of course, people like the flipping gambler. Thank you, again, the flipping gambler, and Jib for this stupid little turtle drinking water, and thank you, Thuy, for the sunshine thing. I appreciate it. Aun says, are you sleepy? I am not sleepy. Hero says, is Galale a good name? No, sounds like a person with warts on their face. Bandit says, fly. What? Thank you, Avery, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Rain says, what is your thoughts on the study of physics? Boring. Thank you, Ken, for the flow state. Faye says, does tequila make me effective in combat? No. Artem. Actually, Cedric says 67. Okay. That one says, may I touch you? No. PJ says, I have 70 somethings. I don't know what that is. Thank you, Jib, for the 6 thumbs up. Sog says, Atlanta is super safe. Try there plus cheap. Yeah, and the Force is cool. I've watched The Walking Dead, and the Force is very cool. Deeb says, if you had to play a sport, then what sport would you pick? Basketball. Ree says, rate my profile picture. Who is that? I'm sorry. It reminds me of that GIF, like the Simpsons GIF. Who is that? It looks similar. And no offense to that guy. Like, I'm not trying to be mean. Deeb says, if you had to play a sport, then what sport? I already answered that. That one says, can I please touch you? No. Clean says, Chuck E. Cheese, so fun, yeah. Mike says, how do you do this? What do you mean? Phantom says, I have 4 extra chromosomes. Okay, alright. Drum says, didn't you literally say you didn't like anime? Avatar is literally an anime. Well, I don't like Avatar nowadays. Like, I did when I was a kid. And besides, I don't think Avatar is anime. It's like on the border. Sal says, what is 6 times 6? 36. Someone says, I was able to find your address. You live in... No comment. Kraber says, what's your favorite movie and why? Eyes Wide Shut. Vin says, everyone knows you are paralyzed from the waist down. That's not true. The Wind says, is Mehdi a good name? It's Arabic. No. RJ says, who do you think will win the World Cup? I think Argentina is going to win. Four Eyed says, do your legs work? Yes. NM says, rate my profile picture. Boring. Great says H. Okay. Braylon says, is Braylon a good name? No, it's not. Hans says, is Claire a good name? Yes. Max says, I'm gay. Okay. Manuel says, what time is it? It is none of your business. Sorry. AVG says, AVG gifted Chuck E. Cheese coin. Okay. Cruz says take a drink of water. Okay, 1 second as I take a drink of water. 1 second. Excuse me. YT says, what's your opinion on Charlie Kirk? Well, I don't think he should have been assassinated. I think that was way too far. Vin says, can you prove your legs work? Well, I went to the restroom a while ago, and you saw me moving, so just rewind. Faye says, what do you think of history? I think it's the most interesting subject. Dirt says, hi. Hello, Dirt. Kat says, I'm so tired. Alright. Mark says, you like the Marine Corps? I'm indifferent. Quinn says, love supporting pregnant fathers. Okay. Rival says, give me fucking money. No. My music says, why do they call it a restroom when so much work is involved? I don't know. Just like says, water gave Don RFK Jr. voice. Yeah. I sound like RFK, the guy that, like, kills raccoons and cuts off raccoons' penises. I think I'm getting better though. Swagger says, Swagger donated a golden Labubu. No, you didn't. Salman says, what's 3 times 8? That'd be 24. Great says H2O. Alright. Heck Super Chats. Do you think we have a chance at winning the World Cup? Norway? I mean, I'm not paying attention to the World Cup. I do know though that, like, I've heard that Latin countries are really good at soccer. Spain, Argentina. So, I imagine you're not going to win because of what I just said. I think the Latin countries are good at it. From what I've heard, GG says, rate my profile picture. No. Oshin says, is Don a good name? Yes, it is. Zombie says, hey, hello, Zombie. YK says, why do 18 plus Roblox games have so many kids? Bad parents. Rain says, is GIF or GIF? As I said. Taki says, touch some fucking grass, jackass. I do. Serene says, is Ella a good name? I like Elle, but not Ella. Carl says, Hex, giving out that oil money. Norway has oil? I mean, if anyone looks like a Saudi Arabian prince, it's this guy because of his 500 American dollars. That's crazy. Dave M says, is there overtime pay in streaming? No. Pikachu says, why can't I leave the stream? I don't know. Code says, why don't you believe in God? Because he doesn't speak to me. Carl says, I like playing video games. Okay. Cool Kid says, do you say the N-word? No. Orange says, you're a idiot jokes. Alright. Code says, why? I already answered that, dude. Gabriel says, is Gabriel a good name? It's a good name. I like Gabe, though, not Gabriel. Bradley says, hi, hello, Bradley. B-Bike says, can you say Brad has the cleanest bike in 240? No. XP says, you're Peter Griffin. No, I'm not. Isaiah says, what's your opinion on opinions? They're just opinions, not reality. Squirrel says, is Willow a good name? No. Verity says, do you pool? No comment. Gaming says, I went to Hershey Park, PA, and almost passed out on Sky Rush. What's Sky Rush? Santiago says, rate my profile picture. I like it. Mexico. Cody says, God is real. Okay. Just JJ says, do you work out? No, I don't. Meppin says, the greater good is conspiring for you. I don't think so, but thank you. And thank you, Llama, for the plastic flower. Cold Slayer says, would it be cool to be able to fly a plane? Yeah, I guess so, but I don't really care that much. Maybe one time, and then... Rich Super Chats, give my money or else. What? How can you say that while giving me money? That doesn't make any sense. I'm not going to refund you if that's what you're asking. MB says, hi, hello, MB. Jamil says, yes, there is an overtime stream. Okay. Tech says, sup, hello, Tech. Brantley says, is Brantley a good name? Sorry, no. X says, hi, and how long have you been streaming? For like, 3 hours and a half. Mariana says, rate my profile picture, 1. David says, don't read this. Too bad. Y2 says, what's your opinion on Charlie Kirk? I think it's... I already answered you, dude. Riley says, how do you decide what to read? I click the message I want to pop up. but I click at random, basically. Walmart says, call me a good boy. No. Easy says, Cam. Okay. Triple says, is lighting bad because you're squinting? I don't know why I'm squinting. It just happens naturally. Pixel says, do you remember me? No. Chicken says, what is your favorite game? Minecraft. By the way, does anyone want to stream like this? Like, does anyone have any interest in doing what I'm doing? Reading chat all day? Because perhaps I could help you. Bestie says, is Elizabeth a good name? Yeah. Mike says, parasocial, just because. Okay, alright. Yakun says, what's your favorite Bible verse? Matthew 5:28. Bob says, how do you get your name? Well, why do I include parasocial in the name? Because that's the reason for the internet success. AVG says, Don likes cock. That's not true. AJ says, yes. I don't know what you're saying yes to about, like you want to stream like this. If you want to stream like this, perhaps contact me on Discord and maybe I can help you. That is, maybe if you let me have a percentage of your profits, if you get profits. Block says, is Moksh a good name? It is an okay name. Giyu says, hi. Hello, Giyu. Kaber says, are you real? Yes, I am. We Will says, Jew? No. Liz says, opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one. Yeah. Porma2 says, bro's trying to corner the market. Yeah, I am. Brendan says, is Brendan a good name? It is not. Sorry. Normal says, yes, teach me how to stream like this. Well, as I said, contact me on Discord. Ollie says, do a jumping jack. No. The Flippin' Gambler says, thoughts on bricks and minifigs? I haven't heard too much about it. I vaguely heard, though, that there's kind of a, like, that bricks and minifigs is a martyr of some kind. Like, he's being, yeah, I don't know. I hope justice is served, though. Seth says, is Lincoln a good name? No, sorry. Dew says oil. Alright, Mark says, is Isaac gay? I don't know, Isaac. Dustable says oil. Okay. By the way, I did hear, though, that the bricks and minifigs guy is now able to talk about it. Like, I heard that he was silenced by, like, the judge or something, but recently he can speak more about the case, so that's cool to hear. Andy says you look disabled. Alright. Cosmic says what's up. Hello, Cosmic. Down says, this guy's so chill for real. Thank you. Sonia says, I like boys. Okay. CB says, is Brantley a good name? It is not a good name. I'm sorry. Arthur says, is homosexual pornography a good name? No. Hunter says, good night. Good night, Hunter. PJ says, remember when I said I had a crush on Joker? No, I don't. Olivia says, do you listen to Olivia Rodrigo? No. No. Zero says, bro, it's 2:10 here. Wow, that's late. Two Cons says, crinkle feet on cam, please. No. Whoa, that is weird. Yay says, what do you think of hedgehogs? I think they're pretty cute. By the way, thank you again to Rich, Black, and the Flippin' Gambler. Money says, is Jude a good name? Yeah. Cute. Daniel says, remember me? No, I don't. YK says, is Dawson a good name? No. Edit says, is Jason a good name? Yes. Official says, like my profile picture? No. I hate Roblox. Vicky says, do you like Metallica? No. Thank you, Commander, for the 100. Fallen says, what do you think of Tottenham? I don't know what that is. Mark says, how much money do you tend to make on these streams? Well, on this stream, I've definitely made hundreds of dollars because of the Flippin' Gambler alone. Thank you again. Maverick says, did you play MS-DOS games? No, never. Like Doom or Wolfenstein? I have played Doom. I own Doom on Steam, but I've only played it for like 10 minutes. Salman says, is Salman a good name? Sorry, no. Yellow says, is Kyla a good name? No. Kind of silly. Sorry. Commander says, can I get a shout out, please? No. Normal says, do you have a favorite TV show / series? I like Breaking Bad. Bradley says, is Bradley a good name? No. Sounds like a douchebag. By the way, don't take what I'm saying seriously. Like, I'm just giving like off the top of my head opinions. Chud says, are you okay? Yes. Serene says, is Charlene a good name? No. Money says, what's your opinion on sports? Boring. AJ says, profits? What about profits? Thank you, Socks, for the GG. Trooper says, I'm gay. Like. Oh, we're the same? We're not the same. If you're gay, then... Tech says, you should play Red Dead 2. I've already played it. Asama says, how are you? I'm fine. MTB says, what's a good name then? A good name is... Well, for a girl, I like Soph. Short for Sophia. Soph. Dave M says, is Felontavius a good name? Oh, like Gru? Yeah, it's a funny name. Someone says hi. Hello, someone. Sumbi says, that name is ass. I disagree. Kyle says, you keep rating guy names like I like Gabe. Are you homosexual? I don't know what you're saying. Dustable says, nah, that name sucks. Oh, you guys are giving me a taste of my own medicine, I guess. Tyrant says, is Parker a good name? No. Young says, you like Conway? Yes. I like his music a little bit. Zara says, how were you when the flipping gambler donated $500? I kept my cool, which I didn't really react that much. But, you know, on the inside, though, and still right now, I'm pretty freaked out. Caber says, stay hard. Okay. Flip says, is Remington a good name? No, it's not. Tap says, do you like Michael Jackson? I like his music. Roman says, is Roman a good name? No, it's not. Falcon says, is Shane a good name? No. I can't take a man seriously if his name's Shane. RJ says, Argentina didn't deserve the win against Egypt. Okay. Chip says, is Quentin a weird name? Yeah, it is. CMC says, please go back to the lying Donnie, please one last time. I'll do it next stream. Julia says, is Otis a good name? No, I see a farmer. Like, Caden Duck says, is Caden a good name? No, it's not. Thank you, Renia, for the preschool star. Rebecca says, is Rebecca a good name? Rebecca? I mean, I don't want to do this anymore. C says, why is Matthew 5:28 your favorite Bible verse? Because I like its exploration into lust. Camman says, bing bong, I'm a frog. Okay. Oh my god. So many name. Jordan name. Isaiah good name. Name. Welcome to Is This a Good Name show. Thank you, Backrooms, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. The Fink says, what is your favorite doorknob? I don't know. I don't know the names. Bob says, great, my profile picture. I don't like it. Axolotl says, do you have a disability? No, I don't. Jonathan says, are you happy? Yeah. King says, your favorite band is Arcade Fire, right? Love Arcade Fire. Please, bro. What are you saying? Nur says, is gay a good name? No, it's not. The Ultra says, what's a good name that starts with E, though? For a girl, L. Thank you, Raina, for the makeup brush. Rain says, what is your dream job, or is that rude? I want to make videos for my job. Jackson says, read it all here. No, I don't want to. Yell says, if my dog was Bath, but Bath the dog, how do I work in microwave? I don't know what you're saying, man. I don't know what you're saying. Cold Slayer says, you're my favorite streamer. Thank you. Arnav says, is Arnav a rare name? Yes, it is. Roblox says, can you give me an athlete for an edit? Wayne Gretzky. The AG says, is Lexi a good name? No. Genghis says, 1719 Central Forest Ave. No comment. Riley says, you look one of one. Thank you. Duddy says, is Nutbuster a good name? No, it's not. Axolotl says, is Adam a good... No, it's not. Salman says, what video game is your favorite? Minecraft. Thank you, Raina, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Racing says, name a car for an edit. Benjamin Netanyahu. 7 Dot says, Don love 7 Dot. 7 Dot love Don. Thank you, Caveman. Thank you. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. Gulen says, is Diddy a good name? No, definitely not. Angel says, is Angela a good name? No. Dustable says, give me a good car for an edit. I give you a Honda Civic 2001. Socks Fun World Super Chats, can we see your pets? No, you cannot. Michael Bailey Super Chats, $2 American. Thank you, Michael. Tommy Super Chat, should I quit YouTube? No. I'm sorry that I missed all of your Super Chats, and you should not quit YouTube. You should continue on. And sorry, I'm not gonna show my pets. Kylie says, my birthday is 9/11. Okay. Alright. And says, do you like Dragon Ball Z? No. Demun says, is it gay to kiss your boy goodnight if y'all say no homo? It depends on your culture, but it's not something I would do. If I did it, it would feel gay. 1 second, please. By the way, being gay is not a bad thing. I'm gonna be right back. 1 second. Daly says, the king is a father. The people are his. He has sons of... Dude, I don't understand. Joel says you missed it. I missed what? Pokey says $500 dono. Yeah, crazy, I know. Inky says, is Mecha Chameleon a good game? It looks fun. Looks too hard, though. Cat says, duh. Okay. Elaney says hi, hello. NK says who win in the World Cup. I don't care about your question. Should I buy Mecha Chameleon and play it? Not on stream though, but TG says I own a small Minecraft SMP. Okay. Viva Super Chats, excited for 30k? Oh, 30k subscribers? No. I don't care about subscribers, I don't care about likes. What I do care about is money, though. Thank you, the flipping gambler. Avery says, remember me? No. Juicy says, we love duh. Okay. You says, yo. Alright. Jonathan says, good. You definitely deserve to be happy. I hope you keep up the hard work you've created here. Your dedication truly makes everyone here happy. Thank you. I appreciate it. Tanner says, Jalen is gay. No comment. Sock Super Chats, it is so rare to see him leave that chair. Yeah, it's not often. Just like S says, why did he hide his boner as he left? No comment. Pug says, what's the best thing you've ever owned in your life? I don't know, man. Just a Person says, what do you think about Albert Camus? I haven't read any of his books. Donna says, what games do you play? None currently, but I'm thinking about Mecha Chameleon. Cold Slayer says, Don is able-bodied. I am, yeah. Yeah, that proves it. I do have legs. Yep. Pick says, Zuzu for life. Okay. Valedy says, Messi or Ronaldo? Messi. Oreo says, who's the best YouTuber? Salcy1. Bad says, is Jace a good name? Yeah. Rebecca says, the background music is making me sleepy tonight, Don. I'm not sure if that's a good or bad thing. But I will say, though, that I will change the music eventually. Daft says, I'm gonna lick your face, Don Benitez. Okay. Lisa says, hi, hello, Lisa. Matthias says, apple or orange, W. I prefer oranges. By the way, I plan on changing the music in like a week or so. Peter says, waffles are better than pancakes. Maybe. Jason says, hi, hello, Jason. Ricky says, is Ricky a good name? No. Mister says, Don, say Don because why not? There you go. Yep, there you go. Yep. 1 second. Dr. Leave says, I'm not convinced about your legs. Then you're an idiot. Mo says, hi, hello, Mo. Thank you, 1 eggs for the preschool star. Jaden says, is Jaden a good name? You know, I don't like it. And another thing is, the only person I've ever been bullied by in my life was a kid named Jaden in kindergarten. It was only one time, though. Mr. Pizza says, hey, hello, Mr. Pizza. Racing says, name an F1 driver. I couldn't name you one. Is it Verstappen one? Christy says, Don's greed is biblical. Okay. M says, can I shit in a bag and burn it in your room? No, you cannot. Ice says, is Dylan a good name? It's an okay name. 3 says, like my profile picture? I drew it myself. Sorry, I don't. Matthias says, what is your biggest fear? Car crashes. Yetta says, is Grayson a good name? It's an okay name. Lil says, I'm gay. Okay. Alright. Blue says, please crack me. No, I don't do that. No. Arse says, nice legs. Thank you. Thanks. Jude says, I've been undelivered for 2 days. Am I cooked on? Yeah, you are. Loy says, my friend is named Radley. Is that a good name? No. For whatever reason, I think of a trickster and a lizard when I see that name. Mirko says, hi. Hello, Mirko. Tom says, OMG, I thought you never took breaks. Yeah, I occasionally do. Thank you, 1 eggs for the 100. And thank you again to the Flippin' Gambler for your big super chat. Cold Slayer says, are you going back to the OG stomach? I'm working on a big playlist of songs. Koji says, remember to stay hydrated. Thank you, but not right now. Jack says, hey Don, how's it going? It's going fine. Mister says, homosexual pornography and pigeon sex. Okay. Mark says, what do you think about the U.S. Marine Corps? I don't know much about them. Cyborg says, can you suck my 9-inch dick? No, I don't want to. Sai says, you should put slime videos in your background. No, I shouldn't. Jalen says, yo bro, I'm so gay I crack my boy best friend. That is pretty gay. Sarah says, is Sarah a good name? Yes. TR says, no. Okay. Jack says, what time is it for you? It is nighttime. Manuel says, cat or dog? Dog. Caden says, gay. Okay. Viva says, not excited for subs, yet loves money. Wouldn't have YouTube money without subs. I guess in a way, yeah. Sure. I mean, I wouldn't have YouTube money without views, and I don't care about the number itself that much, but I'm glad I have subscribers. Dorky says, what's the name of your haircut? I don't know the name. McFly says, this music makes me want hospital cafeteria food, like Jello and Salisbury steak with Vic. This is played in hospitals. Tracy says, is Hitler a good name? No, it's not. The Fink says, do you like lever doorknobs or twisty doorknobs? I like twisty doorknobs. Jack says, I'm playing Super Smash Bros. Okay. Cold Slayer says, is Don Eugene Ian a good name? No, it's not. That's terrible. Thank you, Viva, for the 3, 5, 6, 100s. Thank you for the money, which I care about more than subscribers. Luna says, is Luna a good name? Sorry, no. Thank you, Viva, for the 22 100s. Marco says, my name is Tina, by the way. Okay. W says, brush your teeth. They are brushed. JTR says, Eugene is a chud name. Yeah. TT says, big dig bick. Okay. Alright. Andrew says, blah, 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 blah. I don't know what that is. Plane says, bello. Hello, Plane. Ricky says, why isn't my name a good name? Ricky sounds like a mechanic who has like missing teeth, and I don't know. I don't vibe with it. Mike super chats $1 Thank you, Mike. Lil Bob says hi, Lil Bro. Hello, Lil Bob. Musical says, why is your fear car crashes? Because, I mean, if I'm gonna die at this age, it's probably gonna be a car crash, not a heart attack. It's gonna be a car crash. Thank you, Hyatt, for the 49, 50, 100s. Not says, not is Albert. What about Albert? The unique Sophia says, is Sophia a good name? Yeah, I really like the name Sophia. Hell says, lick it. Lick what? Kai says, I got pulled over for DUI. Okay. Milla says, hi, hello, Milla. Maverick says, change music to the Apex Twin, Rhubarb, or Stone. Or you don't need copyright music. I don't want copyright. Gina says, who's better, Messi or Ronaldo? Messi. Lyric says, is Lyric a good name? Yeah, it is. Overlord says, are you in love with what? Super says, want to see these nuts? No, I don't. Isaiah says, is Isaiah a good name? No, it's not. Overlord says, are you on live with me? Yeah, we're together, streaming together. Sunshine says, I'm special. Okay. Yuck says, will you crack KSI? No. Sorry, I'm just distracted by your profile picture. What a cool painting. By the way, if anyone has any interest in streaming like the way I do, reading chat all day like this, message me on Discord. Maybe I can help you out. I post nothing, says I win again. Okay. X says, is Carter a good name? No, it's not. Helldiver says, I like balls. Okay, alright. Aiden super chats, is Aiden a good name? Aiden. It's above average, but it's nothing special. It's okay. Thank you, Aiden. Omni says, is Felix a good name? Maybe a dog name, but not a human name. Shay says, is Huge Anus a good name? That's hilarious. Matthias says, when is your next raid? In 55 minutes. Thank you, Triple T, for the Uncle Alert. Thanks. Octane says, do you think Charlie Kirk deserved to die? No. Atticus says, Atticus a good name? A little too dramatic, I think. I'm editing says, remember Mad Drawer? He asked, are you gay? No, I don't remember that. No. Wes says, is Weston a good name? I like the name Wes. Wes is cool. Alex says, do you bounce on dildos? No, I don't use dildos. Tabitha says, type 1, or don't. MJ says, would you like Epstein dipped in French cheese? No. Naomi says, what's your favorite boy name? I like... Well, when it comes to naming my son, I might do a junior, Don Jr. Blitz super chats, do you think Muslims are bad? No, I don't. C says, is Don Benitez a good name? Yeah. Ceci says, is Javier a good name? No. Artem says, why do you want to teach people to stream like you? Because then I can take a percentage of their profits. Caroline says, is Caroline a good name? It's cool sounding, but it's a little too long. Sarah says, if you had to pick one movie or show to watch for the rest of your life, what would it be? Eyes Wide Shut, definitely. Moa says, hi. Hello, Moa. I don't know says, why are we here? It's a mystery. Vexo says, is Brandon a good name? It's an okay name. BB says, is BB a good name? No. Sounds like a dog, or sounds childish and silly. Salma says, remember me? Yeah, I do. Zedia says, hi. Hello. AJ says, have you looked at Shepherd's Chapel or Ears to Ear here? You really should. No, I haven't. Is that a Christian thing? Liam says, hello, I've been in one of your other streams. Okay. Thank you, YT Random Facts, for the laughing disco abomination. Orange says, is orange your favorite fruit? Yes. Camden says, ooh, okay. Zip says, is Isaac a good name? Sorry, now. Maverick says, do you play horror games? Nope. Nope. I own one of the Resident Evil games, but I haven't played it. OV says, is Xavier a good name? No. No, it's not, no. Racial slur says, did he don? Okay. MJ says, if there was a celebrity you could marry, who would it be? I don't know. I'm not into celebrities. Thank you again, YT Random Facts, for the laughing disco abomination. Luna says, what's wrong with my name? It sounds a bit, like, princessy, like, dramatic, you know, pretentious. Connor says, rate my profile picture. It's a cute cat. Mark says, what's better, the M16 or M16A4? Both guns. I don't know about guns. Chicken says, my pet goblin says you have a big forehead. I do, especially from the angle right now. Bay says, did he put a peanut in my butthole? Oh, I'm sorry about that. Builder says, what is your favorite instrument? The piano. Lil Bro says, we can all agree that oranges are C tier or above. Yeah, oranges are fantastic. Info Horror says, what about my name? That's an interesting name. You're a whore, a slut for information. Seems a bit dramatic though and silly, so. But kind of funny, I guess. Shadow says, what the hell is going on? I'm reading chat messages. Sai says, you look like flippin' Enderdingus. Okay. Just playing, says the background. What about it? Mark says, remember Marine Corps kid? Yeah, I read your message like a minute ago. Jack says, how do I get your Discord? It's in my about me on my YouTube channel, the bio. Dave M says, if Flippin' Gambler lost a big bet and needed money back, would you refund? No, I wouldn't. Thank you, Artem, for the clock it. Sog says, what's the latest you ever streamed? I don't know. I stream all the time, like around the clock. Zun says, what name is better, Miles or Peter? Peter. Jay says, I love ice cream. Okay. Shadow says, I mean, not you necessarily, but some of these people are chatting. Yeah, they're crazy. James says, my name is James. You like it? Yeah, it's not a bad name. Benton says, is Benton a good name? Sounds silly. I prefer says, is Heidi a good name, brother? Yeah. Natalie says, take a drink like a good boy. Because you added the good boy part, I'm not going to do it. I am thirsty, though. Microwave says, are you still proud of me? No. Laugh says, is Weston a good name? If you go by Wes is cool. Cold Slayer says, can you think of a medieval girl / boy name? James. The coffee drinking hamster super chats. Are you tired? No, I'm not. Thank you, Hein Bueller, for the stupid little turtle drinking water. Now I can drink water without feeling weird because... Thank you. 1 second, please. Alex says, do you like pigeon sex? No, I don't. Thank you, Andrad, for the thumbs up. The Real Tabian says, is Tabian a good name? Sorry, no. Ocean says, is Azalea a good name? No, that name sounds ridiculous. 2D says, is Penises Enormous a good name? Funny. Thank you, Ken K, for the flow state. Joe says, you do that since when? Do what? Jikiel says, rip my profile picture. I don't like it. Gaby says, 7 out of 8 of all trucks fry behind the cardboard boat in late Friday. Okay. Thank you, Hein Bueller, for the goat trophy. Thank you. I'm the greatest of all time. 7 out of 8 truck. I don't get that. Alex says, is Alex a tough name? Yes. Meppin says, I'll never take you for granted. Okay. James says, my name's medieval. Yeah, it is. Like the King James Bible. Thank you, Hein Bueller, for the second golden gift. We got the golden goat trophy and the golden soccer. Thank you. Rem says, how long do you do YouTube? I've been doing it since 2015. Vince says you're gay. Alright. Liam says, what's your favorite game? Minecraft. Thank you, 1984, for the marshmallow hand thing. Gaming says, you look like you want to go to be and want to. Can you type properly? Wombo says, brush your teeth, bro. I do brush my teeth. Glit says, rate my profile picture. I like it. 6. Thank you, Hein Bueller, for the high five thing. Xander says, is Alexa and Alexander perfect for each other? No, that sounds weird. It sounds incestual. Racial slur says, is my name bad? Obviously. Seb says, is Demetrius Demarcus Bartholomew the third Jr. a good name? No, it's not. Thank you, Hein Bueller, for the Argentina, and Rainbow for the Switzerland. Ocean says, I respect you. Thank you. Sai says, what's your favorite fragrance? I am not into fragrances, but I have heard that tar smells good. I want to give that a try. Thank you, Rainbow, for the Switzerland. Mark says, do you know anything about the military? My military knowledge is as far as I've learned from Call of Duty. Mike says, you look like a young Jason Bateman. I don't see that. Pormatu says, bro wants a whiff of tard. Not turd, but of tar, like the La Brea tar pits. Thank you, Shiny Hunter, for the clapping seal. I Love Cats says, is my cat cute? Yeah, his face is kind of dark, though. It's hard to make out. Thank you, Wowzers, for the press F. Manuel says, is Messi a good name? No, it's not. Isn't that his last name, though? 1 second, please. Locke says, bang di. What? Racial slur says, my name isn't racial slur. Read it. I obviously know it's racial slur. Why would I? That's stupid. Eli says, do you remember me now? No, I don't. Teddy says, I'm not a banana. Okay. Sandy says, is Edmund a good what? Thane says, do backflip. No. MTB says, who's winning the World Cup? Argentina. Douche says, my name wins. Also, you look like you're holding in a poop. Okay. Douche nozzle. Alright. Carter says, are you annoyed me? I'm not annoyed by you. MJ says, do you like men when it comes to friendships? Yeah. Epic says, Ja, you're rat. I don't understand. Joe Mama says, remember me now? No. Roblox says, are you disability? I'm a human that doesn't have a disability. Gaby says, does my statistic mean nothing to you? It looked interesting, but I don't really understand it. Matthias says, would you say you're a celebrity? No. Sai says, how much money would you have if it was the amount of your mom's number? No comment. Joe Mama says, I donated like 7 streams ago. Well, that's unfortunate that I forgot you then. Thank you, Hein Bueller, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Erica says, more CIA propaganda. Shame. No comment. Sandy says, do you like the color green? Yeah. All colors have their places. Teo says, please sub to my channel. No. Ra says, I fucking hate you. Alright. The Super says, have you ever done astrophotography? Take pictures of space? No, I haven't. Thank you, Lavon, for the floating heart. 2D says, is something a good name? No, it's not. It's a bad name. Thank you, Hein, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Maddox says, rate my profile picture. I don't want to. Ryder says, do you want to be my girlfriend? No. Titan says, do you have baby oil? No, I don't. Gaming says, how has your day been, and has anyone asked that yet? Yeah. I've been asked that more than 100 times this stream. It's been good, my day. Paisley says, is Paisley a tough name? A tough last name. Camden says, SEU. Okay. Steelan says, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry about that. The Rudy says, rate my profile picture. 1. Trust says, is Adolf a good name? No. I was waiting for someone to say that. Dino says, what's your favorite video on Pornography Hub? No comment. Mark says, drink up. Not right now. Rai says, racial slur. Okay. Jalen says, do you remember me, Pookie? Sorry, I don't. How do I remember someone just named Jalen? No profile picture. Just Jalen? That's stupid. The Real says, do you like Iraq? I don't know too much about it. Chris says, why do you scrunch your face when reading a comment? It's just the way my face naturally wants to be. Racial slur says it's literally racial slur, not a slur. Weren't you here like months ago? I think I remember you. And yeah, it's obviously a racial slur. Saying it's not a racial slur is not going to work. There's other ways, more intelligent ways you could have, like, tried to trick me, but that's stupid. Jadon says, on average, how much do you make per streams? I make at least $30 per hour streaming. Roko says, I got a girlfriend. Are you proud? No. Beto says, name something for an edit. PS4 controller. Booger says, watermelon. Okay. Maddox says, is Maddox a good name? Sorry, no. Ocean says, I don't think you deserve the disrespect. Thank you. Cold Storm says, Don, why do you live stream and read chats all the time? Because it's fun and I make money by doing it. Armani says pumpkin. Okay. Islet says, is there going to be a raid after this? Yeah. It says right here, definitely raiding streamer in 42 minutes. Doctor says stream. I am streaming. Gaming says, is Putin a good name? No. Mark says, okay, alright. Swoop says, who's Joe? I don't know. Crazy says, what's your favorite country? This country. Ko-O says, I'm going to have to look up the racial slur on Urban Dictionary so I can fully enjoy the joke. Okay, go ahead. Racial slur says, read it in your head, gang. Maybe I did. Monster Rate says, you're the best streamer, thank you. Cold says, by the way, can I send the IRS FBI to your house? No. Camden says, you're a good little daddy. Good little daddy? Okay. Artem says, are you going to make a Minecraft SMP? Eventually. Blooper says, I love homosexual pornography. Okay. Ty says, do you like my dog? Yeah, it's a cute dog. Ginger says, next comment you have to respond in 3 words. I don't care to do that. Unknown says, is Noah a good name? Sorry, no. Only says, I'll join it. Join what? Sophia says, do you remember me? I was the my penis comment from a few days ago? No. Lots of people say that. Subscribe says, why dude? Why what? Salmon says, believe in Jesus? No. LD says, is there evil behind every large fortune? There's evil behind every human. Yuck says, will you crack down Benitez? No. Carter says, how old are you? I'm an adult. Sai says, I'm cracking right now. Cool. Sussy says, say, dick. There you go. Money says, hi, hello, money. Dunn says, I had a sandwich for lunch today. Awesome, sandwich guy. The Real says, is Anthony a good name? Sorry, no. Carter says, I'm distracted, sorry. Okay, Carter says, no duh. I don't know what you're saying. AD says, is my cat cute? Yes, it is. James says, how is racial slur a racist name? Just wondering. Why don't you look it up? Zenon says, can you say a random song for me to edit? No. Jay says, do you like the Broncos? No. Mama says, you have beautiful hair. Thank you. Johnny says, I still have Xbox 360. Alright. Fly says, what stage of the day is it for you? Well, it is nighttime. Maddox says, have you ever been fishing? I have. Cutie says, how many times do you goon a day? No comment. Hi says, is Henry a good name? Yeah, it is. Normal says, can you listen to my new single tonight? No, I don't want to. Carter says, as a black person, racial slur is not a slur, gang. It's a slur. Kiki says, is Benny a good name? For a dog. Ben says, is Alfredo a good name? For a pasta, but not a human. Dame super chats, Chungus, penis boy, laughing emoji, hand emoji, B. Okay, NPC. Marlin says, I love you. Thank you. Locke says, can you crack my penis? No. Mr. Turtle says, I just got a girlfriend. Pretty cool. Congrats. James says, I'm going to dip and doom scroll. Have a good night. See ya, James. X says, you like MCR? I don't know what that is. Left says, I want to fuck you. Okay. That's not going to work out, but okay. Alright. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. Mr. Plays says, I'm subbed. Alright. Adam says, I love you. Thank you. Mad says, can you give me a blowjob? No. Ramiel says, what should I name my pet bird? You should name it Benny. Miguel Reyes super chats $1 American. Thank you, Miguel. And I see the DeLorean in your profile picture. Cold says blank. All right. Only says, why aren't you Christian? We talked about Abraham a bit ago. Because I never was Christian. I never thought about becoming Christian. I don't know why you're so confident about that Abraham thing. Lil says, love you. Thank you. Not a slur says, read my name now, Don. Not a slur now, Don. That's correct. It's not a slur anymore. Desert Horizon super chats. I have a PS4 that hasn't had a thermal replacement in 12 years because it was made back in September of 2014. Wow. It must sound like a plane flying when you turn it on. Eastel says, why don't you do IRL or gaming streams? Because I like this. Dasher says, I'm going theme park with my crush today. Okay. Jeff says, WVH. Okay. I wonder, I imagine the only downside is that it's just loud. Or maybe does it like have errors because of the thermal replacement? It's probably just loud. Chris says, do you like my profile picture? It's a cute dog. Cole says, hi, hello, Cole. John D says, how's your day? It's been pretty good. Learn says, you are one dash cause. I don't know what you're saying. Zabe says, W stream. Thank you. Metallic says, this chat is so washed and unfunny. Alright. Dax says, can you crack me until I'm disabled? No, that's horrible. Why would you say that? Maybe that guy that said this chat is so washed and unfunny, maybe he's right. Not for dentist super chats. Back at it again. Have a good weekend, bro. Thank you for the super chat, and thank you for telling me to have a good weekend. I hope your weekend is good too. DH says, what's your favorite game? Minecraft. Artem says, do you have a Discord server? There's a fan Discord server, but I'm not the owner of it. Max says, hi, hello, Max. Desert super chats. My PS4 does sound like a jet engine whenever I turn it on and leave it on for a couple minutes, but whenever I get into high intensity games, that's when it starts to kick up. Okay, alright. Well, okay. So it sounds like a jet engine when you turn it on, and when you play video games, it sounds like a jet engine too. Okay. Private says, you need to rid of this world. No, I don't. X Pro says, you look like you binge watch porn. Okay. DH says, did you just ban the disabled joke guy? No. Nobody's banned. Thank you, TB, for the 6-7. The two of them, thank you. And Maroc for the Chuck E. Cheese coins. Cuber says, Jesus loves you. Thank you. And thank you, Veen, for the pepper. Adam says, now love God. That's not how it works. Ao says, can you sleep? No, right now. No. Teo says, like my cat? It's a cute cat. Thank you, Tabitha, for the 6-7 abomination. Nathan says, how's your day? Pretty good. E-Man says, hi. Hello, E-Man. Pormer2 says, I'm really nervous. Any tips for 2nd grade? Well, I can tell you this. This stream is not suitable for 2nd graders, so I would leave the stream. Locke says, my smegma smells good. Okay. Alright. Roblox says, are you going to have a game stream soon? No. Saturo says, hi, how are you? I'm good. Hey says, are you an atheist? I'm an agnostic. Tunen says, the ghost in my house looks like you. Should I be scared? Yes. I would consider the fact, though, that maybe you're hallucinating. Damus sign, super chats. Do you have Zachary's disease? I don't know what that is. I haven't heard of Zachary's disease. Axel says, I don't remember anyone from 2nd grade. Okay, alright. Knightley says, take a sip of water, my friend. Okay, 1 second, please, as I take a drink of water. Thank you, April, for the France. Manuel says, do you like my cat? Yeah, it's a cute little cat. CV says, I like turtles. Okay, alright, okay. Salman says, do you feel that you need glasses? I'm wearing contacts right now. Jana says, do you like my profile picture? No comment. Thank you, official, for the 100s. Maggie says, eat bread. Not right now. Not right now. Whatever says, Crack your teacher, Former 2. No, don't do that. Don't encourage pedophilia. Gerardo D super chats. What's your favorite lymph node? I don't know what that is. I know it's something with the body, but I don't know what that means. Maybe someone could tell me. Mepin says, who are you when no one is watching? I would hope that I'm the same person, but I'm probably a worse person. Do says, do you play any games? No. Damn is sign super chats. It's when your face looks exactly like your butt. Exactly like your butt. I haven't heard about that. Sounds like a fake disease. I kind of imagine that you have a friend named Zachary, and you're just saying this to make fun of him. Whatever says Don, would you eat moldy bread with sputum or sewer marinated toilet paper? I don't know what a sputum is, but I don't want to eat feces, so probably the moldy bread with sputum. Bull says, my barber messed up my haircut. Yeah, looks like it. X says, drink your whole water bottle. No. Clux says, you seem happy. Thank you. Levi says, do you know the Netherlands? Holland? No, I don't. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. Okay, I'm back. Gabe says, sounds like you need to flip your table on the cloud or it might ripen into a single-celled organism. What? Whatever says, look it up when you have a chance. Also, I'm still going to beat you and be here in a couple of years. I don't believe you, but good luck. And also, can someone just tell me what septum is? Spectum, whatever he said? I don't want to look it up, just in case it's something really gross. I don't want to see disgusting images. Roblox says, did you ever have a game stream? Yes. Timothy says, you look very handsome, thank you. CMC says, sputum, I believe, means nut. Oh, okay. So, feces or semen, which do I want to consume? I don't know, man. I don't know. Caden says, where can we watch your gooning streams? I don't do those. Strawberry says Sigma. Okay. Only says play Jenny mod. I'm not into that Minecraft mod. Veen says, do you love chili? No. Friday says sputum is phlegm. Okay. I would eat the moldy bread of sputum then. I don't want to eat feces. This is better. Ventura says, I guess I'm back. Welcome back. Whatever says, it doesn't. Sputum is a mixture of saliva and mucus that is coughed up. Yeah, I'll have the sputum. Sputum. The aesthetic says, what's your favorite idea? Matthew 5:28. Colin says, hi. Hello. Colin, how's it going? Brad says, it's true that absence makes the heart grow fonder, because boy, have I missed you. Okay. Kong says, I'll be back. I will book the green. I don't know what you're saying. PS5 says, what do you believe in? I believe in nothingness. Levi says, what is your favorite game? Well, the last game I really got into is Black Ops 2. Rai says, how many time you goon today? No comment. E-Man says, hi. Hello, E-Man. Private says, I'm masturbating to your stream. Okay, have fun. Dave M says, Dawn is a nihilist. Yeah, that maybe. Those random VR dude says, hello, my name is Pancake from TRVRD. I'm just spreading love around streams, but I'm struggling with content. But anyway, be sure to have an amazing day. Kane says, are you gay? I am not gay. D4 says, do you like apples? Yeah, they're cool. Roblox says, what is the craziest thing you will do for $500? I did nothing. Whatever, super chats. What date do you want to mark down for me being here? April 4th, 2031. Nathan says, hi. Hello, Nathan. Lucas says, do you play Mecha Chameleon? No, but I may try it. Slay says, do you like Ozzy? Sure. Void says, boofers. Okay. Mull says, have you ever looked into veganism? No. X says, I'm building a cardboard Samsung Note 20 Ultra. Okay. Sunyan says, isn't Minecraft your favorite game? That's the favorite, but yeah. Amazing says tornado. Alright. Yuck says, will you crack Spunky Gooner? No. Jack says, today is my brother's graduation party. Oh, that's cool. No Face says fish. Alright. Gabe Ball says drink water, not right now. Sandy says Samsung or Apple. Apple. Storm says, hey man, I haven't been here in a while, but how do I come out to my parents as trans? I don't know. I mean, maybe don't if you're dependent on them for shelter. Little Big Duels says, bro, what the hell? Is that a 500 USD? People just be dropping mad donations. Yeah, but it isn't anyone. It's the flippin' gambler. He's been a long time viewer, a long time super chatter. Thank you again, flippin' gambler. Void says, yo, I might sub if you say Flabba Bappa Agappa Ball right. I tried. Bra says, I'm only 13, should I be here? No. Magnesium says, hi, bye. Bye. Jaja says, could you low-key suck it for me? No. Red says, Plat Elden Ring. I don't care to do that. JTA says, do you like Linkin Park now? DH says, do you have a relationship? No comment. Liz says, I'm sleepy now. The elevator music got to me. Have a wonderful rest of your stream, Don. See ya, Liz. Enjoy. Have a nice stream. Snipe says, is there a sex toy dildo in your butt? No. Divot says, can you eat your headphones? No, that'd be unhealthy. Tracy says, I'm 11. Should I be here? Definitely not. Scott says, can you show us your No. That's disgusting. JA says, the world is gonna explode. Okay. BB says, isn't my husband lovely? Looks a little... No. Looks ridiculous. Brad says, don't come out to your parents if you depend on them for shelter. Lamau, that's pretty hilarious advice. Well, if they're very Republican and anti-transgender, I imagine you don't want to be homeless. But if they're tolerant, then sure, go ahead and come out. Rowan says, hi, astronomical blessings. Okay. Zirkle says Xbox or PlayStation. PlayStation. Christina says hi. Hello, Christina. Mr. Blonde says, you need to drink water, please. Okay, I'll drink water. 1 second, please. G-Ball says, I'm Gracie. How was your day? Today's been good. Bottle says, would you do a backflip if someone offered you $20? No. Hig says, have you ever played Red Dead Redemption? Yes. Avery says, is Avery a good name? Sorry, no, it's not. George says, did you poop today? No comment. Gaby says, your TV needs a new flux capacitor, or it might reverse into the next window. My TV has nothing to do with time travel. Whatever says, can we do March 31st to May 31st? Just in case I'm not available on April 4th. Yeah, that sounds good. Well, how about April 1st to May? No, what you did is good. March 31st, that's good. Yuck says, crack the human centipede for 500. I'm not interested. Me says, have you ever played the pre-installed wonderful game of regedit on your PC? No, I don't. Never played it. Gerardo Super Chats, is Don Cornelius Vanderbilt a good name? Well, the Cornelius part is kind of corny, but Vanderbilt sounds cool. I like Vanderbilt. Whatever says, okay, tell Jen I said hi if she shows up anytime soon. Okay, I'll try to remember to do that. Ja Acosta says, I'm 19, should I be here? Yeah, that works. Vip says, you like me profile picture drawing? No, I don't. Lennox says, animal rivals. Okay. Steelan says, smiley, laughy, Don, yes, we need more of this. Thank you. Ali says, why is so much people being weird? Because it's funny. Thank you, Real Talk, for the preschool star. Mill says, yo, what you do. I read chat messages. Spetty says, more water. No, that was good enough. Tam says, is your booty hole tight? No comment. Saturo says, hey, hello, Saturo. The Rapture says, apple cider fucking vinegar. Okay. Whatever says, thank you, Poppy. Have a good night and sweet dreams. See ya, whatever. Alexa says, you look so tired. Okay. Spencer says, rat sandwich. Gross. Cody says, God is real. Alright. Yuck says, can duct tape be used to hold the poopy in? No, I would not recommend that. That sounds terrible. Steelan says, what is your biggest achievement in life? Nothing I can share, sorry. Bella says, how do you make money? Well, one way is super chats. Tracy says, I want to go to bed, but I can't because it's so fun to hear these chats. You should go to bed. Jack says, I'm 16. Should I be here? Ideally not. Kidman says, do you know / like Epic the Musical? I haven't heard of it. TJ says, is Sigma Ohio or is LARPing goated? Let me think. LARPing is goated sometimes. The YouTube LARPing channels are funny. Help says, what's your favorite animal to the power of negative to? I don't get that. Parker says, I'm 7. Should I be here? No. Rory says, hi. Hello, Rory. Real says, my dick gets hard off this elevator music. I'm glad to hear. DH says, what's to your right? You keep looking over. I'm determining as to who to raid. Who do I raid? Who do I raid? Who do I raid? Liz says 0.00002 cents to eat a nuke. No, that's a bad deal. Bryle says long time no see. Hello, Bryle. Bill says, are you okay? I am. Allie says, you're a good reader. Thank you. I appreciate it. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. Red says, have you watched any anime? I have. The Aesthetic says, thoughts on Community, the TV show. I haven't watched it, but I know I can image Asian guy wearing a Napoleon hat. That's the only thing I can see in my head right now. Avery says, this fucking chat is not funny. Okay. Just says, I'm 5. Should I be here? No. Blaha says, have you seen a pigeon driving a peanut? No, I haven't. That sounds completely unbelievable. Daybam says, Dawn has an 8th grade education. Okay. Gaby says, I am the biggest bird. Am I the biggest bird? Well, from your profile picture, you look like a human, so probably not. Say says, yo, what time is it in your country? It's nighttime. Vance says, my dick doesn't like these comments. Okay, alright. Log says, is this your job? I don't talk about my job. KD says, this chat has the IQ of a sperm cell. Yeah, it does. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. Okay, I'm back. Dark says, cheese. Alright. Jackson says, blah, 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 blah. Penises and anus. Okay. Jabron says, what is a job? What is a father? Maname says, what will you do when you reach 100,000 subscribers? I cried. I'm making it a mission to not even mention it. Phoenix says, hi. Hello, Phoenix. Lily says, can you raid my account? No. Dustin says, this generation is screwed. Okay. Cooper says, I am 11, Will. I don't know what you're saying. A-Man says, opinion on Jews. I'm not anti-Semitic. Larry says, do you like Green Day? A little bit. Corny says, holy unemployment unk. Alright. Object says, do you choose the comments? Yes, I do. Rogan says, you got the body of tech support. Yeah, I do. Agent says, do you know what my profile picture is? It looks like football. I don't know the teams, though. GB says, why you look like Mr. Burns? I don't know. Gil says, Rainbow Time. What? CJ says, what's your favorite superhero? Superman or Thor? I don't know. Jacosta says, it's 2:09 a.m. Alright. Saku says, what's your favorite game or TV show? Favorite game is Minecraft. Grizz says, hi. Hello, Grizz. 80 says, I got into the governor's school for the art and humanities and I leave tomorrow. That's awesome. Congrats. Thank you again, the Flipping Gambler, for the 500 American dollars. Rivals says, should I play Rocket League? You should. Jay says, tongues to her. Okay. By the way, this is random, but do you guys like the game Terraria? Lily says, what's the best food? Cheeseburgers. Deborah says, it is fucking 7:09 right now. Alright. YT says, what's your favorite game? It could be digital or physical. Physical? Yeah, I like Black Ops 2. SN says, where do you live? I'm gonna keep that private. Patrick says, do you think my profile picture is beautiful? No. Sawyer says, Terraria Totter. I don't know what that means. Do you like it or not? Cody says, do you think God is real and why? No, I don't. Cold Slayer says, gay swans often steal eggs from a female or chase her away and raise the baby swans. I did not know that. 1 second, please. Zaniel says, I'm surprised that the 500 is at the bottom of the screen still. Yeah, the higher money you give, the longer it stays on the screen. LeBron says, how are you today? I'm fine. Just says, rate my profile. Sorry, no. Goofy says, do you like tits or ass? I don't have a preference. Not so says, I like Terraria lots. Okay. Bloxy says, yo, I used to grind Terraria with my brother. Okay. The guy we may raid as playing Terraria. It's an old man playing Terraria. Rocky says, do you like MJ? I do. The Illusion says, have you seen the anime Solo Leveling? No, I haven't. Cody says, well, I'm leaving. Trust in God. See ya, Cody. Yuck says, is my profile picture tough? I mean, Mona Lisa is tough, but it's kind of unoriginal to have that as a profile picture. Thank you, Void, for the press F. Jabron says, you play piano? No. Taco says, is Jackson a unique name? Yeah, but that name sucks now because of the digital circus. 1 second, please. Steelan says, what's your first memory of being a perfectionist? I'm not too much of a perfectionist. Mister says, can I spray cum on you? No. Dave M says, order the game or Flippin' Gambler gonna cut you off. I'll order it. My PS4 though is not plugged in, so I have to plug it in, I guess. Or I suppose I could pre-order it on the internet browser. I also have to buy a PS5, which I will do. Me name says, actually currency affects the time it stays on screen. Some currency can be a big red for $20 in a foreign country odd system. Yeah, I guess it does depend on the color. I like says, remember me? I do not. LJ says, God loves you. Thank you. Yach says, do you watch anime? No. S says, do you feel like you're able to be yourself fully while on camera? No. 3-4 says, do you like the Last of Us game? Yeah, it's a fun game. Thank you, DTI, for the 6-7 abomination. And I remember the beginning being pretty emotional. Abraham says, do you play Overwatch? Not really. JT says, fuck you, Don. Linkin Park is the best. I just haven't given them a try yet. I'm sure I would like them if I gave them a try. Thank you, me name, for the England. Kaio says, how the heck do you do this, man? It's pretty easy. LeBron says, I hear bear, what do I do? Get your bear spray. Thank you, Lover, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Wheezy says, is it true you actually got donated 500? Yeah, it's right there on the screen, isn't it? Fly says, have you ever had sex? No comment. Jaden says, have you played Alien Isolation? No. Jack says, am I tough? No, you're not. No. Emmett says, is Emmett a unique name? It sounds like a name you would get bullied for having. Like, thank you, Noia, for the flow state. It sounds like a weak person. Nope. But don't take me seriously, though. Thank you, Doctor, for the laughing disco abomination. Agent says, Cowboys winning the Super Bowl. Okay. Blue says, would you rather eat a rat or eat a plate roaches? They are not cooked. I would eat a rat. Thank you, Or, for the laughing disco abomination. Sawyer says, is my name a good name? No, it's not. DH says, anyways, have a good night/day. I'm going to bed. Good night, DH. Krabby says, Cheetos or toes dipped in cheese? Cheetos, obviously. Thank you, Dax, for the plastic flower. Stefan says, my Cowboys eat sad. Alright. Zaniel says, is my name a good name? No. It's trying too hard. Dave M says, rather eat seafood or eat food in the sea? Seafood. Thank you, D-Tilt, for the clock it. Johan says, is Don a good name? Don't be biased. It's a good name. It says, my name is Bok. Is that unique? Yeah, it is. The Man says you play Fortnite occasionally. Blue says, who is your favorite baseball team? The one with Babe Ruth on it. Gilda says, is school easy to eat? What? Thank you, the Tilt Lover, for the 6-7 abomination. Azu says, you know German? No, I don't. Thank you, Palladium, for the Uncle Alert. Josh says, what music to listen to? I've been listening to the album Ascension Sunrise. Bella says, you don't need gear or quads to be Etherean. Whatever you just said. I don't know what you just said. Veen says, would you rather shit in the shower or shower in the shit? Shit in the shower. Addison says hello. Hello, Addison. Jackie says, you like Kaizen? No, I don't. Cold says, are you the only nephew in the family? No comment. Me name says toes for feet or feet for toes. Inane comment completed. I would have toes for feet because that it wouldn't affect my walking. Wait, no. I meant the ladder. The ladder won't affect my walking. SK says, what's up, bro? Hello, SK. Jaren says, get mugged or eat Burger King the rest of the year. Eat Burger King for the rest of the year. I've already done that before, basically. Pro Gamer says hello there. Hello, Pro Gamer. Yak says, what is more tough, Glaze or LARP? LARP. Thank you, Glitch, for the 6-7 abomination. The Poke says, what rank are you in Minecraft? What rank? There's no ranks in Minecraft. Pickle says, Bonnie Blue's kid is gonna slide out like a water slide. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dilt, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. My music says Skittles. Rollo and Reese, choose wisely. Skittles? Is that an option? I'm confused by the question. Larry says, thoughts on LJ 2-door GTR? I don't care about cars, dude. Mike says, I'm in bed, checking in. Where's the raid? It says right here, definitely ending/rating streamer in 11 minutes. Salman says, do you remember me? No. Peyton says, big spoon or little spoon? Big spoon. Janie says, what's your favorite candy? Nerds Gummy Clusters. Name says, do you hate these comments? No. Nightmare says, what do you mean rate a stream? It means when I end this stream, we're all gonna leave this stream and go surprise a small streamer. Champion says, sorry, I'm distracted. Champion says, I'm a fart nugget. Okay, alright. Okay. Sorry, I saw something not in the chat, just something else. And Free Movie says, 9th July was my birthday. Okay, happy late birthday. Vanessa says, do you love your chat? No. Me says, how many toes would you have if you had feet for toes? I guess you'd have a lot, but yeah, maybe 100. Azu says, I'm a fart nugget. Okay. Autumn says, is my name unique? Yes, it is. Pike says, Zuzu for life. Okay. Rad says, how old do you think your viewers are? Probably, well, I don't know. There's a whole variety here. Jaren says, touch grass and eat grass. Eat ass. No comment. Lily says, I just saw a damn bed bug. I ain't been asleep for the rest of the night. Oh, that's terrible. I'm sorry. Steelan says, if you were gay, would you be attracted to yourself? No. Zayden says, yo, what would you do with 1 billion? I would hopefully donate a lot of it to charity. Zaniel says, how is my name not good? There's only 27 people in the United States. Just because it's unique doesn't mean it's good. I will say though, looking at your name again, looking at it again, your name isn't too bad. It's an okay name. Zaniel, that's cool. Emmett says, Emmett is a name in Roman times, means determined and strength. Well, when I hear Emmett, I think of a weak, scrawny person, so it doesn't matter the origin. John says, guys, I know who we're rating. You should keep it private. 208 says, how old am I? You are, I don't know, dude. I don't know you. Inbus says, hydrate now. No. Grim says, yo, something. Did you quit your job and rely on this now? I don't talk about my job. Commenter says, you alright? Drink water. I'll wait until the end of the stream. The Real says, how's your day? It's been pretty good. Gilda says, are zombies dead or alive? They are not real. Nettie says, Victor Wemb, enough said, I don't get that. Ian Bagel super chats, you ever listen to Pink Floyd? Yeah, I recently listened to Dark Side of the Moon for the first time, like a month ago, and it was good. Thank you, EMP, for the park the bus. I appreciate it. Neo says, I'm depressed as fuck. Thanks for making me feel better. You're welcome. I'm glad to hear that this improves your day. Levi says, guess how old I am. 21. Nettie says, Victor, dude, I don't get that. Thank you, Palladium, for the Unk Alert. Metallic says, no way you can stand the cringe. I can. B-Nun says, how's it going? It's going fine. Cotton says, genuine question. What makes you feel truly appreciated? Well, not money. Not, I don't know, just hanging out with people in real life. Like, people finding the time to hang out in real life. Ramon says, do you know who Michael O is? No, I don't. Peak says, dude, I will leave. Okay, bye. Dave says, no comment. Alright, 1 second, please. 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 I'm preparing the raid. Thank you, Colton, for the press F. Manuel says, are you comfortable? Yes, I am. Yep. Dustin says, I would be so much more hyped if someone gave me $500. Yeah, I get that. I'm a weird person. Skib says, do you remember me? No. Rival says, my dog died today, and I'm really sad. I'm sorry about that. By the way, in 7 minutes, we are going to be rating a streamer, so stay tuned for that if you want. Isabel says 67. Okay. Vance says, are you a top or bottom? No comment. Tyson says, can I crack you? No. Jama Sexuality says, is golfing a white person thing? Well, from what it appears, yes. Yuck says, thoughts on the Drake video? I haven't seen it. By the way, do you guys like Terraria? What are your thoughts on Terraria? Is Terraria a fun game? Have you beat the game before? Layton says, hi, pick me, please. There you go. Skib says, hi. Hello, Skib. Steelan says, what makes you laugh the most? The unexpected. Stars says, can I spray shit on you? No. Cool says, I love Terraria. Yeah, Terraria is a fun game. Dave M says, is basketball a black person thing? Ooh, you're... I guess. I don't want to be racist, but I think it is. I'm not sure if I'm being racist, and I apologize if I am. Kian says, how's your day, brother? I'm doing good. Gilda says, what is your background for? To have something to look at other than my face. I'm literally says, do you like Wonder Bread? I don't know what that is. King says, can you shout out to something? No, I don't do shout outs. Thank you, Jose, for the Argentina. Lucas says, is my name nice? No. Big Toe says, I'm gonna steal your big toe. No, you're not. By the way, thank you again to Empify for the park the bus earlier. I appreciate it. Cool says, Buzz, alright. Levi says, nope what? Rowan says, about 6 minutes left. Yeah, until the raid. Trek says, whoa, my brain is going crazy. I apologize. Trek Rider says, Trek Rider has the most clean Trek of all time. Okay. Vance says, is Vance a good name? Yeah, it is. Yep. I like it. Thank you, Joseph, for the floating heart. Monkey says, are you trying to hypnotize me or something? Yes. Jude says, Terraria's fun. Yeah. Anyone else like Terraria? What are your guys' favorite bosses and weapons? Doge says, what's up? Hello, I'm doing good. Emmett says, my name's Emmett. I had 4 broken bones this year. I'm not saying you're weak. I'm just saying Emmett gives off a weak vibe. Nah says, hi. Hello, Nah. Rid says, I'm typing at the broken arm. Alright. North says, War Thunder is hard and the snail is after me. Okay. Rival says, the fuck is Terraria? It's basically like Minecraft, but 2D. Empify says, why do you always look sad? I don't know, just the way I look like. Hemo says, Terraria is one of my favorite games. Tons of replayability. Replayability? I haven't thought about that. By the way, does anyone know the name of that sword that is made of plants? It's I forget what it's called. Elysian says, do this IRL. No. YT says, you're my favorite YouTuber. Thank you. Amel says, my name is Tristan. How's your day been? It's been good. I'm paddleboarding and I see a shark right by me. What should I do? You should leave the water as soon as possible. Alex says, aloe vera. Okay. Manuel says, is 500 a lot for you? Yes, it is. Thank you again, the Flippin' Gambler. I can't fathom that super chat. I really appreciate it. Bal says, do you do any gaming streams? No, I don't. Ryder says, need to smile. No, I don't. By the way, does anyone know of the sword in Terraria that's made of plants? I want to know what it's called. United says penises and anus. Okay. Moyed says, oh, alright. Ricky says, why do you call me your mechanic with no teeth earlier when I asked you if you like my name or not? That's just the vibe I get from the name Ricky. Sorry. Don't take it seriously. Amplify says, what are your thoughts on Joe Bartolozzi? He seems like a funny guy. I'm not really a fan though. Nathan says, how do you get demons to send gifts? I don't know. Not a slur says, remember me? Yeah, I do. Not says, you like Call of Duty Black Ops 2? Yeah. Campstar says, have you read any manga? I haven't. Rebbit says, Daddy's dildo. Okay, by the way, in 3 minutes, we are going to raid a streamer. Meaning, we're all gonna go surprise a small streamer. The Pokemon says, what's rank in PvP Minecraft? That would be... I don't play PvP Minecraft. New Mexico Super Chats Don. Do you like the Schedule 1 game? I haven't heard of that. Sorry. What is that? Maria says, hi, sup, hello, Maria. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. Roblox says, hi, hello, Roblox. Wind says, do you watch anime? I, do not watch anime. Invisible says, ooh, that will be fun. Yeah. Stay tuned for that. Todd says, hi, hello, Todd. The Real says, what's the best part about your day? Well, raiding is pretty fun. By the way, when we do the raid, be respectful, obey their chat rules. Noah says, do you play Undertale or Cuphead? I played Cuphead before, not Undertale. Virus says water, not yet. Steelan says, what's your favorite type of pickles? I don't know, the ones they put in the Big Macs. I don't know, man. Jag says, I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you. See ya. Peyton says, do you have a headset dent? No, I don't. EX says, can you smile? I don't want to. No. So speaking of raiding, we raided Epstein Island before 2019 and saw you there. Have anything to say? That wasn't me. If I was there, it was as a victim because of my age. Ducky says ball right. Okay. Energy says, come on, notice me. Have you ever taken shrooms? I haven't. PCA Super Chats Blade of Grass. I think that is it. Yeah. Blade of Grass. I remember that being my favorite weapon in Terraria. Pink says I. Okay. Nah says, is my profile picture cool? No, it's not. Sorry. Francisco says, what's your favorite banana? Blue Java bananas or normal banana? Normal banana. By the way, in a minute, there's going to be a button at the bottom of the screen. Click that button to join the raid. If you don't see the button, I'll make a channel post on my channel. Not a slur says, did you already find someone for the raid? Yeah, it's there's only a minute left. It'd be crazy if I hadn't found someone. Monkey says, are you going to tell us, the streamer, at the end? Yeah. Jody says, how long have you been live for? For like 5 hours. Val says, do you do anything? I already read that. Oreo says, do you watch the Backrooms movie? I haven't yet. Cotton says, what's something that instantly makes your day better? Seeing a family member unexpectedly. Todd says, you got kids? No, I don't. Himo says, have you beaten Terraria? No, I haven't. The One says, do we raid the person on YouTube? As I said, when I end the stream, there should be a button at the bottom of the screen. Click that button to join the raid. If you don't see the button, though, I'll make a channel post. Andrad Super Chats, do you like my profile picture? Yeah, it's you by the sea. That looks nice. I love the sea. Nightmare says, is my profile picture cool? Yeah, it is. Black Plague. Ismail says, hi. Hello, Ismail. Just a Bear says, have you seen Matt Beeve? I don't know who that is. 1 second, please. Torn says, war. Alright, Cola says, what does rating streamer mean? It means we're all gonna surprise a small streamer and make their day. The says, do you actually enjoy live streaming? Yes, it is. Alright, in just a second, there's gonna be a button at the bottom of the screen. Click that button to join the raid. It'll pop up, just wait. If you don't see it though, I'll go to my channel. There'll be a channel post. In fact, I just posted the channel. Alright, see you there. Click the button.